I was caught up in a hero summoning. Lane 12. Story. Caught up in a hero summoning, Mama forms a special bond with beings he met in the otherworld Trinya, including the underworld king Kuramuina, Death King Isis, and Lilia. Eventually, Kaito came to think that he would like to live in this world. When he heard the truth about Veer's past, which she calls sin, he worried about the relationship between Veer and Kuramuina, and as the murky feeling in his heart remained unsolved. I don't have an answer for what I should do. However, I understood what I wanted to do. So, the day after I talked to Kuro, the 13th day of the second fire month, I came to the front of Dr. Veer's clinic with teleportation magic. However, in that place, someone unexpected was waiting for me. I knew you'd come. Nun-san. A few meters in front of where I was teleported to leisurely stands Nun-san, holding a sword similar to a Japanese katana in her hand. My apologies, Kaito-san. I can't let you through here. I don't mean you any harm, but I won't let you pass. Please leave. The prickingly, strong emotions conveyed by the sympathy magic. It was painfully clear to me that Nun-san was serious about not letting me through. She won't let me see Dr. Veer. She won't let me go any further. As Nun-san said these to me, she wasn't in a battle stance, nor was she wearing her helmet. And such a Nun-san put her Japanese katana at her side, and put the 3 fingers of both her hands on the ground. What are you? I'm begging you, Kaito-san. Please don't get involved in this matter anymore. Bowing her head on a dojoza, Nun-san asks me to stay out of it, in a voice that sounds sad. Of course, that wouldn't convince me to just say okay, I see, but I couldn't say a word in front of the pleading figure as she rubbed her head on the ground. Can I ask why? If you were to talk to Veer, she'll be deeply hurt. What do you mean? You're the one who saved Kuramo-sama. For that, I am truly grateful. But at that same time, you're the one who has accomplished what Veer couldn't. When I was told that, I couldn't think of any words to refute. It's not that I was trying to save Kuro because I wanted to save her. Even so, in the end, I was able to free her from the curse she had been for a long time. I think that what I did would be something splendid for people close to Kuro, but I see, for Dr. Veer, my existence also shows her how powerless she is. Veer has always been suffering. For hundreds of years already, with tears streaming down her face, she apologized to the now deceased victims and continued to push herself to atone for her actions. Veer should have been forgiven by now. And yet, she still won't leave the path of redemption. Veer will never forgive herself forever. She will continuously suffer. So, please don't corner Veer any further. Please, just leave her alone. I walked away from the street where the church was located, not knowing what to expect. I can't stop thinking about the exchange I had with Nun-san earlier. Perhaps, I was naive in my outlook. I thought that if I could successfully persuade Dr. Veer to see Kuro, that would solve the problem. However, that would certainly hurt Dr. Veer a lot. There's a possibility that she will fall into an even deeper suffering that she is now. I want to solve this matter as amicably as possible. However, Nun-san blocked my path. If I tried to contact Dr. Veer, it would be inevitable that I would clash with Dr. Veer. And there's no way that this can be solved peacefully. No, if it's just confronting her. I could have stood against Nun-san's request, and told her that I wouldn't compromise for the sake of Kuro and Dr. Veer. However, if I'm asked if I'm prepared to force my way through Nun-san, who was bowing her head, looking as if she is about to cry and begging me not to get involved in this matter, I'd obviously be at a loss for words. Though I say that I was doing this for Kuro and Dr. Veer, it wasn't as if any of them asked me to do anything. Rather, they both seem to have concluded that they can't meet each other now. I feel like if I keep on persisting like this, all I'm trying to do is just stir up the pot. No, that's probably just an excuse. I'm probably just scared. I think I've gotten along with Nun-san so far. I consider her a friend, and I think she also considers me as one. In the end, I may have just been afraid of going into conflict with Nun-san. With my friend. Yes, here's your hyperspace cookies. Thank you for your patronage, Tilda. As I was trudging along with my head down, I heard such a voice and reflexively looked up. Thereupon, I made eye contact with someone I recognized. And the other person's face twisted in utter displeasure. She's my acquaintance, and yet, She's reacting to my presence so harshly. She's definitely the god of disasters that I knew from my previous visit to the Hydra Kingdom. It was Shi-san. Shi-san, TSK. She just relentlessly clicked her tongue in front of me. Shi-san then glared at me and with an irritated tone, she spoke. What's with that hopeless look on your face? It's irritating to look at. If you have a reason for that, say it. It will probably be just something stupid, but I'll listen. Her voice sounds like it was filled with anger, but the words she just said, couldn't it be interpreted as her asking me, you don't look so good? Is something the matter? You can consult me about it, you know? Or something like that? Her kindness is still as incomprehensible as usual. Well then, would it be alright to consult you about something? TSK. No, I didn't mean to impose on you. What are you saying? Just get your ass moving. There's a bench in the plaza over there. I don't have much time. Make it quick. Even though she speaks all sorts of complaints, it seems like she would still listen to me. Shi-san brought me to a bench in a nearby plaza, and I sat down side by side with her. And then, we started talking about the situation. I wasn't sure how much Shi-san knew, so I started off by telling her something about a doctor named Drivevere to make it sound ambiguous. Thereupon, she replied, you're talking about the former demon lord, huh? So I assumed that Shi-san knew what was going on and decided to tell her everything. I told Shi-san about Dr. Veer, Kuro, Nun-san, and about how I don't know what to do. After I finished telling her everything, Shi-san looked extremely bored. Are you an idiot? The first hero is an extremely large idiot already, but you're even worse than her. No, it's not that I was thinking of stupid things. That's not it. What I'm saying is that what kind of hubris are you saying now, even though you're just a mere human? Wow. Shi-san's cold eyes glares at me and gives me a stern warning. You're the one who thinks of saving this person. Did you think you're someone who could save everyone? Don't be conceited. You're just a small being. You can't do a DMN thing on your own. But I'm also trying to. If you think you know what you're doing, then why are you here all alone? You're someone small. However, you have the power to change the very foundation of this world if you want to. Then, why don't you use that power? That is, in other words, what Shi-san is trying to say is that why am I not using the power of the six kings or the supreme gods that I'm close to? Why am I not asking for help from people around me? To be honest, for this matter, the six kings are all concerned parties. They are Drivevere's family. That's why I don't want them to get involved in this. I wonder why? That's right. I knew that no matter what I did, I would end up hurting Dr. Veer, and I didn't need Nun-san to tell me that, because I already understand it myself. As I was thinking about this, my collar was suddenly grabbed and Shi-san glared at me. Don't act spoiled. You've been an outsider from the start, and on top of that, this issue intruded on is quite sensitive. There's no such thing as an amicable solution for this! Then, what should you do? What? Do you want to stay all neat and tidy, and solve everything peacefully? Stop being a hypocrite, or perhaps, even if you're smeared in mud, will you bare your own fangs just to persist like that? Go think for yourself. Shi-san, are you a pure and peaceful saint, or perhaps, a selfish, unsightly beast? Saying that, Shi-san removes her hand from my collars and stands up from the bench. As I blankly gazed at the scene, strangely enough, I felt like the fuzziness in my mind cleared up. But immediately after that, some words suddenly popped within my mind. In the future of a battle where the winner had become justice and the loser had become evil, who is it that hates the concept of loser is evil the most? Those were words which I do not know who I heard it from. However, such words had vividly popped within my mind. Was it the loser themselves? Or perhaps, was it the people who were close to the loser? Or perhaps, was it the winner who they had fought against and understands the feelings of the loser more than anyone else? That's right. That was indeed the case. I wonder what is it that I'm looking at? There was someone to whom I should have turned my eyes to, someone who was about to start crying even now. It is as Shi-san said. I've been an outsider right from the start, and all this started because of my own selfishness. I want Kuro and Dr. Veer to make up, because I don't want to see Kuro looking sad. This situation is just because of my selfish desire. That being the case, I finally have a clear idea of what I should be doing. and what I want to do. We've talked long enough, the rest is your business. Shi-san. Is there anything more? Shi-san was about to leave, but I loudly called out to her. When she turned around, I immediately stood up and bowed my head. Thank you very much. Fumo, that should mean that you've made up your mind, huh? Yes. It seems like I'm a selfish, unsightly beast. I want to reunite Dr. Veer and Kuro. No, even if by force, I'll make them reunite. I want to save the three of them. The three of them, I see. Interesting. In that case, will you ask the help of the Six Kings? No. I decided right from the start that I won't be borrowing the power of the Six Kings. As for the Supreme Gods, I don't know to what extent they are related to Drivir, so I won't ask for their help. That's, well, quite selfish of you. Then, how are you going to break through the first hero? Whatever your intentions may be, if you wish to push through with your selfishness, you're going to have to fight. Her tone sounds like she was testing me, but I could feel gentleness within those words. It's as if she already knows what I'm about to say. I can't get past Nun-san and go to Dr. Veer all by myself. That's why, I'm begging you. Please lend me your strength. I looked up once and then bowed deeply once again, telling Shi-san that I needed her help. I've just heard that Shi-san has no direct connection with Dr. Veer and she only knows things about her, so she fits right exactly as someone I can rely on. When Shi-san heard my request, she was silent for a while before she spoke, sounding somewhat happy. HMPH, you've become better than you were just a few while ago. Then, when I heard Shi-san's voice, I looked up. She had a slight smile on her lips as she held out her hand towards me. All right, Kaito. I am a benevolent goddess. If you bow to me, asking me to lend you my power, I will respond to your wish. And so, calling me by my name for the first time, she agreed to help me. After Shi-san promised to help me, she quickly turned around. Let's hurry up. We probably only have a limited amount of time left. What do you mean? You are taking the words of the first hero at face value too much. Have you wondered why did the first hero interfere at this time? And even if she were to stop you, I doubt she would stay at that place all night and day just to stop you, right? Then, what do you think is her real purpose? To buy time? Following after her as she quickly walked, I asked in return. It's just a guess, but I think the Demon Lord would disappear from this city. I see. The reason she didn't disappear right away was most probably because she's finding people to take over looking after her patients. Anyway, it's a race against time. If she disappears, you wouldn't have any choice but to rely on the Phantasmal King. Relying on the Six Kings would be some kind of defeat for you, right? Yes. Well, don't get that worked up. At least, now that we know that first hero is the guarding the front, the Demon Lord is definitely still over there. Slipping through the back streets where there was no pedestrian traffic at all, Shi-san continued speaking. Before we go any further, let me just say that the question I asked you earlier to test you, the God realm and gods wouldn't get involved in this matter in the first place. That's why, don't expect any help from the Supreme Gods. Is that so? It's kind of an unspoken agreement. This issue you're about to get involved with is kind of a taboo in this world. Well, not many people know about it in the first place, but both the Supreme Gods and the Six Kings have maintained their non-interference in this matter. But, I asked Shi-san to help me in this matter. Would it be alright? It seems that the Demon Lord, Dr. Veer's situation is really a delicate matter. When I asked Shi-san if it was okay for her to lend me a hand since she's a god, she looked at me and smiled. I told you, didn't I? It was just an unspoken agreement. It isn't like Shallow Vernal ordered me to keep my hand off this matter. Besides, I'm considered an oddball in the god realm right from the start, so it doesn't really matter if I had another problem to my plate now. Shi-san. Now then, let's end that useless talk. Let's go. With words telling me to brace myself, I walked out onto the wide road. Opposite the church, clinic. As expected, there were no people in sight other than Nun-san who stood in front of the clinic. When Nun-san saw us, she immediately stood up with the Japanese katana in hand, and spoke to us. Why have you come back? I'm sorry, Nun-san. As I thought, I just can't give up on this. Why don't you understand? Please don't make Veer suffer any more than this. However, I'm not saying that what you're doing is wrong in any way. It's not that I don't see the possibility either. No, I'm even thinking that if it's you, it might be possible. However, The possibility of such a thing happening is unlikely. If you fail, Veer will be even more than she already is. Nun-san. It's true that there is no 100% certainty that what I'm trying to do will succeed. There is no such thing as absolute certainty in this world, but Nun-san says that she can't accept such a risk. But even if that's so, that doesn't mean I'm going to back down now either. I was about to refute Nun-san, but just at that moment, I heard an amused laugh. Fufu. Ha 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 ha. Shi-san. Who are you? Nun-san doesn't know who Shi-san is? Come to think of it, she said she rarely appears in public, so there's a possibility that she knows that the god of disasters exists, but she has never met her in person. As I was thinking about this, Shi-san laughed for a moment before turning towards me with a smile. Rejoice, Kaito. I'll retract my previous statement. You might be an idiot, but that woman over there is an irredeemable idiot. What are you suddenly saying? I was wondering what kind of mindset you have for standing guard over there. But if you want to play house, do it somewhere else. What do you mean? Hearing Shi-san's provoking words, Nun-san asked back, her anger visibly growing larger. However, Shi-san didn't seem to mind at all, and continued to speak with a smile on her face. It's as simple as that. I thought you were just an idiot who didn't realize that you were being an idiot. But in fact, you were just an idiot who realized that you're being idiot, and was drunk on the sweetness of friendship. What in the world do you? What in the world do I even know? It's a common phrase for you idiots who stopped thinking for themselves. Good grief. Stop all these useless chirping, little girl. Shi-san, whose smile has disappeared, coldly told Nun-san, who is trembling in anger upon hearing her words. Yeah, that's right. In this situation, me and this guy here are both outsiders. However, you and all the other people related to this matter, what have you been doing about it? In this millennium, how long have you known your mistakes? Did you ever try to correct it? Have you even tried confronting it? If you didn't do anything, you should understand that what you did is the same as running away. If you think that friendship is where you should go together with your friend when they're being led astray, then you should quit such a spoiled relationship right now! Compared to you, who dare not face your friend's mistakes and denies its existence, this guy who tries to stir things up is many times better. Nun-san was speechless at the words Shi-san vigorously said, but her vigilance had not disappeared, and the entire space seemed to have become tense. It looked like a fight was about to begin. But a little while later, something unusual happened. No, it seemed that the landscape around us had changed. I'm pretty sure I'm standing in the same place I had just been, but the road in front of the church had become as wide as a huge field, so wide that my eyesight could no longer see Dr. Veer's clinic. A large-scale spatial barrier. Shi-san, Kaito, this is the main reason why this matter is taboo worldwide. When you get involved in this matter, they would start popping out. These people who call each other family. As if in response to Shi-san's words, a huge armor over 20 meters tall, Funf-san appeared behind Nun-san, and in front of her, a floating lich clad in luxurious clothes. Sex-san appeared. It's not just them who appeared, as people who seemed to be Kuro's family members appeared in this place one after another, including those who I am familiar with, such as Raz-san, Ukt and Eva. Being involved in this matter means to be the enemy of the Underworld King's camp. Isn't that right, great sage of the dead? Good gracious, we certainly didn't expect that the god of disasters Sama would come out. This is quite the miscalculation. Sex-san. Sex-sama? Why are you? It's not just me who is surprised, but Nun-san too? In that case, Nun-san didn't know that Sex-san and the others would be here. You don't have to be standoffish, Nun-dono. You could have told us something. Well, if it was just Mama-dono, I wouldn't have shown myself, but if it was the god of disasters, you would be slightly overwhelmed the way you are now. You lot have the same way of thinking as that idiotic hero over the I guess it just depends on which view is more important. When I weigh the risks and the rewards, I guess it depends on which one you value more. As we get older, we become more conservative, and unfortunately, we tend to take risks more seriously. Thus, we side with Nun-dono. In this skin-pricking atmosphere, Shi-san and Sex-san exchanged words. In the midst of their conversation, Sex-san said that they were on Nun-san's side. Could it be that he isn't alone? As if to affirm my thoughts, demons began to appear around Sex-san one after another. Shortly thereafter, The huge armor had been released and Funfsan appeared. Her hair was currently pink-colored, indicating that she was ready for battle. I'm sorry, Kaito. I'm grateful to you who saved Kuramo-sama, and I personally like you. However, getting involved in this matter makes you my enemy. I will not let anyone get on Veer's way, Funfsan declared. Her words filled with a strong resolve. Speaking of which, Funfsan had mentioned how she had someone in her family she's as close as real sisters but was now away from them. Perhaps she had been talking about Dr. Veer. This barrier is a bit special. It's a kind of spatial isolation barrier, where it's difficult to get out from inside, but easy to get in from the outside. Well, you still have to have a minimum level of ability to get in, so the public won't be involved. Don't worry. This ward replicates and isolates space, so destroying the buildings here won't have any real impact on the outside world. Portcullis giant soldier and great sage of the dead, and 10 more count ranks other than them. Viscount ranks, baron ranks. If you include the high-ranking demons who aren't peerage holders, you've brought quite the absurd amount of allies. It is as Shi-san said, just from looking at it, he brought quite an amount of reinforcements. And just the high-ranking demons seem to exceed 100. After the surprised me moved my gaze around, Sexsan indifferently spoke. We have always regretted it. 1,000 years ago, I made Veer Dono worry about this alone. Thus, this time, as her family, I will support Veer Dono. I see. Foo-fa-foo, ha ha ha. After hearing Sexsan's words, Shi-san burst out laughing for some reason, then turning to Sexsan, she spoke. But for the Underworld King's camp who got quite the bond with each other, isn't this unusually few? Seems like you're facing quite a very troublesome opponent. The World Soul Duke rank isn't here. Underworld King Camp's number 2, that Magic Papa isn't here either. Considering the total number of people in Underworld King's camp, the peerage holders standing on your side are quite few. After Shi-san said this, Sexsan let out a sigh and spoke. Yes, it was indeed as you said. Good grief, Mama Dona truly is a terrifying person. Yeah, I knew you would make a move in this matter. That's why I even asked for Indono's help. If she had come, everything would have been easily taken care of. But listening to Sexsan's words, I looked at the horde of demons round us, and certainly didn't find Einsan anywhere. Indono told me this: if a fight were to occur, I would side with Kaito-sama without hesitation. The biggest concession I can make as your family is to pretend that I didn't hear what you just said, but there won't be a second time. There are also others who support you just like Einsan, others who are reserved from giving an immediate response, and others who won't take sides and are just waiting to see what will happen. Everyone's opinions have been completely divided. If you weren't our opponent, this wouldn't have happened. That's how big of a being you who had saved Kuramo-sama have become. Even I, who am actually confronting you like this, can't say it's impossible for you to accomplish this. But even if that's so, I can't let you through. Sexsan thought that there was a possibility that what I wanted to do might work, but he still stood against me, as he couldn't ignore the possibility of failure. I could feel the same firm determination I felt from Funfsan, and even though it was just my hunch, I understood that it would be impossible to persuade her. And so, you've brought these numbers, huh? It seems like you're making light of me. Did you really think that you can beat me with just this much? No, I don't think so though. What? In response to Shi-san's provocative words, Sexsan admitted that they couldn't win against her. Even Shi-san turned puzzled when she heard her response, but Sexsan didn't seem to mind as he continued speaking. You may not be widely known, but I heard that your abilities are comparable to the 6 kings. It stands to reason that no matter how many of us we gather, we wouldn't be able to win. But even the powerful you have a weakness, and for that reason, we're making use of quantity. Tsk. After saying that Shi-san's ability is at the level of the 6 kings, Sexsan told her that she has a weakness. I could understand from Shi-san's annoyed clicking of tongue that what he said wasn't mistaken. You are the kindest and the most compassionate of all the gods I know. You hold out your hand to those who seek help, and gives advice to those who are troubled. And above all, you pride yourself on your ability to neutralize opponents without killing or seriously injuring them. It's difficult for us to beat you with force. However, even your strength would be dispersed with this amount. Even with your strength, it will take you a while to incapacitate them without killing them, right? Quite the detestable personality you have there. The plan is to make use of your kindness. I will accept all insults you say. I know that I'm powerless, so I won't care about appearances and make use of anything to stop you. Even if Shi-san is strong, because she's a kind person, it would be difficult for her to neutralize this number while making sure that she holds back. In the first place, Sek-san's goal isn't to beat Shi-san, but to buy time. The longer the battle goes on, the worse it will be for us. Now, what will you do? Mama Dono. Will you still fight even though there's only the two of you? What should I do? Should I use my trump card? No, if I use it here, it will be difficult for me to talk to Dr. Veer. The situation was bad, and I was desperately thinking of a way out of this deadlock. That's when a quiet, yet powerful voice rang out. It doesn't seem like they're the only two here though. NHNN. No, I just happened to be on an errand to the royal palace. But I just happened to see Kaito-san on the way back. He looked so serious, so I followed him. Well, this is quite an amazing situation he's in. As a large sword disproportionate to her slender body appeared from the magic box in her palm, a very reliable person appeared. To be honest, I don't know the situation at all. But I don't need to think about whose side I will take here. Lilia-san. I'll lend you a hand, Kaito-san. After all, I am your lover. Lilia-san, who came running to my side, stood diagonally in front of me and held up her large sword with a smile. If I knew this was going to happen, I should have brought Luna or Siak with me. Oh my, I didn't expect that White Rose Valkyrie Dono, the one apparently known as the strongest human to appear here. Good gracious, things are getting more troublesome. If it's possible, could you not call me by that embarrassing nickname? Sek-san claps in admiration at Lilia-san's appearance, but he still looked pretty composed. No, well, I can't really see his expression because he's a skeleton, but he seems to be somewhat relaxed. Someone useful has arrived. It's great that you're here. White Rose Valkyrie. Could I call you God of Disasters, right? Yeah, it's nice to meet you. I might turn out to be a hindrance, but I'm here to help. If it's just any random mob, they might turn out to be a hindrance, but if it's you assisting me, then that's a different story. Can you hold down the first hero? It seems like Lilia-san is more famous than I realized, as even Shi-san seems to think highly of her as well. Then, Shi-san lined up next to Lilia-san and asked if she could fight Nun-san. I'll try as much as I can. I never expected that I would be fighting the legendary hero though. Don't let your guard down. She may be a gutless creature, but she's still a monster who once defeated a count rank with a human body. Yes, unfortunately. It seems like I won't have the composure to hold back here. It's been a really long time since I had a serious fight. At that moment, a flash of lightning gushed from Lilia-san's body. It's hard to believe, but she was clad in magic power. Not any form of attack magic, but pure magic power. Seeing Lilia-san's state, Nun-san held up her Japanese katana without any negligence and spoke. I've heard rumors about such an ability, but this is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. So this is higher density magic constitution. A peculiar constitution with a magical power density tens of times greater than that of normal people, which makes it visible even without the use of magic. Nun-dono, you shouldn't underestimate her even though she's a human. She's already something like a special individual human. Seeing Lilia-san clad in magic power chirping like thunderbolts, Sek-san and their others are clearly on high alert. Now then, I suppose this means I will handle all the others. What's troublesome is Portcullis giant soldier, putting aside the random riffraff, fighting 10 count ranks, along with Great Sage of the Dead and Portcullis giant soldier. 2 peak count ranks is quite difficult. I'm sorry. As expected, if I were to fight them, I won't even be able to make a dent against them. Good grief, no matter where it is, I'd always be faced with a labor shortage. Well, how about I take on one of them? Exclamation mark. Hearing the voice that suddenly rang out, I was surprised, especially me and Lilia-san, who was familiar with that voice. Then, when we turned around, we saw Illness-san walking towards us. Illness-san? Illness? Why are you here? I'm on my way to go shopping, when I happened to see Kaito-sama. With a gentle smile on her lips, Illness-san gave us a light bow, but Lilia-san and I couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. To be honest, I can't imagine Illness-san being able to fight at all. Seeing Illness-san's sudden appearance, Shi-san also dubiously looked at her. I take it you're reinforcement? You do know who we're facing against, right? Yes. I'm all Zu account rank Damu, so I don't think I will hold you back. See, count rank demon? Illness-san is a count rank demon? That's the first time I've heard of this. No, I've always thought she was an amazing person. I mean, Lilia-san also looked quite surprised, so I guess she also didn't know about this. Illness being a count rank demon. This is the first time I've heard of this. You didn't ask after a AOL? Hearing the surprised Lilia-san's words, Illness-san responded to her with her usual tone. No, I certainly haven't asked you if you're a peerage holder or not, but Shi-san still looked at Illness-san a little dubiously. But upon her presence, the atmosphere of a certain person changed. Sex, I'll deal with her. Funf, you know her? She's just someone I happen to pass by. But she's probably a melee fighter with very strong physical capabilities. I see, she would certainly be someone I'd be bad against. However, I wonder why. I feel like I've heard of her name before. It seems like Funf-san would be the one facing against Illness-san. As she turned her sharp gaze at her. Are you going to be alright? Even though both of you are count ranks, you'll be fighting against a peak, someone on the level of 6 king's executives, you know? From what I see, you look like you're a mid-count rank. Yes. She would be a tough opponent, but I think my prospects of victory are high. Well, if that's what you say, that's enough. In that case, I'll deal with everyone else remaining here. Shi-san readied her scythe, and Lilia-san readied her greatsword. In response to this, Nun-san slightly unsheathed her Japanese katana with her thumb, while Funf-san clenched her fist. Sex-san and Illness-san just stood with a natural posture, while the other demons each held their weapon in their hands. In the midst of this tense atmosphere that seemed to be on the verge of breaking out into an explosive fight, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Please wait. Raz. The one who jumped out into that tense atmosphere was Raz-san, exerting her small body to shout as loud as possible. Raz-san moved to the center of the place, in the middle of our group and Nun-san, and moved her gaze towards me. Kaito-kun-san. Raz-san. Big sister Fear is in a lot of pain. She's crying. As if she was appealing for something, Raz-san stared into my eyes as she spoke. Raz is not very smart. However, I know that big sister Veer did something bad a long time ago, and she's been crying about it for a long time. That's why. Is she trying to persuade me? No matter what she said now though, I'm not going to back down. It's not only disrespectful to Shi-san, Lilia-san and Illness-san who are willing to help me for this, as most of all, I can't just accept it. However, it's really difficult for me to harshly refute the pure and straightforward Raz-san. As I waited for Raz-san's next words, she looked down once, before her eyes filled with strong determination turned towards me and she spoke. Are you trying to save big sister Veer, Kaito-kun-san? Just like how you saved Kuromo-sama, big sister Veer too. Are you going to give her back her smile? It wasn't a persuasion, but a sincere question, asking me if I'm going to save her precious family, even without using lots of words. I can understand enough the weight of her question. I can't say that I can definitely save her. That's something clear to me as an outsider for this matter. However, I know that no matter how long this situation persists, nothing will change. Kaito-kun-san, I won't say something as conceited as saving her, but I want to see her smile and laugh from the bottom of her heart, for Dr. Veer's sake, and for her sake. So, I can't promise anything. However, I'm going to do my best to achieve that. I returned my heartfelt thoughts to Raz-san. I want all three of them to smile. When Raz-san heard my words, she closed her eyes and thought about something, before a big smile appeared on her lips. Alright. Then, Raz will support Kaito-kun-san. Raz-san? Support me? Telling me such a thing, Raz-san moves over to me, holding a small bow in hand, and floats forward to protect me. Just as I realize that this means that she's on my side, two more people moved towards us. Well, that's what happened. We're sorry, Lord Sex. I'm sorry, Sister Funf. That's what my partner says. Sis Raz, we'll follow you. Kun. Eva-san. The blue-horned ogre. The silver-furred black wolf. Eva. Two of my acquaintances. No. Friends also told me that they would help us and stood side by side with Raz-san. Eva. Oi, what's with that face? Kaito, it's not like it's anything strange. I can't choose between my friends and family. So, I'm going with you, because you can hopefully make both sides smile. Well, we weren't that well learned, so we try not to think too much about complicated stuff like risks. I will just take the side that I want to take. Sorry, Lord Sex. No, it's not like I didn't expect that this would happen. Ho ho ho, Mama Dono really is quite frightening. Indeed. However, I can't force everyone's decisions. However, if we have to fight, know that I will not go easy on you, so be prepared. Neither Sex-san nor Funf-san complained about Raz-san, Ect and Eva joining us, and they respected their wishes. However, I wonder why. It might just be my imagination. But Sex-san somehow looked happy. There wasn't really any signal that started the battle, and it was Lilia and Nun who made the first move. Higher density magic power constitution. Lilia's magic power, which is tens of times denser than that of a normal person, allows her to make use of far more powerful magic than normal, even with the same amount of magic power, with a physical strength that transcends human knowledge due to her all-out body strengthening magic. Lilia approaches Nun at top speed right from her first step. As her magic power gushes out like lightning bolts, she swings down her greatsword from above, fully making use of her momentum. Nun quickly reacts and evades it though. When the grate that cut through the air hit the ground, a roaring sound as loud as if an artillery shell struck the ground, even making the ground crack. However, Nun is still a warrior with lots of combat experience. Not only did she evade, but she instantly created multiple swords and spears around Lilia with her magic power and sent them all towards her at once. However, they were repelled by a swing of Lilia's great sword, and some of the swords were broken to pieces before her power. Lilia is undeniably a genius, and it isn't just because of her unique constitution called Higher Density Magic Power Constitution. Her High Density Magic Power Constitution is just one part of Lilia's strength, as Lilia is born with all kinds of talents regarding combat. The amount of magic power that far surpasses that of ordinary people, dynamic eyesight that can see through a rain of 28 swords, reflexes that have almost no time lag between her eye-body coordination, and the ability to instantly make a decision depending on the situation. Her talents are unfathomable. The current King Hydra, Ligana, who is called the strongest in the human realm, had described Lilia back when she was a teenager. If she had lived in a different era, she might have been the one who ruled the human realm. Just as Sex told Nun, it would be foolish to think of Lilia as a mere human. She's a perfect mutation born from the human race. The species inferior to the demons and gods, the species that was supposedly weaker than the elves and mermaids. That was what the monster named Lilia Albert is. In spite of her great strength, she grew up with a gentle and kind heart, thanks to the generous love of her family and supportive friends. And now, the genius that could have ruled the human realm with her sword is attacking Nun without mercy. Keeping her momentum as she shot down the swords and spears, Lilia rapidly approached Nun and swung her great sword. Lilia's strength is really quite simple if you put it into words. Yes, her movements are fast and her strikes are heavy. Nun caught the blow with her katana, but the weight of Lilia's sword pushed back her katana, so she decided that she couldn't receive it and immediately parried Lilia's strike to the side. Lilia's weapon was a great sword, while she wields a katana, so Nun can handle tight turns better than Lilia can. After she judged that that was the case, Nun took advantage of the movement of her opponent's great sword and slid her katana to strike towards Lilia. However, the armor near her chest area is shattered and Nun is blown away. Yes, Lilia's reflexes are also abnormal. The moment Nun started her counterattack, Lilia had already taken one hand off her greatsword and struck Nun with her fist. After being struck by her overwhelming power, Nun bounced off the ground twice before regaining her stance and landing on the ground, standing on her 2 feet. Her shattered armor was immediately repaired by magic, and if one were just to glance at her, she looked relatively unharmed as she prepared her sword again. You're far stronger than I imagined. Lilia isn't a knight. No, due to her experience as a member of the Knight Order, she did have that so-called spirit of chivalry. However, she herself said that she's stronger if she cast it aside. She isn't a knight, but a warrior, and if necessary, she will cast aside her sword and swing her fist to her opponent. It is in this way of fighting that her talent is fully demonstrated. This time, Her opponent wasn't someone to be trifled with. Lilia was aware of this, and from the beginning, she attacked Nun with all the strength she had. She wouldn't even allow Nun the time to catch her breath, as she immediately tried approaching. However, Nun was also well aware of Lilia's strength from her previous attack, and wasn't about to let Lilia get close. As Lilia's speed was slowed down by the appearance of numerous swords and spears in the air, Nun sheathed her sword once, lowered her waist, and took an Yi stance. A Godspeed slash, instantly slicing through the air. Once she paused for a moment. One would normally hesitate to step into her deadly range, but Lilia stepped over and tried to approach Nun without any hesitation. Of course, there was no way Nun was going to let that go. With refined movements, she unleashed her Yi, but her eyes widened in astonishment. Wow! Lilia blocked the incoming katana horizontal strike by hitting the blade with the tip of her great sword's hilt, and without slowing down, Lilia came closer to her. You could say that what she did is something that's definitely godlike, but you could also say that it was a risky move. But such risks don't apply to Lilia. Although there are differences within each person, this was originally supposed to be a technique that is acquired through the process of repeated practice and making her body memorize such movements. Something where you do by skipping the process of thinking how to do it and just have your body move exactly as you had envisioned it. For this bundle of talent, making her called a genius. This is something that Lilia Albert can do, even if the movement she needed to do is as precise as passing through the hole of a needle. Lilia's body doesn't deviate even a little bit from how she envisioned it. Yes, Lilia Albert is undoubtedly a genius loved by talent itself. Nun defended Lilia's strike again, but it was knocked back by the force of her blow before she regained her stance. Not allowing her to escape, Lilia approached Nun and swung her great sword again. After they exchanged about 10 bouts, Lilia noticed something strange. Lilia has more physical strength than her opponent. She has been overwhelming her and was able to hit her a few times so far. It should be safe to say that the flow of battle is blowing towards Lilia's side, but Nun hasn't fallen. Even though she received Lilia's onslaught, she still didn't even get down on one knee. The impact of the great sword when she caught it with her katana should have been transmitted through her body. It's true that Lilia is a genius, but still, she's only 23. Her combat experience was far inferior to Nun's. Lilia was well aware of this, but still, the fact that it seems like she has received no reaction from her earlier strikes was just so unexpected for her. Nun. No. Kajuakari is a being who was once called a hero and the one who defeated the Demon Lord. She was never called a hero because she was stronger than anyone else. Even among those who traveled with her, Laguna was superior to her in terms of strength. However, not once did she ever fall. No matter how strong her opponent is, no matter what predicament she was in, she continued to stand with unshakable strength, and in the end, she was able to win. Yes, the greatest power that makes her the hero is battle continuation ability that makes the word indomitable something half-assed. How to apply force when defending against an attack, techniques to ward off transmitted impacts from strikes, and insight into how to counterattack. Her fighting skills are very well balanced and seamless. At the very least, she can't be brought down by just a slight physical advantage. Weaving through Lilia's attack, Nun approached and sent her counterattack, but Lilia immediately backsteps away. But even with her reflexes, she couldn't completely avoid it and her cheek was lightly grazed. Checking the wound she received on her cheek, Lilia exclaimed in admiration. As expected of the first hero, a counterattack right at the perfect moment. No, Duchess Lilia is also really superb. In terms of pure combat ability, you're probably better than me. However, yes, well, if that's all you have, there's no way you can win. You know, I feel obliged to hear your advice. If it's possible though, I'd like to hear those words again. After this battle ends. I guess so. Please excuse my rudeness. It certainly would have been rude to say who was better during the battle. I'll say that again after I defeat you. Then, I'll make sure to express my gratitude. Thanks to your advice, I got stronger. Or something like that. After I defeated you. Exchanging light smiles with each other. Just as they were about to clash against each other again, they felt an extraordinary amount of magic power, and the both of them reflexively looked in that direction. The space is quite large, and although they keep a certain distance from each other so as not to get in each other's way, Lilia and Nun's eyesight, enhanced by their magic power, was still able to easily see what's happening in the distance. The numerous iron arms floating in the air, filled with tremendous magic power. Air Jetlum Desperado, her voice clearly audible even at a distance, fists rained down from the sky. Of course, their target was Illness, who was fighting Funf. Illness? It's no wonder that Lilia reflexively cried out. The power of the technique unleashed by a peak count rank, the most powerful among the count ranks, was so overwhelming that she couldn't imagine herself being able to defend against it all. It seems like the battle over there is already settled. However, please be relieved. Funf-sama is good at holding back, so you need not. Amidst the thunderous roar within the crowd, Nansan was about to call out to Lilia, who was convinced of Funf's victory and worried about Illness, but her words stopped mid-sentence, and her expression gradually changed to one of astonishment. Funf-sama isn't stopping her attacks? The thunderous roar still echoed, and the rain of fists rained down. 20 seconds have already passed, and yet, Funf continues to unleash her attacks. Because they understood what this meant, the expressions of those in the Underworld King camp, including Sex, as well as Nun, changed to astonishment. Once, when Kaito visited Kuramuina's residence, under Nun's request, Funf unleashed her Desperado on her. At that time, Funf stopped attacking after 5 seconds. That was because it was the limit of what Nun could endure. She can withstand it. Funf-sama's Desperado, although it's impossible to confirm this with the rolling clouds of dust and the rain of fists that are still pouring down, the fact that Funf still hasn't stopped attacking meant that the one she's battling, Illness, was still alive and well, and it wasn't just Nun and the others who were astonished, but Funf herself. I've read the situation wrongly. At the end of her gaze, Illness continued to handle the rain of fists that poured down on her. Her movements were as smooth as if she were watching a dance, and with just a light touch from Illness, the huge iron fist avoided her and struck the ground. Looking at her magic power, I thought she was just a mid-count rank and would be able to settle this battle quickly. But I was mistaken. She isn't an opponent of that level. That chillingly perfect and flawless flow of magic power, the dynamic vision to catch my Desperado, the technique to handle it with minimal movement. There's no doubt about it. She's a peak count rank like me. She's on the level of the 6 Kings executives. Funf did intend to end her battle with Illness as soon as possible. The reason for this is the existence of She, the god of disasters, who is currently the most powerful in this place, who has to be dealt with by most of those on their side. It's true that Sex strategy is effective because it skillfully exploits She's weakness, but even if that's so, She's power, which is comparable to that of the 6 Kings, is overwhelming. She is so strong that even Sex, a peak count rank, could be defeated by a single misstep. That's why she wanted to hurriedly end the battle with Illness as soon as possible and go to support Sex and the others. She hadn't been negligent with dealing with Illness at all. However, when the fight against her actually started, she felt that Illness' strength was so high that one could say she miscalculated. This won't do. She could completely see them. She isn't someone I can overwhelm with Desperado. What should I do? Should I change my offensive strategy? No, I don't want to give up the first move to an opponent of her level. In that case, I should keep this up. Funf hesitated for a moment. She realized that it would be impossible to inflict damage to Illness even if she continued with her attacks, so she wondered if she should attack with another technique. Immediately after that, Funf felt a shock on her right shoulder. It was caused by the shockwave of magic power that Illness unleashed, taking advantage of the momentary gap in Funf's thinking. She didn't get hurt from that shockwave at all. At most, it was just a light push on her right shoulder. This is bad. However, the rhythm of her attacks was deviated just a little bit. Although it was a deviation of a few 10,000ths of a second, it was a clear gap in a battle of this level. The rhythm of the rain of fists deviated a bit. As if to seize this opportunity, Illness leapt, and using the fists that were raining down on her as a foothold, she instantly ran up to the sky above Funf. She had tremendous speed, but Funf wasn't so weak that she couldn't handle it. Sensing Illness' attack, she immediately created a strong shield in front of her body with her specialty, tempering magic. Faced against such a shield, Illness lightly twisted her wrist and unleashed a palm strike clad with her magic power. Portcullis dispersion. When Illness' palm strike struck the shield, Funf immediately felt a tremendous impact that seemed to pierce through her, and she was sent flying from the sky towards the ground. An internal impact strike. However, don't underestimate me! However, Funf is also a peak count rank and one of the most powerful beings in the world. While being blown away, she created a huge fist directly above Illness and blasted her toward the ground with her rapidly accelerating fist. The two collided with the ground at almost the same time, which caused them to regain their stances much faster, and with the sound of a thunderous roar. Their fist and palm clashed at the center of the two landing points. Funf's fist, clad in a handguard created by magic power, is deflected by Illness with her palm, and Funf used a small shield created in the air to block the attack. At the same time, a number of swords and spears appeared around Illness and rushed toward her, each moving as if with their own will. However, Illness didn't bother looking at them, as with one swing of one hand, she generated a wind made of magic power that deflected Funf's attack, and at the same time, she grabbed some of them with her fingertips and threw them at Funf, who evaded the attack by moving her head to side, not stopping her advance at all. Thereupon, the thunderous roar upon their impact to the ground finally resounded, which signaled the two to move away from each other. I have more magic and pure power, she has superior magic manipulation capabilities and techniques, and we are almost even in speed and reaction time. Funf, who had guessed some of Illness' abilities through a series of attacks and defenses, did not let her guard down and called out to Sex, who was at a short distance away, using loudspeaker magic while keeping her stance raised. I'm sorry, Sex. I don't think I can help you there. That seems so. It took me a little while to remember this, but this woman named Illness. She's probably the one known as Savior. Hearing Sex refer to her as Savior, Funf's eyebrows twitched. I see, I also thought I remembered hearing that name somewhere before. But I see. Back when the demon realm still hadn't been brought to order by the establishment of the 6 kings and peerage rankings, there was that martial arts master who traveled from place to save the weak and helpless, then leaving without asking for anything in return. Rumors about her suddenly disappeared, but for her to actually be here in the human realm, that's a rather nostalgic nickname. This is an opponent that would really take quite some time to handle. Sex, I'll leave that side to you. Yes, good luck on your side, Funf Dono. Illness identity, being a martial arts expert who was well known in the past demon realm, being found out, Funf called out a word to Sex, as if to cheer him up, before flaring up her magic power and resumed the battle. Fists were unleashed at a tremendous speed, and weapons were created one after another and flew in and out of the surroundings. While being exposed to these storm-like attacks, Illness flawlessly handled them. With her eyes currently focused, she's able to see clearly not only Funf's attacks, but also the weapons around her and even the faintest smudge of dirt on them. Yes, the reason why Illness' eyes are usually unfocused and seem to stare into the void is because she was born with too good of an eyesight. Her eyes can see both far and close distances very clearly, and the angle of vision is an order of magnitude greater. However, because they can see so much, she usually made it out of focus on purpose. Now that she's using her eyes to their fullest, she can see Funf's attacks perfectly and is able to deal with them appropriately. However, the sheer volume of Funf's attacks, which are unleashed through various creations using magic power, was overwhelming, making it difficult for her to counterattack. Sex, who had moved his gaze away from the battle between Funf and Illness, was approached by the blade of a scythe, but 5 countranks who reacted quickly blocked that strike. She, whose attack was blocked, didn't seem particularly bothered by it and immediately pulled back her scythe, looking like she was thinking for a moment. That they are trying to protect you means that you aren't under a disguise, and that you are the one who placed this large-scale spatial barrier, Great Sage of the Dead. Indeed, as you had guessed, if I fall, this barrier will be lifted. That is, if I were to fall. It's troublesome that the people at the Underworld King's place were individually strong. An overwhelming force has currently gathered in front of She. Starting with Sex, a peak count rank, there are 9 count rank demons, 9 Viscount ranks, and 200 Baron ranks. With Razelia, Ect and Eva facing against a count rank and a group of people whose strength doesn't seem to have reached peerage rank, all the remaining peerage holders were facing She by herself. A total of 300 peerage holders, which is truly an overwhelming force, were facing She, but even with their numbers, One could see the tension on their faces. As Sex had said, even if all 300 of these peerage holders were united against her, they wouldn't be able to defeat she. Even in such a situation, she is overwhelmingly stronger. Even if that were the case though, that didn't mean she can be composed in fighting against them. Because of the exchange between them just now, as well as the current state of affairs, Sex and his group now intend to fight a defensive battle, and if that is the case, it will be quite troublesome. Those who were in the Underworld King's camp, partly because they had received the guidance of an extremely good teacher, their king, Kuro, are quite strong individually and work together quite well. If she takes it easy so as not to kill the Baron ranks and Viscount ranks, the Count ranks would block her attacks. On the other hand, the lower ranks are unable to withstand attacks that are powerful enough to overcome the defense of the Count ranks. At the very least, it would be difficult for she to immediately win the battle without abandoning her pride. If this is the case, the only way is to neutralize them one by one, starting with those who have lost their coordination during the battle. Letting out a loud sigh, she readied her scythe. This is a total hassle, but it can't be helped. I'll keep you company for a while. However, she wasn't the only one feeling frustrated with the development of the situation. Sex and the peerage holders can't afford to carelessly move. No, they couldn't make their move. If they were to let down their guard for even a second, they would be crushed in just an instant. If they were to avert their gaze for a few tenths of a second, their consciousness will be reaped away. That's how strong she is. As long as their goal is to buy time, they don't need to make a move on their own. Even so, the act of continuing to confront an overwhelmingly powerful person is relentlessly chipping away at their nerves. For Sex and the others, there are two conditions for defeat. One is that Sex, the one who built the ward around them, were defeated without having bought enough time. And the second is that they inflict even a single scratch on Kaito. Sex himself is aware of this. It isn't like the Six Kings tacitly agreed to not touch this matter. It's just that the Six Kings respect Kaito's will of not asking them for their help, and that's why they aren't making their moves. Yes, the moment that Kaito gets even a scratch would determine their defeat. Whether it's the small ice crystals floating in the air, which can't be seen unless one looks closely, or the being hidden behind Kaito. Those two will certainly make their move if Kaito is wounded. If that happens, the power balance will greatly turn. What's frightening is that the Phantasmal King, in particular, will show no mercy to them. Confronting the number 5 of the God Realm while being attentively watched by 2 of the 6 kings. Sex was carrying a terrible amount of pressure in his shoulders. Outside of the large-scale spatial barrier where the battle had begun and a back-and-forth attack and defense was being waged, in a corner of the royal city of Symphonia, on top of a larger building, there was the figure of a single girl. She was a petite girl with long hair as red as blazing flames and dressed in a gagarin with a sarasi tied across her chest. Her body was covered in scars, giving her the appearance of a warrior who has fought many battles. Taking out the Kaiseryu pipe from the holder attached to her waist, she put it in her mouth, and quietly folded her arms, staring at the battle going on inside the barrier. It's been a while, Nidzvu-chan. Ozmaha. Yeah. Been a while. Have you come to observe this battle as well? Well, that's about it. This battle is getting a lot of attention from the 6 kings, so there are probably others from the other camps who came here to observe. As a slight breeze blew to the side, Ozma, with a cigarette in his mouth, appeared next to the girl with red hair. One of the Dragon King's executives, the 4 great demon dragons, Sky Dragon of the Extinction Flames, Frel Nidzveld. As Ozma said, this battle is a very high-profile one for those who know the situation. If this is the case, it is inevitable that there will be people like the 2 of them who will want to observe the battle firsthand. That really seems to be the case. At the same time as Nidzveld muttered this, a large red flower bloomed right next to them, and in the blink of an eye, it quickly turned into the magic flower princess, Lily. You seem to be having a fun conversation. May I join you too? Yoch. Lily-chan, so you're the one who came from World King Sama's place, huh? Yes, I've had some contact with him, the leading actor of this situation. I'm from Dragon King's camp, Ozma's from War King's camp, and Lily's from World King's camp. Underworld King's camp is a related party, and Isis-sama doesn't have any subordinates. Then, all that's left would be someone from Phantasmal King Sama's camp, huh? While announcing that most of the camp was now present at Lily's arrival, Nidzveld looked around, seemingly searching for any of Phantasmal King's subordinates, but she didn't see anyone who looked like them. Even if the Phantasmal King's subordinates were here, they wouldn't come to join us. Rather, the only one who appears publicly among the 10 demons, Phantasmal King's executives, is Pandora-san, and I have only met a few of them in person, so I may not recognize them even if they're here. Fuma, I thought you were a mind reader? I can only read the surface thoughts. It's hard to believe that Phantasmal King's executives, who specialize in infiltration, have not taken measures against abilities like this. Well, even the names of their executives are just code names, so Uncle has also never seen many of them. As he said this, the three cut the conversation short and turned their attention to the battle raging within the barrier. How do you see this battle? This battle would immediately end if God of Disasters Sama gets serious, but it doesn't seem like she will do so, which will turn this battle to one that has a time limit, so Mama-kun's side is at a disadvantage. More reinforcements may come in this battle, but I agree with Ozma-san here. How about it? Since we're at it, why don't we bet who will win this battle? When Lily announced this, looking like she's really having fun, Nidzvold exhaled purple smoke from her pipe, and with her gaze still fixed on the events within the barrier, she spoke. Such is a real pleasure when it comes to spectating battles. But unfortunately, that betting isn't going to happen. Is that so? You two also know that young man, don't you? And since you're bringing up betting, you're aware that he may win, and that I will always be betting on the victory of the challenger. As a result, this betting isn't going to happen. Nidzvold is very fond of those who face challenges. She says that all challengers are great, and she herself is a person with aspirations as heated as the burning flames. She would not hesitate to support the side of Kaito, who is challenging the world's taboos, and Ozma and Lily are also acquaintances of Kaito and hold him in high regard. Well, you're right. That child has this amazing part to him, making me feel as if he's capable of doing something if it's Mama-kun. In fact, Funf-chan and Sex-kun, who he's fighting against, may also feel the same way. However, it is difficult for one to believe in someone blindly. Well, I'm blind enough already, so you could say I am blindly believing in him. Seriously, that's a surprisingly unique way of putting it. Some time had passed since the battle began. The overall situation was almost even at this point. However, as the spectators Ozma and Lily predicted, the side trying to protect Via had a slight advantage. Lilia-san? As Lilia was countered several times and sent flying backwards, Kaito worriedly called out to her. Comparing Lilia's overall strength with Nun's, Nun had a slight edge, and it was inevitable that the longer the battle went on, the more advantageous it was for Nun. Lilia doesn't seem to have received substantial injury, but even so, seeing how she was heavily breathing showed how considerably fatigued she is, while Nun's breathing isn't disheveled at all. Frustrating it may be, but it seems like the current me is no match for the first hero. Are you admitting defeat? Hearing Lilia said she couldn't beat Nun with a slight scowl on her face, Nun asked a little suspiciously. Thereupon, Lilia slightly shook her head. No, it's just that I didn't want to use this if I could help it. This isn't my power, so it's not something I'm comfortable using. What are you? However, it seems like I would lose if I don't use it! This is bad. Nun don't know. As Lilia quietly mutters, Sex seems to have quickly understood the meaning of her words as she calls out to Nun, panicked unlike before. However, before Sex could even speak out what's happening, Lilian activation of that was far faster. Blessings of time. At this moment, give me the miracle of the moment. What is? Nun don't know. In just a moment, there was a flash of light and then Nun's body was greatly blown away. Of course, it was Lilia who did it. But Nun couldn't see it. No, she could just barely see it. However, she couldn't respond fast enough. That's because Lilia was swinging her sword at her with a speed twice as fast. No, with a speed even faster than before. The true blessing of a supreme god. Those who receive it will be allowed to speak in the name of the supreme god. And that's obviously not all there is to it. Those who have received a supreme god's true blessing will be given the authority to acquire some of the abilities of the supreme god. Yes, Lilia has received Chronos' blessing, and Chronos allowed her to learn the magic of accelerating her own time. Of course, being granted permission doesn't necessarily mean that she can just easily use that magic. No matter how extremely competent you are, The thing they are being taught is the magic holding the authority of the Supreme God. It would be impossible for an ordinary human to learn it, even with the god's permission. However, Lilia was able to use the magic that she had learned from Kronos thanks to her natural talent, albeit for only a short amount of time. But even though Lilia has a great amount of magic power, she can only use the Supreme God's magic to increase her speed up to 3 times for a few tens of seconds, and that will use up most of her magic power. In other words, this may be Lilia's trump card, but at the same time, it was a double-edged sword. However, the effect of this magic certainly is huge. Other than Count ranks, the Viscount and Baron ranks saw Lilia's time magic, and even though it might be a moment, they have still turned out their awareness from she. Did you just turn away your awareness? That's a minus for you. Oh no, she wouldn't let this opportunity slip, and in an instant, she reaped the consciousness of more than a dozen high-ranking demons and directly burst forth towards where Sex is. However, it couldn't be said that she and the others have completely gained the upper hand yet. While cleaving away the Viscount and Baron levels one after another, she glanced at the battle between Lilia and Nun. But still, that wasn't enough to defeat that hero. Lilia seems to be overwhelming Nun with her time magic, but she's eyes could certainly see it. The way Nun kept avoiding the attacks that would deal significant injury to her body by a paper-thin margin in the midst of the flashing sword strikes. The battle with the peak Count ranks is, of course, not going to be settled anytime soon. If only we had one more card. No. There's no point in thinking about what we don't have. After muttering this in a voice that no one could hear, she removed her gaze from Lilia and the others, and headed towards her opponent. It should have only been a few dozen minutes since the battle began. But I wonder how many exchanges had taken in such a short time. My eyesight could barely make out most of the details, but I have a vague understanding of the current situation. We're one move short. That goes for us. And for Sex-san's side as well. Lilia-san has had a tremendous battle with the first hero Nun-san, and is on par with her, someone who is considered a legend, but it doesn't seem like she could deal a decisive blow against her. The fight between Illness-san and Funf-san isn't very visible, but from the way they occasionally stop moving and face each other, it seems that both of them aren't so badly hurt. Shi-san has taken on many peerage holders, and has already incapacitated nearly half of them, but regarding the Count rank demons, she had an advantage over them, but she hasn't been able to reduce their numbers yet. Raz-san, Akt and Eva also seemed to be at an advantage, but they were still being outnumbered by their opponents and had to repeatedly attack and retreat. Our side seems to have the upper hand when it comes to battle, but our attacks haven't reached Sex-san, the one who placed this ward. However, Sex-san and the others are also on the brink of collapsing if they aren't careful, and they aren't as composed as they were in the beginning. We are one step short of being able to attack, and they're one step short of being able to hold us off. In a sense, it can be said that the situation was at a standstill. As I was pondering this, she and the others once distanced themselves from the person they were fighting and came back close to me. Tsk. Having to fight an escaping powerful person is really troublesome. Shi-san clicks her tongue in frustration at the situation where she can't reach Sex-san even after forcibly charging forward. Just as I was about to call out to her, I heard a ragged breathing from another direction. Hi, Lilia-san? You're sweating like crazy. Are you alright? Rushing over to Lilia-san, who looks quite exhausted, Shi-san also took one look at Lilia-san's condition before speaking. No matter how large your magic power reserves are, you're still exercising a part of the power of God of Time and Space Sama. You don't have much magic power or strength left, don't you? Yes. She's really amazing. Using her great sword to support her body, Lilia-san was struggling to hold herself up, but it was quite clear that she was exhausted. On the other hand, Nun-san had received several injuries, but she's still standing firmly on both feet, making me realize once again how strong she is. Anyway, I thought that I should help Lilia-san recover from her exhaustion, so I took out a drink with a straw from my magic box. Lilia-san, please drink this. Yes, thank you very much. This is delicious, isn't it? Wait, this just recovered my magic power and strength. Is this some really expensive potion? That's fruit juice of the world tree. Phew. Incidentally, it's a 100% fruit juice. Alice made it for me, so it should taste great. I haven't really tasted it yet. What kind of outrageous thing are you making me drink? Or rather, rumor has it that if you process it badly, the healing effect will be weakened, so why the heck would you make a drink out of the fruit of the world tree? Huh? Don't tell me you asked for Phantasmal King Sama's help just because you wanted to feed this to Lin? I don't know. Anyway, what should we do now? After we go back to the mansion, how about we go talk about some things again, Kaito-san? She immediately found out who I asked for. I'm scared about what will happen later. Anyhow, Lilia-san's strength is now back. But still, I don't think she can get past Nun-san. Lilia-san and Shi-san seemed to be thinking the same way, as they were staring at Sex-san and the others without moving. Thereupon, once she stopped fighting, Illness-san returned too. As expected, she isn't an opponent I can just overwhelm. No, I mean, Illness, you're so strong that it's quite astonishing. Even against Count Trank, you look like you're superior. There isn't really any clear juncture to tell that, so I can't really tell. Illness-san and Funf-san's strength seem to be even, with Illness-san not showing any signs of being hurt, and Funf-san appearing to be almost unhurt as well. Raz-san and others also came back and faced Sex-san and their group as if they were organizing. The battle has stopped for a moment. Sex-san's side isn't initiating to attack us, as their goal is to buy time, so they are waiting for us to make our move. I don't know how much time we have left, but I don't think the situation is good. As I feel the frustration scorching the back of my neck, Nun-san looks at me and speaks. Kaito-san, isn't this enough? What do you mean? I'm begging you. Please pull back already. It was a persuasion. No, a plea. As Nun-san tries to tell me to pull back while looking like she's about to cry, I don't deny or affirm at all. I haven't just been loitering around for the past dozens of minutes because I couldn't participate in the battle. I was thinking instead. I was thinking about Nun-san and the others' feelings and wishes. That's because I'm sure that she is. I'm sure that what you claim is right. However, I'm sure that Veer knows it too. So, please leave her alone. If so, I'm sure that someday, Veer and Kuromu-sama will make up with each other. And when? Is this someday? That is, in a slow and calm voice, I asked Nun-san without raising my voice. Nun-san, this is just a guess, but in the beginning, you were trying to get Dr. Veer and Kuro together, weren't you? But perhaps I may not know much about the world, but I think you couldn't move easily because you felt guilty about how you were being admired while Dr. Veer is being spoken ill of. And in the end, time just flew by. You gave up part ways. That's not it. It's just a guess, but for Nun-san, Dr. Veer isn't some evil lord of demons. I think she's someone Nun-san respected as an opponent who she fought against to protect what is important for each of them. That's why she felt guilty about Dr. Veer. It may not be Nun-san's fault that she felt such a thing, but with her personality, such a thing was possible. In fact, Nun-san now looks quite shaken when she heard what I said. Isn't it that this is what you thought at first? That there's no need to rush. You can just take your time and convince Dr. Veer. That's not it. After more time has passed, after the wounds in her heart have healed, when the next opportunity comes, thinking about such things, in the end, time has passed without you being able to do anything. That is not. It's not that I'm condemning Nun-san for that. In fact, I know exactly how she felt, because despite our difference in age, the emotions that she holds are the same as what I used to have. I've been there myself. I'll do my best someday. Let's do it ourselves next time. Let's do our best tomorrow. While I was making excuses to myself like that, the walls I had to overcome to take a step forward became bigger and bigger. And before I knew it, I was stuck. So, knowing full well that it's not something I can say, I'm going to put myself on the track and say it. It won't come. If you don't move now, that someday will never come. That's why I'm not going to stop. You can think of me as an outsider doing something unnecessary. Despise me if you want. But Nun-san, seriously, did you really think it's okay for the situation to stay like this? The words I strongly said weren't even a sermon, but more of an insistence of my selfishness. However, Nan-san took a step back as if she felt shocked. I could also see that her eyes were greatly trembling. When I tried to approach Nan-san, Sex-san and the others stood as if to protect her. Sex-san was about to speak out in defense of Nan-san. But before he could, I heard a voice that seemed to tear up the atmosphere. Well said, hey, as I thought, youth should at least have such recklessness. That's good, just the way I like it. This voice. Could it be? Responding to the voice that suddenly resounded, Nan-san's expression changed to one of astonishment. Push on, young man. Whether your choice is right or wrong, it will all be decided later. All obstacles in your decision should be smashed away. Even so, you lack enough blades, huh? In that case, I will lend you my strength. Immediately afterwards, a huge spear with a handle of more than 2 meters long thunderously pierced the space between me and Sex-san's group. And then, a person appeared as if following the spear. Short marine blue bob-cut hair, ears resembling fish fins, and white and blue clothing that resembles a sailor's uniform. Despite her small stature of less than 150 centimeters, she pulled out the spear and imposingly carried it on her shoulder. Don't worry. You can count on my strength. I'd like to get rid of my title as a king as soon as possible, but I have no intention of abandoning the title of being the strongest in the human realm for the time being. Lagana. Why are you here? Don't worry, it's the duty of a friend to correct a comrade when she is on the wrong path. Well, you should know about it yourself already. But don't mind it if I become a bit rough about that. In the battle that had been stuck in place for the lack of one more, another one who is stuck in the past. The last piece to save Nan-san abruptly, but with a superb timing, appeared. Her Majesty Lagana, the strongest in the human realm, appears on the battlefield. Even though she said that she was rough, she spoke to Nan-san in a voice that was terribly gentle. Hey, Hikari. That's also the case for me, but you've gotten older too, haven't you? Not in appearance, but in mind. What do you mean? No, I'm just saying that it doesn't feel like you anymore. Not like me? What do you mean by that? In a somewhat warm voice, just like a mother talking to her child, Her Majesty Lagana began to admonish Nan-san. Her Majesty Lagana's words probably reached Nan-san's ears because she had traveled with her before and shared their hardships together. That's why Nan-san is listening to Her Majesty Lagana's words with a serious expression on her face, though her agitation doesn't seem to have disappeared yet. I don't know if they don't intend to do so or not, but Sex-san and the others didn't interrupt their conversation. The words that the youth just said. I've heard the same words before. Have you forgotten about it? Yes, after defeating the Demon Lord. Despite our efforts to stop her, saying the gulf between the worlds is great, let's just wait for time to solve it. There was only one person who tried to change the world. The more time that passes, the harder it will be to change. If I don't move now, I'm sure that someday will never come. So, I will persist. I even admired her back as she walked away. Looking at her back, I thought I saw hope for the future. Yes, I'm talking about you, Hikari. After saying that much, Her Majesty Lagana tightly clasped her hands, and after a brief silence, she looked at Nun with strength in her eyes. How long? Are you going to smolder around? That's unlike you. Get your mind straight. Lagana. No matter how many great people are born in the world, no matter how much the times have changed, for me, there will only be one hero. That's why, open your eyes, Kaju Hikari. Hearing Her Majesty Lagana's shout, strongly filled with her wish, Nan-san slowly closes her eyes. Just like that. Nan-san closed her eyes in silence for a few seconds, before she slowly opened her eyes and turned her face towards me instead of Lagana-san. Please don't be deceived. Kaito-san. Deceived? By what? Sex-san's barrier is indeed powerful. However, there's no way that it can stop you who received Shalavernal-sama's blessing. Nandono? The fact that Sex-sama appeared in this place itself is just to mislead you. In fact, from the very start, if you just reached a single point, where the church was supposed to be. If Kaito-san reaches your destination, it's possible for you to get out of this barrier. I see. Now that she said it, it certainly is as she said. If this barrier can only be broken if Sex-san is defeated, then it should be advantageous for Sex-san to hide and just let the others handle everything. However, Sex-san appeared in front of Shi-san and I, despite the risk of being defeated. Just as Nun-san said, that's just to mislead people and make them think that we can't break through without defeating him. What Sex-san was really vigilant about was that I would just aim straight out of the barrier. As proof of this, Sex-san sounded unusually flustered at Nun-san's statement. I don't need to ask why she told me that. Right after her statement, Nun-san rushed towards us and turned around. Then, as she dispersed the jet black armor that protected her body, she muttered in a voice filled with strong determination. Thank you, Kaito-san, Laguna. Thanks to you, I'm finally awake. Nun-san. As the black fog enveloping Nun-san's body disappeared, she changed into a hack armor and kimono, making her look like a woman from the Cho era. She then grabbed her long, beautiful black hair, tucking it behind her neck, and without any hesitation, she cut her long hair with the Japanese katana in her hand. Fufafu, now that looks really nostalgic. Here. Thank you. Seeing Nun-san cut her hair short, Her Majesty Laguna laughed and held out a long, white cloth to her. Receiving that cloth, Nun-san wrapped it around her forehead like a headband. Kaito-san, I apologize for my past rudeness, and please, take me with you. I have to confront Via once again. I want to save her too. Yes, rather, I should be the one asking you to come with me instead. She wants to save Dr. Via. That was definitely Nun-san's underlying wish, something that had been burning her heart for a long time. Thanks to Her Majesty Laguna, the doubts within Nun-san's mind cleared up and she became my ally. So, all that's left is to confront Dr. Via. Also, I'd like to say, I see. Nun-dono took that side. No, I guess it can't be helped. Sex-sama, I'm sorry. However, are you still going to continue? Yes, well, let's see. Since things have become like this, let's struggle a bit more. Yes, it seems that Sex-san still intends to continue to fight, and he quickly floats forward. He was standing in the rear a while ago, but apparently, he would now try to stop us from breaking through in a single direction. From here on, it looks like Sex-san will be directly involved in the fight. With the addition of Nun-san and Her Majesty Laguna, we have the overwhelming advantage. However, he didn't lose heart. Sex-san's fighting spirit at least hasn't waned at all. Nun-san, here, fruit juice of the world tree. It's fine. Thank you. But Nun-san, you're riddled with injuries. I took out the same drink that I had given to Lilia-san to help Nun-san recover from her exhaustion from fighting her, but Nun-san shook her head and said it was unnecessary. Yes, I certainly am tired. I certainly may have received various injuries, and my whole body might be riddled with wounds. However, my mind is now filled with energy. Yes, just like back then. Wow. As I was feeling puzzled by her statement filled with willpower, Nun-san's body overflowed with magic power several times more than before. What is this? Somehow, Nun-san, rather than be weaker because of her injuries, doesn't she look stronger instead? Hikari has always been some kind of monster of persistence, and in fact, she gets stronger when she's outnumbered. Instead, there's no point in worrying about her. That's a mean way of explaining it. It's just that I'm a person who's bad at giving up. What the heck is this monster who is making her magic power spring up through willpower saying? Anyway, it seems like Nun-san is alright. Lilia-san and the others quickly stood beside us and glared at Sex-san's army. Our goal is to break through a single direction. This would be a clash without any tricks. While I spontaneously imbue strength within my body, Sex-san suddenly started looking around. How surprising. I never expected for her to appear right at this moment. Good gracious. You really are frightening. Not hiding how shaken he is, Sex-san looks at me with utter astonishment. Soon after, I could understand why. As my sympathy magic announced their approach, 3 silhouettes appeared in front of me. I'm sorry I'm late. Master, Anima, Ita, Theta. It's not just the 3 of them, as 2 more silhouettes came to Lilia-san's side. Please forgive me if I'm a little late, my lady. Even when I arrived late, I've already been in a rush to arrive here. Luna, Siag. No, I have no complaints. Thank you for coming. Anima, Ita, Theta, Luna Maria-san, and Siag-san. With the addition of reassuring reinforcements who had rushed from the mansion, our preparations for battle were complete. The moment I thought that it was now time for the decisive battle, a voice quietly rang out. It doesn't matter, even though her voice was supposed to be so quiet. With a murmur filled with intense emotions, tremendous magic power erupted from Funf-san's body. Funf dono? Sex looks at Funf, who is releasing magic power raging like a storm, and calls out to her, but Funf doesn't respond to him and snaps her fingers. Thereupon, several huge pieces of armor appeared behind Funf. Those are the automatically operating giant soldiers that should have been deployed around the castle and the city. Nun, who recognized the armor that Funf had summoned, muttered to herself and looked at the armors. Many had expected that those 20 giant armors would join the battle. But contrary to their expectations, the giant armors suddenly shattered into pieces and were sucked into Funf's body as particles of magic power. It doesn't matter who or how many people come. No matter who or what I'm up against. I will protect the giant soldiers. The magic power that she had put into the defense of Kuramuina's castle was recovered, and Funf clad herself with even more powerful magic power. It doesn't take a genius to know that she's making some kind of preparation. Is this the rumored Aegis? Aegis? It's the greatest and strongest defensive magic Funf's armor possesses. A shield of absolute defense that even interferes with the law of causality. It's said that it could even withstand several strikes from attacks coming from the 6 kings. At she's muttering, Kaito tilted his head, to which Nun explained. You're mistaken. This isn't Aegis. Aegis is a magic for the sake of protecting the family. But this isn't such a magic. This magic is one I created for the sake of protecting only one person. Whether it's my precious family or my own self. Even if it's to cast aside everything else, this is a power to protect This is Funf Dono. What in the world are you? Powerful magic power swirls and converges in Funf's right hand. The air shook. The earth trembled, and the ground cracked. Thereupon, the magic power took the form of jet black flames, burning around Funf's right arm. Pluto's hand. The right arm, transforming into a sharp and sinister right arm, and the black magic spreads to Funf, and her right eye is dyed black. The magic power of this right arm is extraordinary. While the expression of many of the people nearby changed, she clicked her tongue, annoyed. She's done something stupid. The magic power in that arm is clearly more than she can handle. It's no better than a bomb that wipes out everything around her. Funf's armor. Hearing she's words, and seeing Funf not even caring about herself, Nun looked shocked. No, it's not just Nun. Not a few of the other members of the Underworld King camp, even Sex, are looking perplexed. It was such a shock for them to see Funf, who had always been kind, cheerful and dependable like a big sister, use her power without regard for herself with an expression that contained so much heartbreaking resolve. In the midst of this atmosphere that seemed to overwhelm those around Funf, there was one who stepped forward. Like I say, Aid, the choice you're making is a mistake. Are you insane? I acknowledge that you have the strength of a peak count rank, but her next blow is probably comparable to the 6 kings in terms of power alone. Shouldn't I be the one to deal with her instead? Seeing Illness taking a step forward, she warned her that she's being reckless. However, Illness quietly shook her head at her words. I will deal with Ear, God of Disasters Samoa. Please deal with the other peerage. Hold your ears. Can you do it? Funf's strike, with her prepared to do everything to win, can't be ignored. However, Funf isn't their only opponent. It was understood that she's power was needed to suppress that large number of remaining peerage holders and that it would be more efficient to have her fight that side. However, that was only on the premise that Illness could hold off Funf's blow. Without answering she's question though, Illness turned to Kaito and asked, Kaito Samoa, do you think I can beat Ear? To be honest, everything happening here is just out of my level. So I can't tell how strong people are and I don't know what the chances of winning are. When asked by Illness, Kaito said before pausing for a moment, and looking straight into Illness' eyes, he spoke. However, I believe in Illness-san. After receiving his words filled with his extremely straightforward feelings, a smile appears on Illness' face before turning her gaze towards Funf. Thank you. Your words give me more strength than anything else. Immediately after she said this, 5 magic circles appeared behind her. Is that a sealing technique? No, it's a little different. This is more of a technique for storing magic power. Funf, who was in front of the group and was the first to see that technique, muttered, but Illness denied it. As you may have noticed, I don't have that much magic power. With just my magic power, I would only be at the level of a mid-counter. That's why, in case I need to overturn such a weakness. I created a magic formula that allows me to accumulate a little bit of my magic power every day, and only when certain conditions are met, I can draw out that magic power. This could be said as Illness' hidden technique, a card that she had never used before. No, describing it in such a way isn't really that accurate. It's not that she didn't use it, she couldn't use it. 5 conditions must be met in order to draw magic power from this technique, and until now, Illness has never been able to meet them. Looking straight at Funf, Illness spoke in a voice clearly filled with power. This battle is against an opponent with greater magic power than myself. The first condition is that the opponent must exceed the amount of magic power of the caster. Illness. As if in response to her words, one of the 5 magic circles floating behind her lit up. This battle is one in which I participated of my own volition. The second condition is whether or not Illness herself is involved in the battle with a clear intention to join it. This battle is not based on my personal grudge. The third condition is that the fight is not due to Illness' personal grudge or hatred. This battle is one that I must win. The fourth condition is whether or not the caster, Illness, desires for victory. Upon these words, 4 magic circles are lit up. Up to this point, there had been battles in the past where these conditions could be met. However, the 5th condition had never been fulfilled. She herself did not know why she had chosen this last condition. The words her former king Shaltir had pointed out, her distortion. She thought it was unnecessary advice, but perhaps, she felt a tug somewhere in her heart. And this battle, she had been evidently empty. The empty her could not fulfill her 5th condition. However, that was in the past. Turning her attention to Kaito once, Illness spoke out the last key words. Dash, is one fought for someone important. With the 5 magic circles lighting up, Illness' body is enveloped in a dazzling light. The light becomes a pillar that pierces the heavens and is filled with a magic power that is no less than the magic power Funf was clad in. In the midst of this dazzling light of magic power, Illness' voice quietly resounded. Hidden technique, Eza. With these words, the dazzling light disappeared as if they were conversing on Illness, and a change appeared in her appearance. Her horns and hair protruded longer, perhaps due to the enormous magic power her body was clad in, and her eyes emitted a pale red light that trails through the air. Meanwhile, her body is clad in magic power looking like white lightning. I'll say this again. You have mistaken. And I will pierce that rampaging power you raised with such a naive resolve. Naive resolve. Hearing the words Illness calmly said, Funf revealed her anger, and in response, the black flames in her right arm grew in intensity. Keeping a cool expression on her despite the violent discharge of magic power in front of her, Illness quietly clenched her right fist and pulled it back, her stance at the ready. No further words are needed between the two, as Funf also draws back her right arm, ready to attack. This blow is a spear that pierces the stars. Black flames and white lightning, both are certain kill strikes from 2 powerful beings in the world. Beak Countrunks. Amidst the storm of magic power, Illness declared. Star Spear. Only a handful of those gathered were able to see beyond that point. To the rest of them, Illness and Funf disappeared without a trace, and suddenly the ground seemed to have been gouged out from that spot to the far distance. As the people were wondering what happened and who won and who lost, it was Kaito who was the first to make his move. Of course, he had no idea what was going on. He just believed in Illness and started running, but his actions are enough of a start. The others took that move as a signal and began to move as well, raising the curtain on the final battle. Meanwhile, within the barrier that is so wide that it seems to go on indefinitely, Illness and Funf move at high speed in a posture in which their right arms have collided with each other. No. That expression probably isn't appropriate. The correct phrase should be that Funf is being pulled away from the battlefield by Illness' attack. Why is this happening? Funf muttered in anguish. Funf, who activated her Pluto's hand, and Illness, who was enhanced by her Eza, are almost evenly matched in terms of their current amount of magic power, enhanced physical abilities, and their attack power itself. Yes, they should be evenly matched. However, how did it turn out? Illness is clearly overwhelming Funf. The fact that they were far away from the battlefield was the best proof of this, and Funf's jet black arms were starting to crack a bit. Why? How is this happening? If they are evenly matched in strength, could it be that the difference in their feelings is creating this situation? If that were the case, Funf could not admit that. There was no way she would admit that her own determination, where she had given up everything to protect Veer, was inferior to that of Illness. I should have already told you. Your resolve is naive. Even in the midst of the tremendous rush of magic power, her voice clearly reached Funf's ears. I would also risk my life if I had to fight for someone I love with all my heart. Even as she speaks, Ulna's fist gains more momentum, and the cracks in Funf's right arm grows larger and larger. With a look of anguish on her face, Funf snapped back at Illness. Even I have such. However, I will not cast aside myself. Can't you understand it? By casting aside yourself, by casting aside your everything to fight and get hurt. Can't you understand how much that hurts this important person you're trying to protect? I will. The heat in Illness' voice is matched by the gaining momentum of the white lightning around her body. The cracks spread to Funf's entire right arm, which was on the verge of collapse. By casting aside your everything, you're protecting your important person. You don't just protect your important, you also need to protect yourself. There's no way a half-wit who doesn't have such a resolve can beat me. You are. Finally, the white lightning pierced the black flames. The magic power that had swelled up burst out, and a tremendous explosion engulfed both parties. In the cloud of dust created by that huge explosion, Funf was on both knees and her one hand supporting herself. She was breathing heavily. Her right arm had been blown off up to the shoulder, and the massive explosion of magic power had turned some parts of her body into pieces. There are many things I need to reflect on, but that can wait. Anyhow, now is the time for recovery. I've received a considerable amount of injury and consumed a lot of magic power. It would take a minute for me to recover to a combat-ready state. Although she may appear to have wounds all over her body, in the first place, Funf, or rather, peak count rank demons are immortal and can revive themselves even after being obliterated without a trace. It's basically impossible for a battle of this class to be settled in a day or two. In fact, Funf can resume the battle with just a minute, and with an additional minute, she can completely regenerate her right arm that was erased. For the time being, the regeneration of my right arm can wait. I need to recover a minimum amount of strength and magic power so that I can rush to aid Sex and the others. Setting her first priority on meeting up with Sex and the others, Funf tried to recover from the injury she received as quickly as possible. However, she mustn't forget that there is still another person in that place. If Funf is still alive and well, that would also be the same case for her opponent. As if slipping into the gap in Funf's consciousness as she tries to concentrate on her recovery, a hand quickly grabbed the back of her neck, as if flowing naturally with the wind, moving without any sound. Funf instantly reacted to the touch on her neck and looked up to see Illness, who had her Reza released, but with her whole body sufficiently healed, looking at her with a peculiar smile on her lips. Plague's embrace. Gwa. At that moment, Ulna's skin turned into a venomous color, and something began to invade Funf's body. She was one of the Phantasmal King's executives, the 10 Demons. Codename, Pandemonium. She is known to the world as the Doomsday-invoking Plague. As her nickname had suggested, Illness has the power to control diseases, which is so powerful that it can penetrate even the blessings of a high-ranking god. Even if I'm considerably injured, she managed to pierce through my resistances. Normally, something like a mere disease would have been ineffective against Funf, who has a strong resistance to abnormalities. However, now that she's severely injured, Funf's expression scrunched up in agony. Even so, the disease has only invaded a part of Funf's body and doesn't seem to be progressing any further. Don't underestimate me. Something like this won't bring me down. Yes. Funf immediately produced antibodies against the disease and tried to push back the disease in her body. In response, Ulnus immediately mutated the disease and tried to corrode Funf's body again. Yeeees, that's rigged. I certainly won't be able to neutralize you with this. Illness readily admitted what Funf has said. The fact is that now, they're just doing the same thing repeatedly, but Funf's ability to push her back is superior, and she would eventually nullify the disease. However, this is enough to stall you. In the first place, Illness had no intention of killing Funf in their exchange. As long as she moves her away from the battle, her first priority is to keep Funf here and prevent her from joining the others. Just as Kaito believes in Illness, she too believes in Kaito. No good. I've got my hands full dealing with the disease, but I don't have enough left over to recover. For this reason, Alnus continues to do her best to hold off Fun Forlorn. Moving the time back a little, in another battle. The main battle was reaching its climax. Nun ran with a strong gait that didn't show even a hint of fatigue, and Laguna quickly lined up next to her. How nostalgic. When was the last time we worked together again? Are you fine feeling black after being away from the battlefield for a long time? HMPH, as if that is the case. After a brief exchange of words, Laguna rapidly accelerates and thrusts out her large spear in her hand. Thereupon, 3 huge pillars of water rose from the ground where the spear hit, swirling like spears as they headed towards the enemy. Those 3 pillars gathered into one huge whirlpool, trapping the demons swallowed within it. Please make sure to hold back, okay? They're my important family. Nun stops once, making a large number of Japanese katanas appear in the air, and takes an AI stance. Thereupon, the swords floating in the air moved in conjunction with Nun's movements, and slashes were released from all of the swords at the same time. 100-blade flash. Blossom. 100 slashes were released, cutting through the whirlpool in an instant and reaped the consciousness of a large number of demons. But then, she had no intention to kill, so she made sure to hold back with all of her magic slashes. No, it doesn't seem like you're in any way being lenient to them though. I'm properly holding back. I'm just worried about you since Laguna is rather rough with things. You can just not say such things. Hearing Nun's words, Laguna smiled somewhat happily and held up her spear. Nun's blow had incapacitated quite a few of their opponents, but not all of them. Those who were capable escaped from the whirlpool before Nun's attack and are still alive and well. I'm glad to see that neither of us is losing our edge. You're right. It doesn't seem like it would be a problem with things like this, so let's end this quickly. Laguna still has to do her job after all, right? When will I be able to resign as king? The two held perfect coordination between them, bouncing off each other's words and covering each other's gaps. Because of the many battles they had fought through together in the past, the two were able to fight against a large number of demons with a perfect combination. Aside from Nun and Laguna, the people who had rushed to the scene had also started fighting. Luna. Please give me special compensation for this. For disposable items, these are quite expensive. Lilia shouted when she saw the formation of demons approaching, and Luna Maria, sensing her intention, took out several cards from her pocket and threw them at the demons. When Luna Maria snapped her fingers, the thrown cards turned into a magical thread shaped like a spider's web, entangling the approaching demons. Siag. Yes, make sure you properly hold back, okay? Lili. After confirming that the demons have stopped moving, Lilia evokes a huge magic circle at her feet and activates her magic. The magic that Lilian unleashed created a raging tornado that swallowed the demons that had stopped in their tracks. Sieglin then thrusts her flaming sword into the ground, transforming it into a tornado of flames. Shouldn't I be the one asking that? You can't kill them, okay? Siag. It's alright. I properly made sure that the flames I used were weak. Properly, you said. I was slightly caught up with your combination attack. You know, my apron is a little burned, you know. You're going to compensate me for this, okay? As best friends and comrades in arms, Lilia, Siag and Luna Maria were accustomed to working together, and as they joined forces, the three of them were steadily whittling down the number of demons. After a short rest, Sieglind asked Lilia, who was standing next to her, as if she suddenly remembered something. By the way, Lili, I've always thought she isn't someone normal since before. But Ilna-sama was strong, huh? I'm also surprised. I mean, she's totally a peak count rank. That's right. If she's a count rank demon, I guess she should be paid a salary that is commensurate with her status, right? I don't think she'll ever agree. I agree with Luna. With a shout, Anima cut through the air. She brandished her powerful arm like a heavy tank that eliminates all of her master's enemies. If her opponents are defending, she will tear down their defense. With her strong defensive abilities, she can just continue to attack without caring about the enemy's attacks. She was truly like a wild beast unleashed. Her heavy and sharp blows weren't easy to receive, even for peerage holders, and she managed to gradually open up the path. Of course, the enemy was no fool. They decided that it isn't a good idea to fight head-on against Anima's power, and tried to exploit her weak mobility. However, Ito and Theta won't overlook it. Theta blocked the incoming attacks with her large shield, Anita took the opportunity to cleave it away with her spear. In normal times, the two often quarreled due to their differing personalities. But when it comes to battle, the twins make a beautiful combination. Because of their mutual trust in each other's abilities, Ita focuses only on attacking with all her might, while Theta would wholeheartedly defend all incoming attacks. The two fighters, who completely divide their attack duties between attack and defense, display a power that exceeds their individual abilities, making them defeat even the Baron-level, high-ranking demons, who are supposed to be superior to them. The three of them have three different ways of fighting, but they are all of one mind. That is to pave the way for their esteemed master. The scene of a flashy battle occurs as they charge head-on. For those who witnessed this, they might be tempted to look away from the one who isn't fighting. As if to weave through the gaps between the battles, little by little, Kaito steadily advanced towards the ward's wall. Although Kaito isn't that athletic, the fact that he has been running with Hina on a regular basis has helped, and he has been able to run a considerable distance. But of course, it is impossible for him to deceive the eyes of all the demons, and there is occasionally a demon who notices Kaito and tries to stop him. But they are obstructed by an arrow flying from the rear. I won't let you get in Kaito-kun-san's way. Razelia, an expert marksman, is keeping those who are approaching Kaito in check. Wotha, we're also here. And it would be troubling if you forget about us. With Act and Evil following him, Kaito is making more and more progress towards the ward's wall. It wasn't long ago that the battling parties were somewhat evenly matched, and now, the balance or power has completely swayed in favor of Kaito's side. So, it was inevitable that they're able to steadily advance. However, one must not forget there are still other peak count ranks in that place. Powerful people on the level of 6 King's executives. I don't have any choice. As such a voice echoed through the battlefield, a huge coffin appeared in front of the place where Kaito and the others were about to head. After seeing Tfunftono's determination, there's no way I can just keep on going like this. As soon as the coffin was opened, a vast number of undead appeared, filling one's field of vision in the blink of an eye. Skeletons of all sizes, zombies with beast-like forms, and many other varieties of undead, numbering in the thousands, blocking the path with overwhelming numbers. Although it's a simple strategy, there's nothing more effective than that for buying time. The 10 other count ranks are determined to hold off Shi, while Sex is blocking Kaito from reaching his destination. Immediately after that, however, something completely unexpected happened to Sex. Suddenly, something that seemed to be plant roots appeared from the ground and all the undead were simultaneously restrained. What in there? This is? The unexpected events continued. A slightly strong wind blew, tearing apart thousands of the undead, followed by a scorching flash of heat that obliterated their deceased without a trace. Incredibly precise restraints from outside the barrier, advanced slashes that cut through the undead's self-regeneration, and firepower that can obliterate even great ghosts with a single blow. Those attacks definitely came from considerably strong people, but who in the world? No, leave thinking about those things for later. The sudden interference startled him, but the people who made those attacks didn't seem to have any intention of coming into the barrier and were nowhere to be seen. And even though he had been caught off guard, knowing that someone was attacking from outside the barrier, plenty of countermeasures were formulated in his mind. However, since his top priority is stopping Kaito, he pushed those thoughts to the side at the moment. But then, an extraordinary sense of pressure assaulted him. It can't be helped. She, who was facing a large number of peerage holders, muttered with a somewhat resigned expression on her face. It's really remarkable. Not only do you have individually good capabilities, you also have good coordination. Good grief, this isn't something I really should be using so casually. Along with our names, this is a precious thing that we gods were directly bestowed upon by Shalovernal-sama. After muttering a few words of praise for the members of the Underworld King's camp, she lightly clapped. That's why, you can be proud. After this battle is over, you can brag about this to your friends and family, that you had made the god of disasters use her authority. Shi's declaration caused those who were facing her to tense up. The people who are fighting Shi are all peerage holders and are all people who possess considerable ability. That's why they understood the threat of Shi's declaration. The authority is a power that is given directly to the gods by Shalovernal, and while limited in effect, it is a power that is completely superior to magic. It was natural for them to be on high alert, and one of the count ranks tried to invoke a strong defensive magic. This is bad. She has already. Immediately after Sex hurriedly raised his voice at her action. The magic formula that the count rank was about to invoke exploded. It's a rare occurrence that a count rank fails to invoke their magic, something that may or may not happen once in 10,000 years. Did you mess up the composition of your magic formula due to nervousness? What a disaster. Everyone, don't act thoughtlessly. As to be expected from someone called the Great Sage of the Dead. You could see the situation well. But even if you did, there's nothing you can do about it. As expected, I can't bring the whole world within the scope of my authority like the god of fate Sama could. But I can easily bring this space within the scope of my authority. In other words, this place is now within my domain. Nothing you do would work well. If you try to do anything, you would just be inviting a disaster to yourself. She's authority is similar to that of her superior, fate, in that it manipulates causality. Within the realm of her authority, disaster strikes every action against her enemies. To put it simply, attack, defense, evasion, and everything else do not produce the desired results. It's as if their failure had been settled and Sex and his side can't move. For the only outcome that awaits them is a disaster. Hey, get your ass going already. Thank you very much. With a situation like this, no one was able to stop Kaito. When Kaito finally reaches his destination, right next to where the church was originally located, he turned around and held out his hand. Nun-san. Yes, Laguna. I'll leave the rest to you. Leave it to me. When Nun was called, she told Laguna that he would leave the situation to Laguna and immediately ran to Kaito and firmly grasped his held-out hand. Thereupon, as if a closed door had been opened, an opening appeared in the barrier, and Veer's church could be seen beyond it. When Kaito and his Nun stepped out of the barrier, that gap returned to its original state. Kaito and Nun stopped once and looked at each other. After giving each other a nod, they put their hands on the church door. Along with a scraping sound, the large wooden door opens. The woman Kaito and Nun were looking for. Veer was standing in front of the altar, illuminated by the multicolored light coming from the stained glass. Veer slowly turned around to face the two visitors. The figure standing at the altar with her back to the light is filled with solemnity, and the thin smile on her face could even be described as bewitching. Welcome, you two. Fufafu, this reminds me of the time back as the Demon Lord. Thank you for coming. I'm really glad you came. But I'm sorry. I'm sure I wouldn't be able to respond to your feelings. Looking at the two of them with a sad smile on her face, Veer knew all about what Kaito and Nun had come here for. Even though they know that she was going to reject it. That's why. Can you please leave? When Kaito and Nun passed through that barrier and entered the church, the three executives, who were also outside the barrier, were watching their backs from a distance. The three, Lily, Ozma and Nidzevald, who had just attacked the undead summoned by Sex and provided covering fire for Kaito, exchanged words somewhat happily. It's finally time. However, was it really alright to meddle there? Aren't you going to be scolded? No, it was just a slip of the hand. You see, I'm blind, so what happened was just an accident. Besides, if you're going to say things like that, aren't you also going to be scolded? No, you see, Uncle here has been getting on in years and my hand just slipped. Well, I'm sure Master wouldn't mind if I actually meddled here. Did such a thing happen to you too, Nidzevald-chan? I attacked because I wanted to. Hearing Lily mischievously said, the two were about to agree that it was just a slip of the hand, but Nidzevald was the only one who mentioned that her hand hadn't slipped. In the first place, this was just an unspoken agreement. I wasn't under any strict orders from Magnoel-sama, and even if I had been, I would have backed that young man up. If I could have helped such a great and passionate challenger, I wouldn't mind accepting a scolding. After saying this, Nidzevald put the Kaiseryu in her mouth back into the holder on her waist and turned her back to the church. This time, I have been presented with a good challenge. It doesn't seem like the situation has ended, but are you leaving already? I have seen many challenges in my life, so I know what the back of one who clutches victory looks like. I'm sure the young man will accomplish what he challenges here for. After saying this in a tone that seemed confident of Kaito's victory, a small smile appears on Nidzevald's lips. The victory is the privilege of those who challenge and those who supported them. It would be extremely tactless for an outsider to peek into the spectacle of their victory. Therefore, I will be excusing myself here. Saying this, Nidzvold glanced at the door of the church that Kaito had entered and muttered with a smile filled with heartfelt joy. I was allowed to see something really good. Great challenger, Mama Kaito. I will engrave your name on the soul of this Frabel Nidzvold. With that, Nidzvold's body was enveloped in light, and transforming into a winged dragon with crimson scales, she flew up into the sky to leave. Ozma too, extinguishing the cigarette he was smoking, put it in a portable ashtray and spoke. Nidzvold-chan sure is as cool as always. What are you going to do? We're apparently being extremely tactless here. Well, the situation from here on out certainly is complicated, and I've already got a good souvenir to bring back, Master, so I think it's time for Uncle to go home. I suppose so. I guess I'll go back to Rigfoshia too. Just like Nidzvold, the two of them decided not to observe the situation any further, and each used their own teleportation magic to leave the scene. Even as she stared at Nun-san and I, there wasn't a trace of impatience in Dr. Veer's expression. The way she looked at us, I could sense that she was determined that her answer wouldn't change. Such a Dr. Veer alternately looked at me and Nun-san, before she spoke with a gentle smile on her face. That's quite a nostalgic look you have, Hikari. As I thought. Hikari looks better with short hair. Thank you. I also agree that this hairstyle feels nostalgic. Facing you like this reminds of the time we first met. I guess so. What are you going to do now though? Should we fight just like in the past? No, sorry. But I'm not here to defeat you as a hero. I'm here to persuade you as your friend. It seemed like they were having a calm conversation. However, both Nun and Dr. Veer never averted their gazes with each other as they had serious expressions on their faces. It may have a different form and meaning than when the hero and the Demon Lord once faced each other. I had a feeling that the battle between them had already begun. I continued to watch that scene without interrupting them. This isn't something I can interfere with. They're conversing with each other now as both of them were people involved in the past, and if I, an outsider, joins in, I'll only disrupt the conversation. If Nun can convince Dr. Veer herself, that would certainly be the best outcome. However, if it doesn't happen, if Nun-san can't convince her exactly because they're both related to that matter and she knows her suffering, I'm going to join the conversation. That's why I continued to stare at the two of them so as not to overlook anything in their conversation. I'm glad to hear that. I also think of Hikari as a very important friend of mine. But what exactly are you trying to convince me of? I'll be straight to the point. Please go meet Kuromo-sama. In that case, I'll also give you a concise answer. I can't do that. However, you yourself want to meet Kuromo-sama. Isn't that right? You're not wrong. I'm not going to hide it. I want to meet Kuromo-sama. I want to talk to her again. But that's something I can't do. It's not that she doesn't want to meet her. What she's saying is that she can't meet her. Naturally, Nun-san knew that Dr. Veer would answer this and continued speaking with her without being shaken at all. Veer, how long are you going to keep suffering like this? That's enough already. Within this millennium, I painfully understand how much you've suffered and how long you've atoned. You saved the lives of many people, and when dangerous monsters arise, you would find the time to exterminate them in secret. You're even donating most of the money you earned as a doctor. You were actively involved in the development of new treatments for diseases that had been thought as incurable, and generously spread them through the doctors you knew. You don't accept being praised, and keep on blaming yourself. How long are you going to keep on doing this? There wouldn't be any end to what I'm doing. My atonement is just for my self-satisfaction. It would never end. You should be forgiven by now. For what are you even doing this for? Even when you were called the Demon Lord, you didn't harm those without the power to fight, nor did you ever kill anyone, not even those who fought you. I'm sure that's what Nun-san has been thinking all along. Dr. Veer didn't kill anyone. However, that isn't the case for the demons that she had under her command. As Alice said, Dr. Veer must have been responsible for not being able to control the situation. However, as Nun-san claimed, she certainly isn't a cold-blooded demon lord. But even if that's so, for Dr. Veer, she's definitely the most horrible being in the world. So, why do you think you aren't forgiven yet? Why can't you just happily smile? That's obvious. Even if others have forgiven me, I can't forgive myself. So I mustn't be forgiven. This me who has foolishly sinned and hurt the person dear to me, don't deserve to be happy. Dr. Veer replied to Nun-san with words filled with sadness. But I wonder why? I'm somehow getting slightly angry. Why are you saying that? You also have the right to fulfill your desires. You want to meet Kuramo-sama. Then, shouldn't you just meet her? I said I can't meet her. I can't look at Kuramo-sama's face anymore. I'm not qualified to do that. You wouldn't know, Beth. Stop messing around. Kaito-san. Mama-kun. Before I noticed it, I reflexively shouted at her. I had no intention of joining the conversation. I thought it would be best for the related parties to talk to each other, so I stayed on the sidelines. But when Kuro's name was mentioned, I couldn't suppress the feeling of anger in my heart. I glared at Dr. Veer, who turned to me in surprise. What the heck is that? Why are you saying such incomprehensible things like those who have sinned in the past shouldn't be happy? What are you? I'm not going to say anything about you atoning for your past sins. Dr. Veer, you can make all the amends you want until you're satisfied. I'm not related to any of that, and I'm not interested in interfering in that. However, the you today doesn't need any qualification to be happy. Mama-kun, like I said, I am. You're just freaking afraid to meet Kuro. Wow. I was feeling so agitated that I lost my respectful tone, and Dr. Veer, for the first time today, clearly looked shaken. What if Kuro still doesn't forgive you after you meet her again? That's what you're so afraid of, so you're just running away with the excuse that you can't face Kuro. That's not it. I was. If you really care about Kuro and think that you've caused trouble for her, then why don't you just apologize in person? From what I've heard so far, Dr. Veer left Kuro's home without meeting Kuro. She's saying that Kuro can't allow herself to be forgiven by Kuro. But I think the real reason is something else. What Kuro sadly mutters is that she wants to see Dr. Veer, but Dr. Veer might not want to see her. And I'm sure Dr. Veer feels the same way. Kuro might be loathing you. That was what you were thinking, and you ended up not being able to see her until, didn't you? That is, you said that you love Kuro like a child to her mother. Aren't you using it as an excuse just so you can escape? Apparently, my thoughts weren't far off the mark, and Dr. Veer looked shaken as she backed away. I guess I hit it right. She wants to meet Kuro. On one hand, she wanted to apologize to Kuro and ask for her forgiveness, but on the other hand, she's afraid to take the step forward, afraid of what would happen if she was rejected. If she wasn't at least somewhat aware of it, she wouldn't have been so upset. As I thought, that was the case, right? It's not that you can't see Kuro. You're just afraid to meet her. But at the same time, you wanted to meet Kuro and ask her forgiveness, right? That's not it. You're wrong. I'm not. Dr. Veer shook her head in denial, but her voice was very weak. But I'm glad. It's not that Dr. Veer doesn't want to be happy or doesn't want to be saved. She was just like I used to be, wanting to be saved, wishing for a helping hand, but rejecting that hand myself. Dr. Veer, please meet Kuro. No, I will not meet Kuramo-sama. Veer, no, I don't want to meet her. Because, if Kuramo-sama rejects me, I don't know what to do anymore. Dr. Veer's composure, which had been there just a moment ago, completely collapsed, and she shook her head like a spoiled child when Nun-san and I called out to her. I guess it's just a matter of willpower at this point. She wants to meet her, but she also doesn't want to meet her. Unfortunately, Dr. Veer, I've already made up my mind. I won't choose the means anymore. I won't care what you're saying anymore. I won't mind if you hate me. It's fine for me even if you despise me. Even if I have to use force, I'm going to take you in front of Kuro. I'm not going. I am. Dr. Veer screams that she doesn't want to see Kuro, but it no longer matters to me. Kuro said that she wants to see Dr. Veer. Then, I'll grant Kuro's wish. No, that may have just been another excuse. However, what are you going to do, Kaito-san? With her like that, we won't be able to easily make her move. And even if you say by force, Veer is actually quite strong. You know, if she seriously resists, Nun-san, it is just as I said. I won't choose the means anymore. I will use my trump card. What in the world is that trump card? That feather. Quietly answering Nun-san's words, I took out a pure white feather from my pocket. I want Dr. Veer and Kuro to be reunited. To fulfill Kuro's wish. No, I also couldn't assent with the current situation myself. Yes, this is just my selfishness. So, to make that happen, muttering to myself, I tossed the feather in my hand. Staring at the feather fluttering down as it was pulled by gravity, I spoke the key words. Please lend me your strength, Eden-san. Instantly, a silvery white wind blows inside the church, and 10 pairs of wings appear in the shape of a giant sphere. Then, one by one, the wings unfurled, and the god from another world descended, radiating overwhelming magic power. Details, acknowledged. Inside the barrier in front of the church. When Sex confirmed that Kaito had passed through his barrier, he stopped fighting and clapped his hands several times. Good gracious, I guess we lost. Everyone, I thank you for going along with my selfishness. Those of you who can use recovery magic, please heal those who are injured. Lilia and the others looked a little confused as Sex quickly admitted defeat and ordered the gathered demons to stop battling as soon as Kaito passed through, but she only pulled back her scythe without looking surprised. It must be hard acting as the villain, isn't it, great sage of the dead? Ho ho ho, good gracious, it's the duty of the elders to push the back of the youth. Did I go too far? I dunno. Well, you acted really bad though. Oi oi ah. That's harsh of you. When Sex said that with a leisurely smile on his face, she told him with a faint smile on his face. It was as if Sex actions earlier had all been an act. Regardless of whether it's for good or bad, becoming someone's family makes them close to you. For this reason, things can sometimes be difficult. I will also have to thank Mama Dono later. It's still too soon to tell, isn't it? No. I'm sure that Mama Dono will be able to pull it off. Nundono seems to have actually come to her senses. I guess there are some merits to my pitiful act. Good gracious, I also have to thank you, God of Disasters, for your cooperation. I don't know what you're talking about. Surely, you jest. If you had seriously fought, you could have neutralized us in an instant, couldn't you? Just like how you in fact neutralized us in the end. Ha ha ha. Tsk. When Sex bowed his head to her, she clicked her tongue with a sincerely troubled look on her face. However, she didn't deny his words, and it really seems she's extremely holding back in the fight. Yes, the power balance was already overwhelmingly tilted to Kaito's side as soon as she had decided to side with him. I'm just grateful for your compassion. Don't get me wrong. I certainly am a compassionate goddess. I respond to those who seek help. But I'm not so good-natured that I would go out of my way to save a big idiot who doesn't even ask for help. The only reason I helped was because that human asked me to help him. I was going to save those 3 from the start, all because of that soft-hearted person. I see. Well, in the end, it's kind of irritating that even that is just as that fellows expected. I knew that was the case. After telling him that she had no intention of getting involved in this matter in the first place if Kaito hadn't asked for help, she spoke about how someone pulled some strings for this situation to occur. Sex seemed to know that too, and nodded without looking particularly surprised. To begin with, the situation we're in is just too convenient. The information that my favorite brand would release a new product today reaching the God Realm, and the location of its launch being conveniently near here. Then, the depressed Kaito, after being faced with the antagonism of his friend for the first time, just happened to walk by. That's right. I'm sure it's easy for that person to get the information to me. In addition, the perfectly timed reinforcements. One of them is even the king of another country. That's just a misunderstanding. As she and Sex talk about the existence that pulled the strings in the shadows, the topic of conversation appeared beside them, a special hood making her face not visible, multitude of chains dangling on her robe. Phantasmal King, no face. As I thought, it's you. If it isn't Phantasmal King Sama. And, what were we misunderstanding? No, number. First of all, you see, the major premise for that not being the case is that Hikari-san and Veer-san are both insignificant people to me. Please don't misunderstand. I certainly have some affection for them. But well, that's only to the extent that even if they ask my help, I might make things slightly advantageous for them. As the sound of the chains on her robe echoes, No Face nonchalantly spoke. There is only one person I would unconditionally side with, not caring about advantages and disadvantages, and that is Kaito-san. That's why I didn't prepare this stage to save 4 people. However, isn't it obvious that I would prepare the stage that will have the best outcome for Kaito-san? Everything is for Kaito-san's sake. Well, I suppose so. If that's not the case, You would have done something about this a long time ago. Yes, that's right. If I wanted to do something about those three's relationship, I could have done it before. I just didn't feel like it though. Well, I owe Kuro-san a debt of gratitude too, so I'm glad that it turned out this way. Putting aside the great sage of the dead, you're also quite hasty in your thinking, aren't you, Phantasmal King? It's still not sure what the outcome will be yet, right? When No Face told her that she is only moving for Kaito's sake, she quietly addressed her words. However, No Face easily denied she's words. No, it's already decided. At the very least, it's already confirmed that Veer will meet with Kuro. Hoch, why is that? Excuse my discourtesy, but would you please tell me what you're basing this on? Yes, the reason is actually simple. If Kaito-san just uses his trump card, he's already won. Trump card, is it? Does he have such a thing? Yes. You could say that such a thing not happening allowed Sex-san to keep his life. After all, if Sex-san had pushed Kaito-san too hard and made him use his trump card, I don't think you will be able to ensure everyone's safety, you know? For that trump card to be that pow. Wow, this is. She and Sex looked skeptical as No Face talked about how powerful the trump card Kaito possesses, but those thoughts immediately disappeared. They felt a tremendous torrent of magic power could be felt gushing, even through the ward. This is impossible. What is this magic power? See, could this be Mamadono's trump card? Ooh, just a fragment of this magic power feels like it would crush me. You unbelievable. The grade of this magic power is comparable to Shalovernal Sama. Other than Underworld King. How can such a monster exist? I see Shi-san doesn't know about her, huh? That should mean that the supreme gods may also not know about her. Well, anyway, you should understand now, right? As long as this being is on Kaito-san's side, there's no way that Veer-san can win. At the same time, the two who were far away from Sex and the others also sensed that Kaito had left the barrier by wide area magic power detection. Thereupon, Illness stopped assaulting Illness body with diseases and let go of Funf. However, the released Funf neither attacked Illness nor went to where Sex and the others are, just laying down on the ground with her body spread out after regenerating her right arm. We lost. How frustrating. Even though she muttered this, there was no hint of sadness on her face and she seemed somewhat refreshed. After a few moments of silence, Funf raised her upper body and spoke to Illness. You're Pandemonium-san, right? I've been found out. Of course, I'll find out. I mean, even though I was weakened, I'll be afraid if there actually are other disease users that would be able to smash through my resistances. Please keep that a secret to the others, okay? I understand. Funf, who was unaware of Illness' true identity but had no intention of going around saying it, looked up at the sky through the barrier after nodding at Illness' words. That's the refreshed look on your face. Well, yeah, hearing what you told me hurts and I'm really disappointed that we lost. But I'm satisfied. With a wry smile on her face, Funf spoke and laid down on the ground again. I finally got to settle a thought that has been smoldering in my mind for over 1,000 years. I lost, and it's frustrating. Still, this time I was able to fight with all my might to protect V to the very end. I've finally done what I couldn't do back then. A regret that had always existed within Funf. She was finally able to come to terms with her past. That she had let Veer fight alone back then. That she wasn't able to help her. I'll also have to apologize to Kaito next time. It's not like everything is over yet. You're right. However, I think it will be alright. If it's Kaito, I think he'll definitely save V. I've got no basis for that though. I suppose so. If it's Kaito-sama, I believe he'll seize the good results. Just as the both of them giggled at the same time, the both of them simultaneously turned their gazes in the direction of the church, sensing an extraordinary amount of magic power. But as expected, this is just out of my expectations. What is that? That's an outrageous amount of magic power. I'm also surprised. Could this be from that person Kaito-sama had told us about? A god from another world? A god from another world? She's someone like Shalovernal Sama? For him to know such a person, the child is as amazing as usual. With the appearance of Eden-san, Dr. Veer immediately moved. She immediately turned around and ran away without hesitation. Realizing in an instant that she was no match for Eden-san, she escaped as fast as she could. However, and who gave you the permission to move? Can't move. As Eden-san muttered a few words, Dr. Veer's body unnaturally stopped with her posture looking like she's trying to run. Yes. Dr. Veer decided that she couldn't win against Eden-san and that she was no match for her, so she tried to run away. But she was mistaken to think she could do that. Once Eden-san showed up, there's no way for Dr. Veer to even fight anymore. Eden-san, can you forcibly teleport Dr. Veer, Nun-san and I to where Kuro is? That's quite simple. The main reason why I considered Eden-san as my trump card is because I remembered how she forcibly teleported Alice when they fought before. So, I thought Eden-san could teleport Dr. Veer, regardless of her intentions, without hurting her to Kuro. When I asked her about it, Eden-san nodded and said that it was easy to do. Dr. Veer, I'm sorry for being forceful like this. I'll listen to your complaints as much as you want later. Eden-san, please. Understood. With my words as a key, a flash of light shot out from Eden-san's wings and the scenery around us instantly changed. What should have been a church turned into a small hill where the gentle breeze could be felt. And there stood the person we were looking for. A sword stuck in front of a huge stone monument and Kuro was standing in front of it, looking at the stone monument. Now then, where am I? Could this place be? Nun-san? This is where the Demon Lord's castle used to be, and where the Treaty of Friendship was signed. For me, and for Veer. This is the place where the battle began and ended. The place that is now called the Hero's Hill. However, why is Kuromu-sama here? I see, this is the place that Lilia-san told me. This is where Nun-san's message and her beloved katana was placed. This place may certainly be appropriate for our current situation, but why would Kuro be here at this time? As these questions came to mind, Kuro spoke without looking back towards us. Kaito-kun, Nun, fun and sex. I know that everyone's moving. That's why I've decided to wait here. I believe in Kaito-kun after all. I thought it would be best to wait here and not do anything else. After calmly telling me this, Kuro looked towards us. I don't know if Eden-san's magical restraints are still in place, but Dr. Veer isn't moving. No, she may be unable to move, but I know that she looked very pale and was slightly shaking. It's been a while, Veer. Kuro. Sama. I've been moving around all for this moment. I still don't know what the outcome of their meeting will be, but even if that's so, Kuro and Dr. Veer, at this moment, for the first time in 1,000 years, they met again. Slowly, Kuro stepped towards Dr. Veer. Dr. Veer looked pale, and her shoulders jerked every time took a step closer. Kuromu-sama, I'm. Just as Kuro arrives in front of Dr. Veer, Kuro's hand immediately swings out with a speed that makes the air shake. A slap? Did she just slap her? A slap holding Kuro's power? Dr. Veer, are you alive yet? Is your head blown off your body? Receiving a slap of unbelievable power. A strike that would surely separate my head from my body if I were the one who received it. A red mark remained on Dr. Veer's cheek. Or rather, that's all the damage she received. It sounded as if a missile had been shot, but the damage Dr. Veer received was just her cheek reddening. Her body is too sturdy. While I was surprised because of a different reason, Kuro stared straight at the surprised Dr. Veer and spoke. Do you know why I'm mad? That is because I brought a great amount of trouble to Kuromu-sama. You're wrong. Dr. Veer, frightened by Kuro who was clearly angry, replied with a pale expression on her face, but she was immediately refuted. The situation in the past was my fault because I didn't explain my circumstances to Veer properly. I end up regretting it. However, that's not what I'm angry about. Why did you leave without discussing anything with me and didn't come back for over 1,000 years? Just arbitrarily leaving, carrying all responsibility on your own. Do you have any idea how worried I was about you? That kind of thing. Did you really think that it would be something I would be happy about? That is, as tears dripped down Kuro's eyes, I could tell that she was really worried about Drive Veer. That's why Dr. Veer was also very shaken and couldn't find the words to respond with. Wiping her tears away with her sleeves once, Kuro then looked straight into Drive Veer's eyes and slowly told her in a sad voice. I've sent you many letters, haven't I? However, you never responded. Hey, Veer, did you hate me already? Did you hate me so much that you don't even want to talk to me anymore? That's not it. There's no way that I would hate Kuramo-sama. I see. Although Kuro didn't see Dr. Veer in person, she did send her a number of letters and tried to repair their relationship. But Dr. Veer never responded to them. It's just my guess, but I think she was too scared to even read them, thinking that what if they were letters where she's telling her that she's breaking off connections with her. Then, why won't you meet me before? That's because I don't think I'm qualified to meet Kuramo-sama. You don't need any qualifications to meet family. Kuramo-sama, eh? When Dr. Veer spoke about not being qualified again, Kuro shouted at her. And then, Kuro pulled Dr. Veer's hand and held her in front of her chest. It's really a relief to see you're healthy. Kuramo-sama. I'm Veer. We finally met. Patting Dr. Veer's head, Kuro softly spoke to her. Receiving her soothing, Dr. Veer trembled and large drops of tears began to flow down her eyes. With her trembling hands, she gripped onto Kuro's clothes. And as if she's squeezing them out of her mouth, Dr. Veer spoke. Is it alright? This foolish me. Is it really alright for me to still call you Kuramo-sama? Of course. Regardless of what Veer thinks, Veer will always be my precious family. That will never change, no matter what happens. Kuramo-sama. Kuramo-sama. You've been suffering a lot, haven't you? You've been persevering on your own, haven't you? I'm so sorry. I was so scared that I'm running away from meeting you. I'm sorry. I'm sure that Kuro's gentle acceptance and welcome is what Dr. Veer has been wishing for within her mind. As if she's letting out all her pent-up emotions, tears stream down her face as Dr. Veer clings to Kuro, just like a spoiled child clinging to her mother. I'm sorry, Veer. If I'd had more courage, I could have gone to see you sooner. I was also afraid that Veer might have hated me, so I wasn't able to gather the courage to see you. I'm really sorry that we only met today. That's not it. It's all my fault. I was feeling afraid to meet you, even though I really wanted to meet Kuramo-sama. I'm sorry. I should have just been honest with my feelings. I'm sorry. Kuramo-sama. Kuramo-sama. It's alright. Welcome home, Veer. As if a dam had been broken. Feelings that were pent up for over 1,000 years began overflowing out of Dr. Veer's mouth, and Kuro continued to gently catch them. These two whose feelings for each other led them to drift apart. At this moment, they were finally reunited. As I felt like tears were about to drip down my own eyes, watching such a scene, I felt a light tap on my shoulder. Kaito-san. You're right. Eden-san? When Nun-san called my name, I nodded, immediately realizing that she was hinting that we should leave them alone for now. After all, it's been over 1,000 years since they've met, and I'm sure they have lots of things they want to talk about. With that in mind, I called out to the other person in this place, Eden-san. However, Eden-san just tilted her head in wonder, as if she didn't understand the reason why I called out to her. It seems like all gods who created worlds have also turned off their ability to read the mood. Wryly smiling at her pure reaction, I managed to gesture that we were leaving the place. Eden-san seemed to have understood as she nodded her head, leaving together with Nun-san and I. Kuramo-sama. It's alright. I'm here with you. The words I heard just as we were leaving, even though Dr. Veer was trembling in tears as she said them, they were certainly filled with joy. Together with Nun-san and Eden-san, I walked away from Heroes Hill and left Kuro and Dr. Veer alone. The weather was fine, and the occasional breeze felt good on my body, which had been flushed from all the running. Even so, it was a relief. Wasn't it? Yes, I agree. This should take some of the burden off Veer's shoulders. By the way, Kaito-san. Yes, you see, she has been menacingly glaring at me since a while ago. Can I ask who this person who had an outrageous amount of magic power is? My body is instinctively shaking and I can't walk properly. It's easy for me to forget because of my sympathy magic, but having powerful magic power could feel oppressive to others, although it may not be as intimidating as Isis-san's magic power of death. Although it would be impossible to put pressure on others with only the magic power clad in their bodies, unless they're as strong as the Six Kings. Well, Eden-san has more power than some of them, so the pressure Nun-san is feeling must be quite considerable. There are those who suppress their magic so as not to intimidate others, like Kuro, and there are those who have no intention of suppressing it, like Shiro. It seems like Eden-san is the latter type. Nun-san's body was slightly shaking from earlier just because of her presence. This is Eden-san, so to speak. She's the god of our previous world. Is that so? And so, why is she glaring at me? Eden-sama? When Nun-san timidly asked her that, Eden-san stared at Nun-san with a serious look on her face. Before she muttered to herself, this is difficult. Kaito-san? I'm sorry. I have no idea what she's thinking either. The words Eden-san muttered made me and Nun-san tilt our heads, but the words she muttered after that made me feel like the hairs on my body are rising. The soul is that of my child, but the body doesn't belong to one of my own. Should I consider her as my child, or see her the same as the other talking lumps of flesh? How troubling. Isn't it fine to consider her as also your child? I think what's most important is the soul, I reflexively shouted. The reason is that I understood what was troubling Eden-san's mind when she looked at Nun-san. She was born on the same earth as me, the world created by Eden-san, but she was reborn as a demon by Kuro's power. Perhaps that is what was troubling Eden-san. And although we haven't known each other long, I too have some grasp of Eden-san's overly intense personality, and I also believe that whether or not she is her child could make a big difference in how she treats Nun-san. No, I mean, she's totally categorizing between her child or talking lump of flesh, and furthermore, when Shiro-san talked about Eden-san before, she mentioned how she dotes on those who were born in the world she created, feeling that if she considered her not her child, the worst that could happen is that Nun-san's life could be at stake, so I called out to Nun-san with a desperate look on my face. Right, Nun-san? Nun-san still considers yourself as Japanese, right? Why yes. That's right. I have been reborn in this world, but Japan is still definitely my spiritual home. Seeing my desperation, Nun-san seemed to have guessed something and affirmed my words. Thereupon, after a short silence, the intimidating pressure around Eden-san eased up. I see. It certainly was as my beloved child says. What's important isn't the flesh, but the soul in it. Why yes, that's right. That's definitely it. Eden-san seemed to have recognized Nun-san as her own child, and with a gentle smile on her lips, she placed her hand on her head and gently stroked it. Even if you now live in another world, you are my precious child. If you ever need help, you can always rely on Mother. Yes. Thank you very much. It seems like we managed to weather through the crisis. Eden-san's love for Nun-san didn't seem to be as muddled and crazy as it was for me, and she really seemed like a mother who was concerned about her own child. Well, let's just leave it at that. I should thank her for her help. Eden-san, thank you for helping me today. There's no need to thank me, for it's natural for Mother to help you, my beloved child. As soon as I heard those words, I immediately turned around and started running. I don't have any clear reason for why I ran away, but my instincts must have reacted the moment I saw the murky heart in Eden-san's eyes. Fufu, aren't you quite lively? However, that won't do. You can't just suddenly run. You may trip and fall, you know. Yes. I thought I started running, but for some reason, I was currently being hugged. This is bad. I can't run away. As I was caught, red alerts began sounding off in my head. But surprisingly, Eden-san immediately let go of my body and smiled. Eden-san isn't saying a word. She was just staring at me with a smile. Something feels strange though. She supposedly has a very beautiful smile on her lips, but I can't stop the chills that were running down my spine. My limbs should have been free, but I can't help but wonder if that's really the case. Anyway, this silence is hard on my mental health. I think I should say something. Even if you're saying that you don't mind, Eden-san, but since you helped me, I'd like to thank you in some way. That's right. Eden-san, if it's alright with you, would you like to participate in the Six Kings? I can invite you with my invitation. After I said it, I immediately regretted it. I wonder why I'm trying to strangle myself. However, it was already too late, as Eden-san's smile grew deeper. My child is inviting Mother. I'm really glad. Of course, Mother will be happy to accept. Don't worry. It seems like my child already have his own plans, so I will be sightseeing on my own. I need to make sure that this world is a good environment for my child. Yes, of course, I don't doubt my child's eyes. However, Mother is a warrior. I'm just worried that there might be some trash out there that's going to harm my child. Yes, that's right. I don't want anyone to harm my child, and I won't allow for such a thing to happen. My child's body and mind are sacred. Yes, there's no way that I would allow anyone to defile it. Such a thing should have been the truth of the world, but there are too many lumps of flesh who couldn't comprehend something so obvious. There are also unnecessary obstacles not only for my beloved child, but also for my other children who now lives in this world. That being the case, is it not the duty of I, their mother, to correct it? However, there's my promise with that god half-body, and I also have to consider Shallow Vernal, so it's difficult to erase those obstacles. If someone harms my child, I think I will be able to acquire permission from Shallow Vernal to obliterate them. But if they're still just people who could possibly hurt him, it will be difficult to punish them. I would like to erase them while it's still just a possibility, but this isn't my world, so I can't just do that. Besides, my beloved child who holds a gentle heart may be sad, so I suppose it would be better to change my plans. Yes, that's right. Let's educate them. Let's educate all these lumps of flesh so that they do not disrespect my child. Yes, that's it. As expected, the environment around my child should be one easy for him to live in. Speaking of which, there were those fools who dared to give my child trouble earlier, weren't there? It seems like the first person I need to educate has been decided. Yes, well then, let's immediately. Eden-san, stop. As I thought, she really is super scary. Nun-san already looks really uncomfortable. No, of course, I understand how she feels. I'm sure that Nun-san had also guessed who Eden-san was from the conversation up to this point, so she must have been quite shocked. Eden-san, I am glad with the thought, but it's alright. Please don't do that. Please. I see. If that's what my child wants, I won't do it. Thank you. Well then, my beloved child, I'll take my leave now. If you need me again, you can call me anytime. Mother will always be on your side. Why yes. Seeing that Eden-san somehow understood me, I patted my chest in relief. However, it really is a bit surprising. I didn't think that she would easily say she would leave. I thought asking her to go home would be the hardest thing to persuade her for, but I never expected that she would say it herself. Wait, that's right. I guess it was because Kuro is nearby. After smiling at me and Nun-san again, Eden-san was enveloped in light before she disappeared. How should I say this? I'm really tired. This trump card, the feather that can summon Eden-san at any time, but it's also a double-edged sword that can chip away my mind. Let's hold back in using this again. Even so, the way things went, I ended up inviting Eden-san to the Six Kings Festival. Would it be alright? I wish that it will be alright. After Eden-san left, Nun-san and I stopped after walking a considerable distance away from Kuro and Dr. Veer. Speaking of which, we were brought here with Eden-san's power, but we forgot to tell Lilia-san and the others that the battle is over. You don't have to worry about that. It was Alice, not Nun-san, who answered the question that suddenly popped out of my mind. I have left Alice-chan clone number 44, Phantasmal King version over there, so I'll tell the people over there what happened. I see, thank you. Yes. Well then, if you still have any orders, just call me Tilda. After she said that she told Lilia and the others about how the situation is alright now, Alice disappeared again. Alice is someone who immediately understands the situation and somehow works on it, and that's why I could really rely on her. As Alice disappears, Nun-san begins to restlessly look around. After that, Nun-san fluidly kneeled down and placed 3 fingers of both of her hands on the ground, and bowed down in a doujinshi. Kaito-san, I apologize for all the trouble I brought you. I'm sorry for the inconvenience I caused by being blind to my own weakness. I will definitely apologize for this. No, I'm fine with the apologies, so please raise your head. However, apparently, Nun-san is very concerned about having antagonized me before, as she kept lowering her head, as if it was about to graze on the ground. I didn't really mind about what happened before, so I tried asking Nun-san to raise her head, but she isn't raising her head at all. How should I say this? Being bowed down in a doujinshi like this feels kinda awkward. I'm not even going to ask her to apologize. Anyway, I don't mind about it, okay? Yes. After a few more words, Nun-san reluctantly raised her head, but she still looked like she was concerned about it. The air feels heavy. Is there any good topic that we could divert the conversation to? Something that could change the current mood. Speaking of which, yes, if this is the Hero's Hill, the Friendship City should be nearby, right? It seems like the two of them would be talking for a while. Since we're nearby, how about we kill some time and look around? Wow. It was just a diversion, I suggested in desperation, but Nansan's reaction was very different from what I expected. The moment Nansan heard my words, her face looked full of despair, as if the world had ended. As she began to sweat profusely, she muttered, Kaito-san, why you were that angry? I'm really sorry. I will do anything but that. For some reason, Nansan bowed her head again, more vigorously than before. Why, did I say something strange? As I was being puzzled by her actions, Alice's voice came out of nowhere. As expected of Kaito-san, trying to take Hikari-san to the place she least wants to visit in the world. It certainly is a punishment that does immense damage to her sense of shame. What do you mean? Well, after all, in the Friendship City Hikari, there are many statues of Hikari-san erected over there. I see. The Friendship City is, in essence, a place where they honor the first hero, so to speak. It's something like a head temple for a cult that worships the first hero, and it's a place that Nansan would never want to go near. And then, even though I was completely unaware of all this, I still invited Nansan, who was feeling responsible for what happened earlier. In other words, for Nansan, what I said earlier was, as punishment, I'm going to make you feel the greatest shame of all. You have no right to refuse. Or something like that. That's not it. Nansan, I never meant such a thing when I said that. Please raise your head. It's alright. However, Kaito-san is mad at me. I'm not mad at you. I'm telling the truth. Okay? In that case, I should really offer my apology. Does my words not make any sense in your mind? Why, you really are angry? No, like I said, I'm not angry. Then, my apology. What the heck is with this infinite loop? This won't do. Once she starts thinking in a negative direction, she's become as stubborn as hell. I certainly was at fault because I said something carelessly, but it seems like in Nansan's mind, me refusing her apology equals me being angry. I feel like this would go on and on until I receive some kind of apology. Should I just get her to do something? Then, for now, I thought of something safe for her to do as an apology. Approaching Nansan, who was still bowing her head, I whispered to her. What I'm making her do won't be too much of a burden to Nansan, and I'm also going to be grateful to her for it. I guess it would be a good request for something I thought impromptu. However, Nansan's response to it was also different from what I expected. That is, perhaps. I've heard of it before. It was a secret code, right? Nansan? For some reason, Nansan raises her bright red face, stares at me with a worried look on her face. What's with her reaction? Thereupon, Nansan puts her hand on her chin. Looking down on the ground, she began mumbling something. Premarital intercourse? However, I did say I'd do anything. But doing such a thing before our marriage is no, but I can't just retract my previous statement. However, that's embarrassing. But then, Nansan, hi, are you alright? I'm alright. What did she say? You could just say it if you don't want to, you know. If you don't like it, I could just think of another thing to ask. No, I don't mind. I know I'm not knowledgeable about this, but I'll do everything in my power to make amends with my body. I don't mind doing that as my apology. Something's wrong. As I thought. Something's wrong. Why the heck does it look like she's ready to face her death just now? I should have said I'm going to come visit her next time, so please prepare something tasty for me to her. With the way Nansan looks right now, is she planning to cook me a fancy meal? It's not like she needs to prepare that much. Well, you don't have to get that worked up about it, you know. No. This is an important matter, so I'll make sure I'm prepared. Is that so? Should I prepare a bath as well? You don't really have to go that far. But if Nansan doesn't mind. What a surprise. Not only the meal, She's asking me if she's going to prepare a bath as well. She doesn't have to be so considerate though. I wonder if the bath at Nunsan's home is something like a cypress bath. If that's the case, I'd like to take a bath in it. Kaito-san. Which do you like better, a kimono or a yukata? I guess I like yukata better. To be honest, I don't even know the difference between a kimono and a yukata. Rather than that, why is she asking such a thing? Alice-chan is also surprised. I was aware that she was pretty clunky in that area too, but I didn't realize she was that bad. Well, it looks interesting, so I'll just leave it at that. It seems like Kuro and Dr. Veer were still talking with each other, so Nunsan and I passed the time chatting. After a while, I started to feel hungry. I'm kinda hungry. Me too. I was moving a lot today. Embarrassing it may be, I'm also hungry. Now that the matter with Dr. Veer had been settled, the tension disappeared and my stomach growled in hunger. I'd really like to have something to eat, but I can't just go to the Friendship City in the presence of Nunsan. Though I say that, I also don't feel like going home already. I wonder if there's something I could eat here. I figured that there should at least be some white rice and pickled daikon radish in my magic box. As I made the magic box appear in my palm, Alice appeared right at that moment. Alice? Alice silently took out a piece of wood from nowhere, and when her hand seemed to glow for a moment, a rather magnificent stall had been suddenly erected. On top of the stall, there's a sign that reads Alice-chan's Tasty Food Stall. Incidentally, the price of our product's special value includes the travel expenses. This King Beastard. Just a few days passed and she has become quite good at doing business. She even set up 2 chairs at the counter. No matter how I look at it, it looks like she would try to rip us off. Unfortunately though, it's working very well for us. Nunsan and I looked at each other, before only letting out a sigh of resignation and sitting down at the counter seats. Welcome. Here's the menu. Phantasmal King-sama? What in the world is this? It is just as written there, you know. With a big smile on her face, Alice handed us the menu with just the words anything, market value. Does that mean she'll cook whatever we want, but the price depends on what item we order? I know that Alice is amazing, but can she really make any kind of item? Perhaps sensing my doubts, Alice fearlessly smiled and spoke. Are you doubting me? Well then, how about we make a deal? If I can't make what you ask, or if it doesn't taste good, that meal is free. However, if it's good, how about 1 gold coin per meal? 1 gold coin. Are you trying to overcharge me again? It's not that I'm doubting Phantasmal King-sama, but I'm picky about Japanese food, you know. If she can't make the dish that Nunsan and I ordered, it's free. And if she can make it well, it would be 1 gold coin. That's 1 million yen. Alice seems like she's quite confident though. However, I don't think the odds are against us. If it's a dish that doesn't exist in this world, even if it's Alice we're talking about, there's no way that she will be able to make it. Okay, I'll take that bet. As expected of Kaito-san, always easy to talk with. Well then, please place your order. When I told her that I'll take her bet, Alice deeply smiles and prompts me to order. Well then, I'll have sushi. Following her words, Nunsan ordered sushi. Isn't that quite a good order? Rice meals aren't common in this world after all. I've seen sashimi being served in the Hydra Kingdom before, but I don't remember ever seeing sushi. It also takes quite a skill to make tasty sushi. Just as I thought that Nunsan is getting a free meal. If it's nigiri sushi you're looking for, we have regular, top tier and special. Which one would you like? Well then, I'll take the special one. Yes. However, contrary to my expectations, Alice simply asked which type of nigiri sushi she wanted. This woman. She knows about sushi. Should I say that it's to be expected from the Phantasmal King? No, not yet. It's still unclear what it tastes like. I've heard that Nunsan is very picky about Japanese food, so she won't just easily accept something. Immediately after I thought about this, a beautiful set of nigiri sushi was placed in front of Nunsan. Looking at the nigiri sushi, Nunsan silently took out a gold coin from her pocket and placed it on the counter. It's my loss. Thank you for your patronage. She was instantly defeated. Nunsan, you still haven't tasted it though? I don't need to eat this to know how it tastes. These will definitely be delicious. The Japanese food fanatic Nunsan is saying that this sushi will definitely be delicious just by looking at it. Alice, what a frightening person you are. Now then, what will you be having, Kaito-san? I will have sushi. Doesn't work. What should I get then? Food that doesn't exist in this world. Remember it, me. I've been in this world for 6 months. I've also read the guidebook that Kuro gave me, and I know that that isn't there. Ramen. Yes, when I think of noodle dishes in this world, the only thing I think of is the dishes made from pasta. To be honest, I haven't seen any noodle dishes other than that, and I've already confirmed that there are no ramen shops here. I remembered wanting to eat ramen and tried looking it up in Kuro's guidebook, but I felt depressed because I couldn't find it. With this, I should have a good chance of winning the bet. What flavor do you want? Salt? Miso? Soy sauce? Tonkatsu? Paitan? I can also make tantanmen, you know. I'll have a tonkatsu. How firm do you want the noodles? Firm enough. Yes. This won't do. She also knows what ramen is. No, I still don't know what it tastes like yet. There's still a chance that it might not taste good. Even though it might be a really small percentage chance. A little while later, a ramen that had a delicious aroma was placed in front of me. Here you go. I've also added pork chashu as a service. Thanks. Thank you for the meal. It's a great consideration for a young man with a hearty appetite. This is bad. I can't see a future where I can win this bet. I mean, she even prepared a wrench spoon and disposable chopsticks. Picking up the wrench spoon, I timidly took a sip of the soup and ate a mouthful of the noodles before I took out a gold coin and placed it on the counter. It's my loss. Thank you for your patronage. Vexing it may be, but that ramen was super tasty, you know. She looks so annoying with that smug smile on her face, but it tastes so good that I can't even complain. It's been a long time since I've had ramen, but I knew that the thick broth goes well with the noodles and the thick slice of the pork chashu was also juicy. There was nothing for me to complain about. This was a complete defeat. An utter defeat that makes me glad even though I lost. Alice. What is it? Perhaps, could you make a gyudon or a burger? If you order now, just with an additional 1 copper coin for the magic box, you can order it for takeout. You know. How expensive? I'll buy it. Thank you for your patronage. An additional 10,000 yen per dish. It's very expensive, but I want to eat it. I'd certainly like to order several dishes, especially gyudon and burger, because I sometimes have this irresistible urge to eat them. By the way, we also have Japanese sweets like dorayaki and such. I'll buy it. And Nun-san just took a bite out of her sales pitch. This is hopeless already. The situation is completely swaying to Alice's favor. However, I can't win. I will still buy them. While Kaito and Nun were enjoying Alice's cooking, the people who had gathered in front of the church in Symphonia Kingdom were beginning to disperse. When Alice's clone told them that Veer's situation had been resolved, the people present looked relieved. He has successfully accomplished it. That man, I really like him. Hey, young Lilia, could I bring him along back to Hydra Kingdom? You can't. An immediate reply. What a shame. Well, fine. It's not really my thing to force people. By the way, young Lilia, it seems like you've become stronger than before. Is that so? If Her Majesty Laguna tells me that, it's making me feel that it really was the case. As soon as the situation was settled, Laguna spoke to Lilia, someone who she was familiar with, and Lilia replied to her with a wry smile. The two women had crossed blades in the past, and because of the presence of Laguna, who was even stronger than her, the genius Lilia continued with her training without becoming complacent at all. You don't need to be modest. Good gracious, young people grow up so fast. With the speed of young Lilia's progress, it looks like you would take the title of the strongest in the human realm soon. It's Your Majesty Laguna instead that shouldn't be so modest. The way I am now is still no match for you. If luck were on my side, I would be very happy to get a draw. Ho ho ho. In that case, would you like to have a fight with me now? I don't really mind, but do you not have any work you need to do, Your Majesty Laguna? That is. Seeing how much Lilia has grown since the last time they fought, Laguna's blood as a warrior rises and she proposes for a match, but Lilia calmly asks her back, did you sneak out again? Wouldn't your subordinates be frantically searching for you right now? I'd like to abdicate my throne as soon as possible, but guess I'll go home. If I go home late, they'll start nagging about things again. Just as Lilia expected, Laganna had slipped out of the royal castle without telling anyone, even though she usually does this. No, it's exactly because she usually does this, that she knew that her subordinates would scold her for this again. As her shoulders slumped down, Laganna let out a sigh before she carried her large spear again, waving her hand as she left. After seeing her off, Lilia spoke to Lunamaria and Sieglind, who were standing nearby. When illness comes back, shall we go home too? Yes. However, my lady, what in the world was that fight all about anyway? I understand that Dr. Veer was involved in this matter, but I don't really know the details. I actually don't know the details either. Well, let's just ask Kaito-san when he comes back. I wonder why though. This situation, this lineup, the people who gathered here, and Kaito-san's involvement in this matter. Could this be another situation that would make Lili faint? Please don't spout ominous things, Sieg. Well, it should be alright. I've already met the 6 kings and the supreme gods. I've also briefly greeted the god of disasters this time, and it seems like Kaito-san got acquainted with Her Majesty Laganna through this matter. There's no other outrageous people that Kaito-san would get to meet anymore. When Sieglinde mentioned her worries, with a forced smile on her lips, Lilia said this as if she was telling this to herself. Kaito-san is involved in this matter, so there's a chance that the Demon Lord had actually survived the war and is currently targeting Dr. Veer, you know? Foo-fa-foo, if the Demon Lord really survived the war, that would turn this into a really important matter. But then, there wouldn't be any reason for Sex-sama and the others to get involved, so perhaps, this may have something to do with Underworld King Sama. Hilda, that seems to be the most likely scenario. Just as Lilia laughed off Lunamaria's comment, which was actually the closest to the real situation, illness and Funf returned. Lilia and the others were already aware that illness was a peak count rank, so without being surprised to find that she hadn't suffered any significant external injuries even after a fierce battle with Funf, they spoke. By the way, illness, do you know the circumstances of the events here? I don't know. I just came here after my lady, so I wouldn't know. I see. Well, there are many other questions I would like to ask you, but I'll ask them when Kaito-san returns. Shall we go back to the mansion? Saying this, Lilia called out to Anima and the others before returning to the mansion. After Lilia, her group and the other demons left, Sex and she, who remained until the end, exchanged a few words. Funf was the only other remaining member of the group, but she didn't participate in the conversation and was just looking up at the sky, seemingly thinking about something. Even so, Mama Dono really is quite amazing. Starting with you, to have so many allies. It's not like I'm his ally. I mean, I hate him. Is that so? You seem to have been very enthusiastic in helping him though. That's ridiculous. I only helped that human because he bowed down his head and begged for my help. Doesn't that mean that you like Mama Dono? She claims to hate Kaito, but Sex asked her if it's because she likes him that she lent him a hand. Thereupon, she let out a loud sigh. Turning her back from Sex, she spoke to him while walking away. Great sage of the dead. Let me tell you one thing. What is it? Emotions aren't just something being simply positive or negative, you know? The opposite of like isn't hate. In this world, there are complicated feelings of liking someone, but hating them, and hating someone, even as you like them. Fume. Well then, what do you think about Mama Dono? In response to Sex's question, she stopped in her tracks. And without looking back, a faint smile formed on her lips as she mumbled. Well, you could say that he barely passes. If something like this happens again, I would probably lend him a hand again. Oh my. In short, you say all sorts of things, but you like him, huh? How the heck did you get that idea from what I just said? No, it's just that no matter how I heard it, it sounded like you evaluate Mama Dono highly. I see. She's tone was clearly sounding irritated, but clapping his hands as if he had suddenly thought of something, Sex aloofly spoke. It's that thing, isn't it? This is that romance, dear, right? You're wrong. What the heck are you talking about? It's that rope. Where you're saying you hate this person, but you actually. There's no way that is the case. I hate him, but you also like him, right? Wow. The calm demeanor she had a moment ago completely changed. No. More like the mask she wears as the pinnacle of the high-ranking god has been removed, as she frustratedly denies Sex's words. Sex, however, continued to speak with an amused smile on his face. Well, Mama Dono is quite the lucky man, even the god of disasters like him. SSS, shut up. Didn't I tell you you're wrong? Die. Go rot somewhere, USHD skeleton. OIRW8. Her face becoming redder and redder. Before she knew it, she had taken out her scythe and turned towards Sex. All for the sake of sanctioning a certain lich for his lack of delicacy. Funfdono. Please help me. I guess I really should apologize properly afterwards. I suppose I should bring some sort of souvenir. However, I wonder what would be good? No, before that, I will be visiting a duchess home, so I would need to ask him in advance by letter. Funfdono. In the first place, the Six Kings Festival would be coming up soon, so he may be busy with preparations. In that case, I guess it would be better to do it at a later date, or better yet, at the time of the Six Kings Festival. After eating a delicious, but rip-off priced meal at Alice's stall, Nun and I chatted for a while, when Alice suddenly spoke. It seems that the conversation over there has ended. Then, I will go clean up now. Saying that, Alice took out a hammer and after making sure we were out of our seats, she tapped the stall a few times, breaking her stall into multiple pieces of wood. I don't really know why she had to disassemble her stall with a hammer, but this is Alice we're talking about here, so let's not worry too much about it. Confirming that Alice had disappeared with the wood, I expanded the reach of my sympathy magic, and I could feel magic power coming towards our direction. This magic power, I wonder if it's just Dr. Veer? It doesn't seem like Kuro is with her. Just when I was thinking about that, a hummingbird from Kuro appeared in front of me. Opening its message, "I'll come say my thanks again later." "Thank you," was written on it. Finished reading, almost as soon as the words vanished. I saw Dr. Veer running towards us. Hikari. Mama-kun. Dr. Veer, are you finished talkie? W8. Dr. Vi. Mama-kun. Yuah. When Dr. Veer spotted us, her speed frighteningly increased and she moved in front of me in an instant, and held my head as if she was hugging me. Mama-kun. Mama-kun. Dr. Veer. What are you suddenly? It hurts. Pushing my face against her chest, she held me within her embrace. What I mean is that my face was inevitably pressed against Dr. Veer's ample bosoms. The texture of her silky habit and the feeling of her soft breasts wrap around my face. Also, was this from the herbs she's raising? A gentle and pleasant, nature-like scent tickled my nostrils. I hurriedly tried to resist the sudden situation, but with my strength, let alone getting out of this situation, I wasn't even able to move properly. From the corner of my eye, I could see Nun-san hadn't been able to keep up with the situation and was frozen with her mouth open. And Dr. Veer, seemingly oblivious to my reaction, not only hugged me but also brought her cheek closer and rubbed it against my head. "Thank you, Mama-kun." It's thanks to Mama-kun that geez. How could I say this? I don't know. I don't know how I could express my gratitude. Still tightly holding me in her embrace, Dr. Veer expressed her gratitude in a very emotional way. For the time being, let's stop the conversation for a moment. And the pressure on my face suffocates me and the vivid feeling of her womanly softness is making me feel faint, as if I'm suffering from a fever. What should I do? You've done something for me that I'll never be able to repay. Even if it includes the sins that I'll have to atone for the rest of my life, I owe you more than I can ever repay. I'm glad. I feel really glad. That makes me feel glad too. But we should end the talk soon. It hurts. I am sorry. Are you alright, Mama-kun? Why yes. Somehow, it seems like my voice finally reached her, as Dr. Veer hurriedly released my head. When I looked up while catching my breath, I saw Dr. Veer look at me with tears in her red, swollen eyes, but she still looked sincerely happy. Veer, what are you suddenly doing? I'm really grateful to you too, Hikari. Yes. You're welcome. Thereupon, it seems like Nun-san finally snapped out of her confusion and began protesting at her, but she was quickly overwhelmed by Dr. Veer, whose tension was at its highest. Anyway, Dr. Veer seemed to be at the peak of her happiness right now. It seemed like her talk with Kuro had gone well. Thanking Nun-san several times, Veer then turned to me again and deeply bowed. Mama-kun, thank you again. I'm sorry for all the trouble I caused you. No, it seems like the talk with Kuro went well, I'm going to continue working as a doctor, so I can't live in Kuromu-sama's home. But Kuromu-sama said I could come visit anytime. And she'd also come visit me at my home. That's really good to hear. It's all thanks to you, Mama-kun. Wiping the tears away from her eyes, Dr. Veer then looked straight into my eyes and smiled. The smile on her face, looking as if she had just been released from a long period of suffering, was so beautiful, it even makes her seem like she's shining. Mama-kun, I've come to love you as someone of the opposite sex. Did I just mishear what she said? I think I just heard something strange. Before I could fully understand the meaning of what Dr. Veer had said, Nun-san flustredly spoke to Dr. Veer. Veer, what are you suddenly saying? Did I say something strange? No. I mean, about how you've fallen in love with Kaito-san. I don't think it's anything strange though. After all he has done for me, something I had never had the courage to do. He made my dream of making up with Kuromo-sama come true. Looking so cool when he's forcing me to do this. If such a man like that looks at me, I would obviously fall in love. Fall in love. That is, it was a very straightforward confession. I couldn't keep up with the sudden development, but I know that my face was really blushing red. Nun-san was also dumbfounded, but Dr. Veer didn't seem to mind at all and continued speaking. It's alright, Mama-kun. It's not like I want you to respond to my feelings or anything like that. It's just as Mama-kun told me. Of course, I will continue to atone for my sins, but at the same time, I also want to be happy. I really came to love you, who made me realize this feeling. However, I still don't think I'm a fine enough of a woman to get your response. That's why, I will do my best from now on. Work hard, you say. What do you mean? Of course, I will work hard to make Mama-kun love me. Fufafu, be prepared for it. It might be unbelievable since I'm the one saying this, but I'm very single-minded and persistent. Both Nun-san and I were simply overwhelmed by Dr. Veer, who conveyed her feelings without any shame at all. I guess I can say that it's to be expected from someone who started a war just for the sake of the one she loves. How should I say this? She's a very passionate woman. But I want to ask you something first. Mama-kun, is there anything about my appearance or personality that you dislike? If there's anything you dislike about me, could you tell me so I can fix it? No. I think Dr. Veer is, a very beautiful and wonderful woman. Is that so? Fufafu, thank you. It makes me feel so happy. After softly giggling as she said this, Dr. Veer took a step closer to me and spoke again. Then, I'll work hard to make you love me. Once again, I will be in your care, Mama-kun. Why yes. It was an instantaneous incident. Dr. Veer approached me, and with a quick, fluid motion, she brought her face to my cheek and lightly kissed it. In an instant, I felt like blood rushed up over my head and I was speechless from astonishment. What are you doing, Veer? What, you ask? Showing my affection? Kissing before your marriage. It's not like I kissed him on his lips though. I'll only do that after Mama-kun loves me. That's not that point though. That's disgraceful. In contrast to Nun-san's red-faced exclamation, Dr. Veer just tilted her head in genuine wonderment. Dear Mom, Dad, a lot of things have happened, but it seems that the matter between Dr. Veer and Kuro has been settled. Well, putting that aside, Dr. Veer. How should I say this? I don't know if I should say that she's more straightforward in her expression of affection than I imagined, but she's a passionate woman. After the matter with Dr. Veer was settled, I came back to Lilia-san's mansion with Drive Veer. Of course, the reason Dr. Veer is with me is to explain her situation to Lilia-san and the others, saying that she personally wants to give them a proper explanation because they got involved in this matter, so she came back with me with my teleportation magic tool. Incidentally, Nun-san said that she would accompany us, but it seems like Nun-san was quite exhausted from her fight with Lilia-san, as Dr. Veer gave her the doctor's stop order. In particular, the bones where Lilia-san had struck her seemed to have been broken. The fracture itself was healed by Dr. Veer's recovery magic, but she still told her to get a rest for the day because she was very tired. Nun-san was still trying to accompany us though, saying some kind of incomprehensible super theory of it doesn't really matter whether I broke a bone or two, I can handle myself well with my fighting spirit, but Dr. Veer almost forced her to leave. Or rather, Nun-san, even though she broke her breastbone, ribs, she still ate all those food with me. It's once again making me think that she's also one heck of a superwoman. Well, according to Nun-san, If it's just a few broken bones, they will completely heal after a night of rest. I'm not sure whether this is because she have the body of a demon or because of the fact that Nunsan is a monster. But at any rate, I'm relieved to know that nothing serious happened. And now, we've reached the office where Lilia-san, Luna Maria-san and Sayag-san are waiting. Knocking on the office's door, Dr. Veer and I went inside. Well, Dr. Veer's klutziness slightly appeared again. It was a sliding door, but she kept on pushing it open, so it took us a little while to get in after we knocked. Welcome back, Kaito-san. Also, welcome, Dr. Veer. I'm back. It's been a while, Lilia-chan and Sayag-chan. As for Lu-chan, we just met the other day. Didn't we? Dr. Veer, you were acquainted with them? I've met them a few times through Lu-chan. It is true that Dr. Veer is Noir-san's doctor, so it isn't surprising that she knows Lilia-san and Sayag-san through Luna Maria-san. All three of you, I'm really sorry for the trouble I caused you this time. No. Please don't worry about it. It's just that, embarrassing it may be to say this, but we don't really understand what was going on. It would be great if you could explain to us the situation. Of course, I will properly explain it to you. Where should I start? As they were acquaintances from the start, the explanation of the situation began rather smoothly, and Dr. Veer began to explain the situation, saying one word after another, as if she's recalling them. After Dr. Veer finished explaining, the office was filled with silence. The fact that the Demon Lord was actually alive and that it was Dr. Veer would certainly be shocking. In the room where this truth was told, the first person to move was Luna Maria-san. Her eyes wide open, looking stunned, Luna Maria-san collapsed on the floor and muttered, "No way. Big Sister Veer. Was the Demon Lord? I'm sorry I hid it from you for so long, Lu-chan." No, that's not it. Luna Maria-san certainly looked surprised, but for some reason, her face turned pale as she shouted, I just talked about the general image of the Demon Lord spoken in legends. It's not like I'm making fun of you, Big Sister Veer. I see. Speaking of which, I remembered Luna Maria-san dissing the Demon Lord very badly. Being that the Demon Lord was actually an acquaintance of hers and someone she adores to the point of calling her big sister, she panicked and hurriedly explained herself. Don't worry about it. In fact, just as Lu-chan said, I've been a terrible fool. That's not it. Big Sister Veer isn't that kind of person. If I had known about this, I wouldn't have said such a thing. Thanks. Are you not mad at me for hiding it from you? I'm not. There's no way I can hate Big Sister Veer. Rather, for always unknowingly saying horrible things to you. I'm sorry. Apparently, Luna Maria-san really adores Dr. Veer, and is more shocked by the fact that she had unknowingly insulted Dr. Veer than when she found out that her true identity is that Demon Lord. Seeing Luna Maria-san apologizing in an unimaginably meek manner, Dr. Veer frustratedly appeased her. Watching that scene, Sayag also calmly spoke to sort out her surprise. For Dr. Veer to be the Demon Lord, that was quite the surprise. However, just like Luna, I also don't feel any anger. Rather, I can't thank you enough for explaining the difficult situation for us. Sayag-chan. That's right. Regardless of your past, Big Sister Veer is still Big Sister Veer. Lu-chan, Luna Maria-san and Sayag-san, both of who know the current Dr. Veer, said that they wouldn't despise her even if they knew her past. Hearing this, Dr. Veer happily smiled and patted Luna Maria-san's head. However, in the midst of such an atmosphere, Lilia-san didn't say a word and only stared at Dr. Veer. Lilia-chan, I'm sorry for surprising you. And for causing you trouble. My lady, please don't condemn Big Sister Veer. She's suffered a lot too. My lady? Lilia-san still didn't say anything. She just stared straight at Dr. Veer, not moving an inch. Doesn't it seem like something's off with her? When such a question popped in my mind, Luna Maria-san tilted her head in wonder as well and approached Lilia-san. Then, after Luna Maria-san waved her hand a few times in front of Lilia-san's face, Lilia-san still didn't move. It seems like she fainted. Lili, so you're now able to faint even with your eyes open? How dexterous of you. She fainted with her eyes open? A new pattern? No, it's not like I'm looking for such variations in the way she faints, but it seems like Dr. Veer's story had exceeded Lilia-san's tolerance level, and she had fainted in the middle of the conversation. This is bad. I need to use resuscitation magic immediately. Big Sister Veer, Dr. Veer, not used to such a situation with Lilia-san, approached the fainted Lilia-san with a worried expression on her face, and held out her hand with a small magic circle floating on it. Thereupon, light overflowed from Dr. Veer's hand and Lilia-san's petrified eyes moved. What was I? Lilia-chan, are you okay? You suddenly fainted. Could it be that you've gathered quite the fatigue in your body? Do you feel any pain? No, I'm alright. I'm sorry. It's just that I had this weird dream that Drive Veer was actually the Demon Lord. I'm the Demon Lord though. Well, as I said, I'm a demon who used to be called the Demon Lord. Is that so? It wasn't a dream. Why yes, you were the Demon Lord. I know what the Demon Lord is. Dr. Veer is the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord is Drive Veer. Thus, the Demon Lord is the Demon Lord. Lilia-chan, pull yourself together. Right after she got up, she immediately fainted for the second time. Lilia-san, I'm sorry. As Lilia-san fainted with her eyes rolling up, Dr. Veer flustredly supported her body. This is that, right? I feel like she's going to wake up and pass out a few more times. I guess I'll go make some tea. I'm going to bring food to Bell-chan and Lin-chan. In Lilia-san's office, Dr. Veer explained about the situation. As a result, we're currently in a situation that can best be described as a scene of carnage. Please let me go, Dr. Veer. I'm already at my limits. That won't do, Lilia-chan. As a doctor, I can't overlook the fact that you're taking so much stomach medicine. You need to follow the proper dosage. I can't do without drinking all of it. It's not alcohol. No matter how you drink it, it wouldn't have any sort of calming effect on your mind. After learning the fact that Dr. Veer was the Demon Lord and fainting several times, Lilia-san took out several kinds of stomach medicine and was about to drink it when Dr. Veer gave her the doctor's stop order. And now, the situation where Lilia-san is trying to take the stomach medicine and Dr. Veer trying to prevent her from doing so occurred. As for me, I couldn't even intrude in this situation and watched what was going on while drinking the tea that Lunamaria-san had made for me. It's not like I'm afraid to talk to Lilia-san or anything. This tea is a little different than usual. It's still delicious though. Why in the world are you in laid-back rest mode? Kaito-san. SHT. I was just escaping from reality, but I didn't realize that I said that out loud, and in response, Lilia-san's target shifted to me. With tears in her eyes, Lilia-san approached me and fluidly grabbed my collar. What in the world does this mean? I know that this time isn't your fault, Kaito-san. But I still have my limits, you know? Lilia-san. It hurts. You're strangling me. Seriously, what in the world is wrong with you? You've only been in this world for less than half a year, so how in the world are you attracting all these crazy things one after another? Didn't I tell you I've already reached my limit? What exactly are you aiming at? How much of the mysteries of this world are you going to gather in front of my doorstep? Are you still hiding someone in there? You're definitely hiding someone, aren't you? As my collar was being grabbed, I allowed myself to be violently rocked back and forth. I'm definitely feeling sorry for her. But Lilia-san, could you calm down for a bit? It seriously hurts. I'm going to collapse. Receiving the onslaught of Lilia-san's tearful screams as she looked completely fed up with my deeds, I moved my gaze towards Lunamaria-san, asking for her help. The cookies are delicious. Please give me some more. Understood, Phantasmal King Sama. Oi, you idiot. Why the heck are you naturally relaxing over there, munching on some cookies? Could you help me out here? I'm going to end up fainting here, you know? Lilia-chan. Calm down, it's not like Mama-kun meant any harm. No Kaito-san is scary. Kaito-san is bullying me. Dr. Veer tried stopping Lilia-san, but her voice didn't reach Lilia-san, who's about to blow her fuse. Sobbing like a child, Lilia-san rocked me back and forth even more vigorously. Lilia-chan, listen to me. Mama-kun's face is already turning blue, so let go of your hold. Gravity fall. Fudge. With Dr. Veer's words, Lilia-san was knocked down to the floor and my body was released half forcibly. In front of me, who had finally been released and was trying to roughly inhale as much oxygen as I could, Lilia-san slammed face first into the ground, and with her eyes turned up again, she fainted. I'm really sorry. No, I'm sorry for always bringing you trouble. After recovering with Dr. Veer's recovery magic, Lilia-san seemed to have calmed down and apologized to me with a deep bow. No, well, how should I say this? There was no way I could complain with the deeds I accumulated in the past, so I was the one who desperately needed to apologize. Lilia-san and I continued to say I'm the one who should say sorry instead for a while. After we had both calmed down to some extent, we resumed our conversation. I'm sorry for digressing, Dr. Veer. I understood what you said. Rather than that, are you alright, Lilia-chan? I'm not talking about just now, but with the usual situation. Do you have any good stomach medicine? I guess it's stress, huh? You became a duchess at a young age after all. I know it's a lot to take in, but you shouldn't rely on medicine too much. No, I certainly feel some stress, but that isn't the cause. When Lilia-san muttered with her eyes looking in the far distance, Dr. Veer tilted her head, looking as if she didn't understand what was going on. Yes, I'm sorry. Most of it was my fault. Even so, not only the first hero, but for the Demon Lord to still be alive. My common sense has been shattered in the last 6 months. I'm sorry for startling you. No, it isn't Dr. Veer's fault. I know what kind of person you are very well, and I don't intend to say anything about something that happened 1,000 years ago. Thank you. Lilia-san, who was finally calmed down, announces with a gentle smile that she accepts Dr. Veer's past, to which Dr. Veer happily thanks her. Well, putting that aside, I have something else I want to ask Kaito-san. My intuition is telling me that Kaito-san is still hiding something. To be more specific, the fact that I felt an inordinate amount of magic power I felt earlier. What was that? I've been wondering about that too. Mama-kun, who is that person? Even though she holds such incredible power, I've never even seen her before. Both of their eyes turned to me. I see. Even after I had finished explaining about Dr. Veer, there was still something I needed to explain. Yes, it's about Eden-san. I only briefly told Lilia-san about her, but to Dr. Veer, she must have been a truly unknown monster. However, I wonder how I should explain to them about that absurdly dense Eden-san. Realizing that the conversation wasn't over yet, I opened my mouth to explain to them about her. Even though she was about to blow her fuse when she heard about Dr. Veer's matter, Lilia-san had understood Dr. Veer's situation. After that, I now have to explain to her about Eden-san. But I really don't know how to explain it. I mean, she's certainly the god of my world, but it's hard for me to say that she's sickeningly frightening. After I finished explaining to Lilia-san and Dr. Veer about Eden-san to some extent, a considerably heavy silence appeared. A little while later, Lilia-san spoke in a grave tone. In short, this Eden-sama is the god of Kaito-san's world that you had told me about before. And that god likes Kaito-san. That's why she helped you for this matter. Why yes, well, something like that. I don't think Eden-san's affection is on the level of liking me. Well, let's just let this matter remain unclear. Well, you know, as expected, I couldn't just say the god of my world is a yandere or anything like that. Right? I thought that since I had met most of the powerful beings in this world, that would be the end of it. And now, you even went and asked the assistance of a god from another world. No more. You aren't even trying to restrain yourself at all. My apologies. I deeply bowed once again to Lilia, who exhaustedly muttered. Thereupon, Dr. Veer, who had been silently listening to me up to that point, spoke to me, looking somewhat convinced. Mama-kun, in other words, is it correct to say that she is someone like the creator god of our world? Why yes, probably. I see. No wonder I was feeling so helpless before her. I thought that I was a pretty strong person, but the top of the worlds really is different. Dr. Veer was surprised by Eden-san's identity, but she nodded her head, looking like she understood why she had been overpowered. Dr. Veer, do you have any good stomach medicine? I think we should get you to try to stop relying on medication first. What you're feeling is something psychological, so it's important for you to have a change in mood. I think it would be good for you to get some walk under the morning sun. What am I supposed to do? Lilia-chan is a very serious person, so you probably already have a lot on your plate. I can't say anything too much because I'm the one who caused a problem this time, but I think it's best if you don't mind about things too much. Somehow, Doesn't it seem like they've started some sort of counseling? No, I'm really sorry, Lilia-san. It'll be easier to just talk about your complaints and worries to others. How about you talk about it to someone like Liu-chan? What Dr. Veer said certainly was a sound argument, but I think that her choice of person is a complete mistake. However, I can't really say I'm here to listen to all of your complaints to her. After all, I'm the cause of her worries. That's right. Why don't you go on a date with Mama-kun for a change of pace? A DDD date. You two are lovers, right? That certainly is true, but hearing Dr. Veer's unexpected suggestion, Lilia-san's earlier depression disappears, and with her face turning bright red, her gaze swimmed about as she spoke. However, a date. A date is, if I were to regard Kaito-san's circumstances and go on a date with him, the date would turn into a date. And if we were to go on a date, wouldn't it be difficult? I'm sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about. Could you calm down for a bit? Why yes. Do you not want to go on a date with Mama-kun, Lilia-chan? That's not it. That isn't the case. Rather, I've been one. It's nothing. I feel like the conversation is going in a weird direction, but a date with Lilia-san would always be welcome. We hadn't had a chance to go out alone together since that time we went shopping for clothes for the Six Kings Festival, so I think it would be nice to wander around the city. If it's okay with Lilia-san, why don't we go shopping together tomorrow? Kaito-san? Is that a date? Yes. Lilia-san, if it's not convenient for you, we can do it another day. You know? No. It's right. She bit her tongue. She just strongly bit down her tongue. Each of her reactions is just too cute. As I happily looked at Lilia-san, who accepted my date invitation with a bright red face, Dr. Veer clapped her hands. That's right. I've got something good for you. Something good? This was something given to me too. It's a ticket for a play. It should be here somewhere. Found it. Here you go. Can I really have it? Of course. I'm really glad for the thought they had when they gave it to me. But it isn't really convenient for me to go there myself. I think it will expire in about 10 days, so you should go check it out soon. Thank you. You're welcome. Well, I only have one ticket, so you'll have to buy another for the other person. I heard they're playing something pretty popular. A play? I knew that there was such a thing in this world, but I have never been to one, even in my world. Gratefully accepting Dr. Veer's kindness, I confirmed if Lilia-san would like to go there, to which she nodded her head several times with a bright red face. Thereupon, Dr. Veer announced that she was going back to her clinic. After thanking and apologizing to us once again, she left. I also left the office after having a short discussion with Lilia-san about our plans for tomorrow's date. After dinner and a bath, I went back to my room and was writing my diary, thinking about the day, when Kuro appeared just as usual. Kaito-kun. I'm here. Welcome. Hey, Kaito-kun. This might be sudden, but how about we go on a date? A date? Right now? Kuro appeared in my room, and with her usual bright smile, she told me something out of the ordinary. It's currently 9 p.m. Early enough to go to bed, but it's late enough to wander around outside. I'd like to go to a place with Kaito-kun. Is it no good? Not really, it's alright with me. Hold on, I'll get my jacket. When I agreed to her date invitation, Kuro nodded with a sincerely happy smile on her face. Kuro's teleportation magic brought me to the Hero's Hill, the place where we teleported earlier today. Standing in front of the huge stone monument that was once said to be left behind by Nunsan, Kuro turned to me and spoke with a gentle smile on her lips. Kaito-kun. Thank you so much. Well, I'm glad that Kuro and Dr. Veer was able to reconcile with each other. I immediately understood that the words of gratitude she said to me were referring to Dr. Veer's matter. If you hadn't made your move, Kaito-kun, I don't think Veer and I would ever have a chance of reconciling. Perhaps, we'd never make up if you hadn't made your move. I'm really glad. I could feel happiness from the bottom of my heart as I thought, Kaito-kun really is amazing. I'm so happy that I have met you and became your lover. Once again, thank you. How strange. Because of this matter, I've been through a lot and am extremely tired. But seeing Kuro's smile, I felt like all that tiredness I felt was worth it. In the end, the reason why I moved around that much, I understood that there was no difficult logic to it. for all I wanted was to see Kuro's smile. Kuro smiled like that for a few moments before she reached out a hand towards the night sky. Kuro, wait for a bit, okay? As she said this, powerful magic power that seemed to shake the air was released from Kuro's body. Twilight of the stars, memory of the world, afterglow of the distant day. Planet memory. Wow. As Kuro calmly spoke those words, in that moment, the scenery in my eyes drastically changed. The night sky, which was supposed to be slightly cloudy, suddenly turned into a starry sky. See, could this be what Kuro was doing earlier? She changed the weather. This is the starry skies of 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago? I'll just slightly mess with the world for a little while. She's just nonchalantly saying that, but that sounds like a really big deal. In other words, what she's saying is that she had rewound the time of the sky back to 1,000 years ago. In front of the astonished me, Kuro continues to speak while staring at the huge stone monument. 1,000 years ago, under this starry sky, I had presented Hikari-chan with a choice. A choice? To Nun-san? I had her pick a choice between going back to her previous world or staying in this world. As I recall, Lilia-san told me that the stone monument and the Japanese katana here have been endowed with a very powerful state preservation magic. And the words she said just now, it's just a guess, but I think it was Kuro who casted that magic. However, why is she telling me this story after making the same starry sky she had 1,000 years ago? As soon as this question came into my mind, Kuro looked away from the stone monument and gazed at me. The truth is that if I had wanted to, I could have sent Kaito-kun back to your previous world without having to wait a year. That isn't anything surprising. Kuro is Shiro-san, the creator god's half-body, so her power is comparable to that of the almost omnipotent Shiro-san. It wouldn't be strange if they were able to send me back to my world. However, the questions in my mind just increased. Why is she talking about this now? Kaito-kun, I told you that I wouldn't ask you about this until after the Festival of Heroes, didn't I? I said I would respect your choice. However, can I be a little selfish? I haven't told Kuro what I'm going to do after the Festival of Heroes ends. No, I tried to tell her, but Kuro didn't want to hear it, saying that I could tell her about it after the festival was over. It doesn't matter what choice I make. After she told me that she would respect my choice, this topic was never brought up again. Thereupon, moving her small feet to move closer to me and hugging me with her small body, Kuro spoke. Kaito-kun, please don't go back to your previous world. From now and forever, I want to stay in this world that I love, together with my beloved Kaito-kun. That's why, in this world, I want you to stay by my side. Kuro, she's a kind girl. She doesn't want to make me feel like she's narrowing down my options, so I didn't dare mention my choice until now. But now, Kuro has made it clear to me that she doesn't want me to go back to my world. To be honest, I couldn't help but feel happy. Gently hugging Kuro's body back, I spoke as gently as I could to reassure her. Kuro, I've actually made a request to Shiro-san. You did? I asked her to allow me one chance to say goodbye to the people who took care of me in my world. The request I made to Shiro-san, it was a request to let me say goodbye to my uncle and aunt who had taken care of me, whether it's by letter or through other means. In response, Shiro-san agreed to let me return to my original world for some time, before returning back to this world. Well, that's apparently something she would grant if I pass some kind of final ordeal. Kaito-kun, does that mean, I'm not going anywhere? I'm also going to live in this world. Standing beside Kuro. Kaito-kun, Kuro, I love you! Kaito-kun, I was feeling embarrassed, but I somehow managed to express my feelings. To which, Kuro hugged me tightly. I love you too. Kaito-kun, I love you. I'm happy. I'm so happy. It somehow feels embarrassing though. Kuro tightly clings to my body. Not wanting to let her loving warmth escape, I tightened my embrace. Still hugging my body, Kuro looks up and smiles, looking really happy from the bottom of her heart. Hey, Kaito-kun, I want to kiss. Me too. Under the light of the stars, shining upon our bodies, Kuro's face and mine came close together, until the distance between us finally becomes zero. Under the star-filled sky, just as Nun-san had done in this place in the past, I told Kuro my choice. It's not that I don't have any regrets in my previous world. However, I've already made up my mind. Even after the Festival of Heroes ends, I'm going to live in this world. The day after the incident with Dr. Veer, I was looking for Ilna-san to thank her for her help yesterday, when I found her and Lilia-san talking about something. Let me get this straight. Illness is a count rank demon, right? Yes, that's right. To be honest, I never expected this. I mean, in the first place, why are you, a count rank, working as a maid at the royal capital? Lilia-san asked a question that I had also been wondering about. I had already become familiar with this world to a certain extent, so I understand that the count rank demons are part of the most powerful people in the world. She had the strength that could allow her to become one of the 6 king's executives, or even the lord of a castle. However, I remember hearing that Ilna-san had been a maid at the royal castle since Lilia-san was a child. I wonder how she ended up working there as a maid. Being a count rank doesn't necessarily mean they have to be in a high position. As my lady knows, I'm not good at standing so working mostly is more suitable for me. Is that so? Well, if that's what you want, I won't ask you to quit being a maid, but, Illness? What is it? I think you really should be the head maid. No thanks. Lilia-san, who had known Illness-san for a long time, nodded her head in agreement, but then she timidly made the suggestion. However, Illness-san completely brushed her suggestion under the rug. Then, please at least accept a salary raise. Adding with how much work you did for the mansion, you can't just expect to be paid the same as the other common maid even though you're a count rank. It's not necessary. I'm quite satisfied with my current salary. Even if that's so, I have a reputation to uphold. You're doing 10 times more work than the others. The fact that you, a count rank demon, is being worked hard for a low salary is... This is probably that, right? Lilia-san is most probably just using Illness-san's identity as a count rank demon as a pretext, as she has been wanting to increase Illness-san's salary for some time. However, Illness-san had refused. Thereupon, the status of a count rank demon that was discovered this time. I have a feeling that she saw this as an opportunity and is trying to somehow get her to agree to a salary increase. This is something I like to do. So there's no need. I'm not saying that we increase your salary 10 times. If we could at least double it. No thanks. 1.5 times? If you can afford to raise my salary, please raise the salaries of the other children. They will definitely be happy. It was a complete refusal. Lilia-san looked like she was about to cry. I guess she has been turned down like this before. What about 1.2 times? My lady? No. Why yes, my lady, since you are in a position to stand above our ears, you need to learn when to step back and respect the opinions of your subordinates. Yes. When Illness-san told her this with an admonishing tone, Lilia-san's shoulders instantly slumped, and she sat down in a smooth, compact movements. It's probably not the first time she did this. I say there's no need for the salary raise. My lady even when I told you would you still forcibly give me money? I won't. Looking like a child who was being scolded by her parents, it seems Lilia-san really couldn't raise her head over Illness-san. I've heard that Illness-san has been working for Lilia-san since she was a child, so she might have also been in a position where she educates her. I knew that my lady thinks you're doing me a favor. My lady is a kind child after all. But that's really not necessary. Money is not the only thing that can be used as compensation for our ears. As long as my lady becomes a worthy head of the family, well and healthy, that would be enough of a reward for me. Any more than that is too much for me. Illness. Seriously? Is Illness-san a saint or something? It kind of feels like she's the Holy Mother. Her warm affection towards others is just too dazzling. That's why if you had the time to think of my benefit, you should just firmly support the Albert Duck as the head of the family, and show everyone what kind of person my lady is. Why yes, I'll do my best. Overdoing is no good. Okay. When you need help, you must rely on others, consult on their opinions. Yes. Which one of them was the head of the family again? Also, what were we talking about in the first place? Well, Lilia-san seems to be filled with motivation. So all's well that ends well, I guess. That aside, there's no point in watching their conversation forever. I was also looking for Ilna-san. Thank her for her help. With this in mind, I waited for Lilia-san to get up before calling out to the two of them. Lilia-san, Ilna-san, good morning. Kaito-san, good morning. Good morning. Both of them responded with smiles when I approached them, and after a brief chat, I thanked them again. Lilia-san, Ilna-san, thank you for all your help this time. Don't worry about it, it's no big deal. Yes, I'm glad I could be of help to you. I would like to express my thanks for their kindness, but I can't think of anything right away, so I'm going to put it on hold for the time being. The Six Kings Festival is coming up soon, so even if I don't think of something right now, I'm sure I'll have many opportunities to thank them. The 15th day of the second fire month. The Six Kings Festival starts on the 24th day, and we plan to be there the day before, so it seems like the festival is really close. The festival organized by the Six Kings, which will take place over a period of 7 days, will probably be of a considerable scale. Since I haven't been to a festival since the Sacred Tree Festival, I'm really looking forward to it. Well, I am not without some concerns about the treatment. But anyhow, there's not much time left before the festival. I've already reconfirmed who will be accompanying me, so that won't be a problem, but I should also reconfirm what I'm bringing to the site. After all, we will be staying 7 nights over there, including the day before, so we will need to be well prepared. I need to make sure that I have food and other arrangements for Belle and Lin ready while I'm gone. Well, though I say that, I have my teleportation magic tool, so it's easy to come back when I feel like it. As I was thinking about that, I suddenly remembered something. Speaking of which, I was thinking of buying a new brush for brushing. Or rather, I wanted to buy a finer brush. Right now, I'm just using one kind of brush, but I would like to have several kinds of brush for different sections of Belle's body. After thinking that much, I took out a letter that Chris-san had sent me before from the magic box. Chris-san's hobby is horseback riding, and she's keeping a monster called Grateful Horse. Its name is Never, and she seems to be taking good care of it as her favorite horse. Chris-san and I have a lot in common, and we often exchange letters about our favorite pets. In the course of our exchange in letters, I learned that there's a monster pet supply store in Alexandria, Archlesia Empire's royal capital, that Chris-san recommended. There are more people who keep monsters in the Archlesia Empire, which has a monster race and is close contact with Magnoel-san, than anywhere else, and there are much more stores related to monsters than in Symphonia or Hydra. The store that Chris-san told me about in her letter was a high-class store that was a purveyor to the nobility, and although the prices were high, I heard that it had a good selection of quality goods, and I wanted to visit it once. Although it was a little out of the scope of the preparations for the Six Kings Festival, I had nothing special planned for today, so I decided to go there. It would also be a good idea to look around the stores nearby. Compared to Symphonia Kingdom, it's a place I haven't visited very often, so I'm sure I will find many interesting stores there. Alright, it's decided then. They did say how there's no time like the present, so let's head to the Archlesia Empire by teleportation. Just like that time with the flower garden, Chris-san's recommendations exceeded my expectations. I was very satisfied with the store this time, and not only did I buy 2 kinds of brushes that I had originally planned to buy, but I also bought a variety of treats and shampoo for Belle and Lin. There were many other interesting items as well, so I think I will come back again. As I was walking along, feeling very happy with my purchase, I suddenly noticed someone handing out some kind of flyer. This is quite unusual, as Earth had superior printing technology, with its technological products. It's said that it costs much more to print a large number of flyers in this world than in the world where I was. For this reason, I don't often see people handing out flyers in the streets like this. However, conversely, if they are handing out flyers, it's likely that they are advertising a big event or a large store that they want to advertise even if they have to spend a lot of money to do so. My interest was piqued, so I received a flyer and found that it seemed to be an announcement of an event. It seems that today is the anniversary of the contract between Magnoel-san and the Emperor, and that they are giving away monsters. Well, it was not a large-scale event like a festival, but more like a small event, and as far as I could tell from the information on the flyer, it was similar to solving a crossword puzzle. It seems that there are tags with quizzes written on them in front of some stores in the neighborhood, and if you write the answers on the flyer, you will find the final destination, and if you go there, it says that you will get a souvenir related to the Dragon King. Magnoel-san. It reminded me somewhat of shopping street events, but this area is lined with upscale stores, so I might be able to expect a lot of souvenirs. Since I had some time to kill, I decided to take part in the event, so I looked at the map on the back of the flyer and headed for the nearest point. When I arrived at the point depicted on the map, I saw a sign with the quizzes described on the flyer, and someone was standing in front of it. Is she also someone who was participating in the event like me? I thought there would be more people, but there were surprisingly few people nearby. If you look at the flyer carefully, it seems that the event itself started 5 days ago, while the anniversary day is today. As I approached the sign, thinking that there's nothing wrong with the place not being crowded, the girl standing in front of the sign turned towards me. She was a petite woman of about 140 centimeters. She had long hair as red as blazing fire, and a well-defined face. But what caught my eye more than that were the countless scars on her face. A vertical claw-like scar over her right eye, a horizontal cut on her nose, and her cheeks were covered with scars that looked like holes had been healed. Even just a quick glance showed me that her face was riddled with scars. Her outfit was a black coat, or rather, a longer Karen-like garment with a flame-like pattern, and on her upper body, she only had a sarashi wrapped around her chest, and her body was covered with scars as much as her face. As for her lower body, I think that the clothing she's wearing is called bonton pants. Anyhow, she's wearing oversized trousers that you often see in delinquent mangas. She had a long kaiseryu pipe in her mouth, like those you see from ancient dramas, making her look as if she was a female delinquent leader. Her iridescent eyes, with their long, vertical pupils, looked as sharp as a bird of prey, and she seemed to release an inexplicable sense of intimidation. I mean, her eye power's amazing. I'm honestly really scared of her. She was emanating this unimagination pressure from her petite body, making her really feel like a warrior who had a large amount of battle experience in her belt. Rather than that, she was really staring over here though. Did I do something? It's not like I'm in some delinquent manga where meeting one would immediately start a fight. You are, if I remember correctly. You are called Mama Kaito, right? How did you know The woman called my name as if it's a matter of course. But I don't recognize her. As expected, it would be impossible for me to forget a person with such a distinctive appearance. As I was wondering this, the woman smiled and spoke. I've heard about you from my king. Your king? I haven't introduced myself yet. The name I received at birth is Frebel, and the name the king had bestowed upon me is Nidzveld. I'm Frebel Nidzveld. I'm a subordinate of the Dragon King Magnoel-sama, and was entrusted with the duty of being one of his executives. You're Magnoel-san's. Surprisingly, it seems that this woman is one of Magnoel-san's camp's executives. In other words, she's one of the 4 great demon dragons. I see, so that's why she has such a dignified presence. You may call me, let's see. You may call me Frey. Yes. You already know about me, but I'm Mama Kaito. Nice to meet you. The woman, Frey-san, looks scary at first glance, but her voice is calm and somehow reassuring. Despite her petite appearance, I could really feel that she's an elder. However, coincidence it may be, I am glad to have met you. I was hoping to speak with you at least once. I was also able to observe that incident involving the Demon Lord, Via. I'm sorry for peeping in such an event, but I've been presented with a good challenge. It seemed like Frey-san had seen the incident with Dr. Via, and with a kind smile, she gave me her praise. As I scratched my head in embarrassment, she looked at the flyer in my hand. That flyer. Do you also intend to participate in this event? Yes, I just happened to get a flyer from, and since I had some free time. I see, what a coincidence. Since it's related to Magnoel-sama, I was actually thinking of participating in this event, too. How about it? It must have been some kind of fate that we met here. So why don't we go around together? I suppose so. If it's not too much trouble. It was a sudden offer, but I had no reason to refuse. It would be more fun with us 2 going around than just me going around by myself. Accepting her offer, I turned my attention to the sign in front of Frey-san. The question is marked with 1 above the question, so I guess the answer here would fill up the blocks with same number on the flyer. Well then, let's get right to it. The question here is, it's about the popularized name of Magnoel-sama's executives. 4 great demon dragons, right? Yeah, that's right. We are named as such for including myself. This group is made up of 4 dragons. I see. By the way, it's a little late to mention this, but you are a dragon too, aren't you, Fresan? Yeah, actually showing you my dragonic form would make explaining this quicker, but it would cause a commotion in the city, so that we'll have to wait for another time. Putting the Kaiseru pipe in her mouth back into the holder on her waist, Fresan grinned. I thought of this after talking to her so far, but she seems to be a sensible person, like a calm, mature woman. More specifically, I would say that she's like the elder sis of a delinquent group. Well then, 4 great demon dragons. It seems like the box for one of the characters here is different, so it would seem. I'm guessing that by connecting the differently colored parts of each answer, you would arrive at the final answer. Hilda, that does feel like it would be the case. So, in this question with 1, it would be Ma. There are up to 6 in all here, and in a Dragon King related event. Could the final answer be Magnoel T/N? 4 great demon dragons equals Yondai Marayo equals Ma, Gu, Nadashru, Wiru. You speculated well. It does seem likely that Magnoel-sama's name is the answer. But remember that the purpose of this event should have been to finally arrive at a designated location. Hilda, you're right. In that case, that answer would be wrong. We can't judge everything by this one question. Let's go to the next one. Indeed, as Fresan said, if the final answer created is Magnoel, that wouldn't lead us to a place at all. Nodding to Fresan's words, we moved on to the location of the next quiz question. Since this was a small event to begin with, the distances between locations were not that great, and it was easy to get around. Some of the quiz questions on the billboards were a little difficult, but I managed to solve them thanks to the hints given by Fresan. After completing 6 questions in total and I found the final letter. The answer really is Magnoel. It looks like it. However, this answer doesn't tell us where to go next. Yes, as I had first guessed, the completed word really ended up being Magnoel's name, and not something that would indicate a location. As I looked at the flyer with Fresan, I thought about it. Is there some kind of code? Some kind of riddle hidden here? I wouldn't say there's no possibility, but considering the difficulty level of the quiz so far, it seemed to me that it was designed so that even young people could participate to some extent. If that were the case, I doubt they would make it too complicated. So you're saying it's possible that we may have been overlooking something rather simple. I suppose, something simpler. As we were discussing this, Fresan seemed to have noticed something and pointed at the map behind the flyer towards me. This is the map showing the location quiz signboards for this event, but look at the up right-hand corner. Is that the logo for this event? It looks like a chibified Magnoel-san. Yeah, this logo definitely is a drawing of Magnoel-sama, and this is drawn so blatantly, marking the map, and with Magnoel-san's name being the final answer, which means that the place marked by this logo is our destination. This was a really simple oversight. I was too preoccupied with the letters that completed the final answer, and I was reading too much into it, trying to connect the location from the answer. Once I figured it out, the answer was so simple that I wondered why I hadn't noticed it before. I couldn't help but exchange glances with Fresan and chuckle. When I arrived at the desired location with Fresan, I found a store with no signboard and a person who looked like a store clerk standing in front of the door. As we approached, the clerk turned toward us, gave us a bow, and spoke. May I check your flyer? Yes. I see. By showing them the flyer, we would tell them that we are participants of the event. Yes, indeed. Well then, we will prepare a souvenir for you. Oh, you don't need to give mine. Just give the young man his. Understood. SSS Sky Dragon Sama. Hearing Fresan's voice, the shopkeeper looked really astonished and bowed her head. If they had reacted like that after Fresan spoke to them, I guess Fresan had used something like the recognition inhibition magic Kuro used back then. She probably seemed like a normal person until she spoke to them. The clerk then talked to Fresan for a while, seemingly overawed, before a box of what seemed to be the souvenir was brought out, which they handed to me. Thanking them for the souvenir, we left the place. Thereupon, I moved with Fresan to a nearby park to check the contents. Inside is, It's a handkerchief. I took the souvenir out of the box and found it to be a handkerchief with the event logo on it. The design is beautiful and the fabric has a great feel to it, so it's probably a pretty good handkerchief. The logo is also cool with Magnolia-san as its motif, and it's a design that Lilia-san would like. That's a very tasteful design. Yes, it's better than I expected for an event giveaway. After a short discussion about the design of the handkerchief, with a joyful smile on her lips, Fresan spoke. Events like these are also good. Right. Thank you, Fresan. I'm the one who should say that. I had fun today. Let me thank you, my comrade. Comrade? Yes, short of a time it may be, we worked together to face a challenge. So, we are now comrades. I see. After Fresan and I looked at each other, we laughed. Just like that, we chatted for a while, and since we're at it, we decided to have a cup of tea together, and we both moved down the bustling main street towards a coffee shop. As to be expected, there weren't as many coffee shops as there were back in Japan, but there were still many coffee shops in this world as well. Rather, there were so many varieties of stores here in the main streets, including amusement shops. The city is safe and the people live in abundance, and there are no slums because the government provides supporting aid to those in need. However, as expected, not everyone lives a rich life, and I'm sure there are people I've never met who are troubled with their everyday meals. But even if that's so, they're probably much less than what I had imagined. I really think this is a nice world. As I looked at the crowded street and thought about this, I felt a strong emotion immediately afterwards and reflexively turned towards that direction. I usually turn off my sympathy magic when I walk in a crowded place like this. However, there are times when my sympathy magic, which is supposed to be turned off, would be forcibly turned on regardless of my intentions. That's when the being holding great emotions nearby moved. And what I felt this time was anguish, impatience, conflict. All such strong emotions fueling their frustration. When I looked back, I saw a shop selling fruits, and a man reaching for a basket lined up in the store. The store owner was unaware of what the man was doing as he was dealing with other customers. I immediately tried to speak up, but before I could, I heard Fresan's voice. The act of theft doesn't impress me at all! Exclamation mark. Her voice wasn't loud at all, but it sounded so sharp that it could be heard very clearly. The man who was reaching for the basket seemed to hear it too, as I saw him reflexively jerk back his hand. While the surrounding people noticed and were confused, Fresan leisurely walked up to the man. Thereupon, I felt a strong sense of conflict from the man again. DDMN. Looking somewhat impatient, the man takes a knife out of his pocket and points it at the approaching Fresan. The length of his knife wasn't large at all. It was at best the size of a fruit knife, but it still held a sharp edge. And seeing the knife, the people around him distanced themselves, creating an open space in the street. Seeing the man pull out a knife, Fresan stopped and looked as if she was thinking about something for a moment. Putting aside whether your actions were right or wrong for the moment, it has been my custom to accept a challenge in any form. Saying this, Fresan slowly crossed her arms and opened her legs to shoulder width. That may have been a bit of a roundabout way of putting it. I'll make it clear. Come, I'll be your opponent. You are. In that instant, I felt a sense of intimidation as if the air around me was overwhelming me, and the surroundings were enveloped in silence. Fresan didn't emit any magic power or shouted loudly. If anything, her arms were still crossed and she wasn't even in a fighting stance. However, the aura of a strong person, or perhaps, the atmosphere of someone who had been through many battles emanating from her body, made the air around her instantly tense and sharp. Pressured by such an atmosphere, the man with the knife was frightened, taking a step back. However, he still held a strong feeling of impatience. It seems like he was desperate enough that there was no going back anymore, and taking only one step back, he started running towards Fresan again, holding his knife with his trembling hand. The man then swung the knife down at Fresan, who still had her arms crossed, and that knife stopped before it hit Fresan. It wasn't as if Fresan had magically blocked his attack, but the man seemed to have stopped his knife himself. The emotions coming from the man changed from a strong sense of impatience to one of resignation, and he let go of his knife. Then, he crumbled down on his knees, as if he lost his strength, crestfallenly lowering his head. I see. It seems like your heart hasn't been tainted by evil. As Fresan looked at the kneeling man, saying those words, The sound of footsteps could be heard, and several night-looking people appeared through the crowd. The knights moved their gazes to check their surroundings, and when they noticed Fresan on the way, they looked surprised and they deeply bowed. "Fumo, it seems like you know about me, huh? Then, this makes the situation quick." "My comrade." Yes. "I'm sorry, but would you mind if we go for a little detour?" "Why yes, it's all right. I give you my thanks." After briefly speaking with me, Fresan then turned to the knights. She then called out to the knights who seemed to be leading them. "Even though it was an attempt, a crime is still a crime, and it would have made sense for you to bring this man in. However, I'm sorry, but can you let me handle this man?" The knights looked at each other, looking slightly puzzled when they heard Fresan's words, but afterwards, the knight who seemed to be leading them spoke. "I understand. If it is the request of none other than Sky Dragon Dono, I will entrust this matter to you on my authority. I'm sorry. I'll tell the Archlesia Emperor about what happened and apologize later. I'll be owing you one for this." As she said this, Fresan took out from her pocket a card with the same red claws that were painted on the back of Fresan's clothes and handed it to the knights. "Come to me if you are in trouble, and I promise to help you." "Thank you for your kind words." After making sure that the knights received their cards, Fresan nodded once before turning her head towards the owner of the fruit shop that was almost robbed. "I'm sorry about the commotion in front of your store." No. There was no real harm done anyway." After a brief apology, Fresan picked up the basket of fruit that the man had just reached for. "I'll be taking this. Keep the change as a nuisance fee." Handing a gold coin to the shop owner, she called out to the man kneeling on the ground, holding the basket in her hand. "Follow me." After saying that, she briefly made eye contact with me, while the man stood up and started following us. The majesty of Fresan's presence split the crowd with each of her steps, and we moved away from the street where the commotion had occurred. After walking for a while, we reached a park with few people, where Fresan quickly turned to the man and urged him to sit on a bench. After the man obeyed and sat down on the bench, Fresan handed him the basket of fruit in her hand, and some other foods, which she probably took out from her magic box. "Fill your belly first, then we'll talk about your situation." The man looked puzzled at Fresan's words, and after exchanging glances between the basket and Fresan several times, he then slowly reached out to the basket and started eating. Perhaps, he was too hungry, as once he started eating, all of his attention became directed to it. "I'm sorry, comrade." "No, don't worry about it." I could understand why Fresan had brought the man here as if he was protecting him. Somehow, this man didn't seem to be an evil person at heart. From my sympathy magic, the first emotions I felt were anguish and conflict, followed by frustration, and when he lowered his head, resignation and regret. And now, I can feel confusion and deep remorse. I could guess that they had some kind of situation. After a while, the man finished his meal and began to talk about why he had tried to commit theft. To sum it up, the man was an entrepreneur. He started a business a few years ago, and at first, his business was doing quite well. But one day, he made a big mistake, which led to the eventual failure of his business, crashing him down until he was almost penniless. Since then, he had been working as a laborer to make ends meet. However, his luck had been bad lately and he hadn't been able to get a job, and he was so hungry that he decided to steal. Finished listening to him, Fresan puffed on her Kaizeru pipe before quietly speaking. "So, what are you going to do now?" "I'm going to look for another job." "Fumo, but then, it'd just end up all the same, right?" "I guess I hadn't quite let go of my pride. I hadn't been able to contact my parents because I didn't want them to know how miserable I was. But because of my pride, I was about to make an irreversible mistake. I'm really grateful that you stopped me." "I see. You'll look for a job, and if you can't find one, you'll ask your relatives to help you out." "So? And then, what?" "I don't know when it will be, but someday, when I save up enough money, I'm going to try all over again." As he talked with Fresan, the hesitation disappeared from the man's eyes. "It's just a hunch, but I could feel that no matter what troubles he faced, he would never commit a crime again." Seeing the man's face, Fresan slightly smiled and taking a huge burlap bag out of nowhere, she placed it in front of the man. "If that's the case, you can do it now. I'll give you the money. Use these, and try again. Seeing the burlap sack containing a large amount of money, The man looked as if his thoughts couldn't keep up, and dumbfoundedly muttered, "You tried once, and you failed. However, you have also gained the experience of failure. I'm sure that in your mind right now, thoughts like what if I had done this? Smoldering in your mind. If that's the case, don't just let that smoldering thought burn out. If you need money for you to try again, and you don't possess such money, I'll give it to you. You are. Thank you very much." Hearing Fresan's words, I could see a lot of emotions appearing on his face, but he still received the burlap bag with trembling hands. Even though he looked puzzled, I could see a faint glimmer of hope in his eyes. "This is your second attempt. You have the know-how and the experience of failure, which you gained from the first attempt. If you fail again, then it simply means your abilities are lacking. Yes, when such a thing happens, come and visit me. I will train you, so that you could try again for the third time. For challengers, failure does not mean defeat. Defeat is when you lose the will to challenge again. No matter how many times you fail, no matter how you are defeated, as long as the flame continues to live in your heart, you are not a loser, but a challenger. And I will always be on the side of the challenger. As long as the light in your eyes doesn't extinguish, I will not abandon you. I will push you as many times as possible, and send you back into the battlefield. So, don't be afraid and challenge with all your might. As he listened to Fresan's words, telling him that she wouldn't abandon him no matter how many times he failed, the man was overcome with emotion, weeping where he sat. It takes courage to take on a challenge. It takes even more courage to try again after your first failure. However, you dared turn your blade on I, Frelnidsvald, one of Dragon King Sama's executive subordinates, the 4 great demon dragons. Compared to that, it should be easy for you to muster such a level of courage, right? Yes. After Fresan told her such, sounding somewhat happy, the man wiped away his tears and vigorously replied. Then, holding up the burlap sack he received, he spoke without any hesitation. "Thank you very much. I will gratefully borrow this money. I did tell you that I'm giving it to you, right? No, doing such a thing wouldn't make me satisfied. I will definitely return all of the money you have entrusted me. No, I will double it." Now that's the look of a challenger. After saying that, sounding somewhat impressed, Fresan continued with a smile on her face, looking as if she was having fun. "You don't have to double the money. But yes, if you really want to return more than you received. When you visit me with the money, bring along your favorite drink, whether it's alcohol or juice. At that time, we will celebrate your triumph." Yes. It seems like you wouldn't be needing a third time, huh? The man, who vigorously nodded, had a strong light, and just as Fresan said, I could see that he indeed had the face worthy of being called a challenger. And upon seeing this, Fresan nodded her head, looking like she was really delighted. After the man thanked her several times and we watched him leave, Fresan and I moved to the coffee shop as we had originally planned. "My comrade, I'm sorry that I took up so much of your time earlier. At least allow me to have it here." Yes. "Well then, I'll be taking up on your offer then." I thought about refusing her offer for a moment, but then I nodded, thinking that it would be rude to refuse, since Fresan had the image that she values lending and borrowing, or rather, a sense of duty and humanity. However, if it were Dr. Veer or someone like her, I think there would be some arguments as to who would pay. The reason why I was able to nod my head in agreement was probably because Fresan had this elder sister-like feel around her. Well, there's also the fact that Dr. Veer is so strangely intimate with me that it's hard to believe that she's much older than me. When I entered the restaurant, told her how many of us there were, and was shown to our seats, the waitress glanced at the Kaiseru pipe in Fresan's waist holder and spoke with a smile. "Mom, would you like to borrow a smoking magic tool?" "No, I already have my own, so I don't need one." "Understood." How should I say this? That's a rather unusual exchange. I mean, I was curious about what a smoking magic tool was, so I decided to ask Fresan after I finished my order. Fresan, what was that smoking magic tool the waitress mentioned earlier?" That's right, you are from another world, aren't you, comrade?" "If so, it's no wonder you don't know it." As she said this, Fresan took out a green magic tool from her pocket. It was spherical in shape, and about the size of a ping-pong ball. The purity of the magic crystal attached to it doesn't seem to be that high. When Fresan flicked the magic tool upward with her thumb, It faintly glowered and began spinning around Fresan. This is a magic tool used for when you're smoking. Simply put, it's a magic tool that absorbs smoke and purifies it into normal air. I see. That means people around you won't inhale second-hand smoke if you have it. That's right. Basic manners of a smoker. It's something I always carry at hand. Well, if you're good at wind-type alteration magic, you can do the same thing without the use of magic tools. But I'm not good with wind attribute magic. Hearing Fresan's words, Ozma-san came to my mind. Whenever he smoked in front of me, he would use magic to prevent the smoke from reaching me. So I guess you could say that this is a magic tool version of what he did. I see, that's very convenient. Yeah, but it has its faults. Being a magic tool in itself makes it expensive. Only the wealthy would personally own one. This is why most stores that allow smoking would have this magic tool available for rent. I see. Also, even when it makes use of a fairly advanced technique, this magic tool could basically only be used by one person. Magic tools are very useful, and many of them are far superior than the mechanical products I know. The teleportation magic tool would probably be the prime example of this. However, magic tools aren't necessarily superior to mechanical products with the same effect in every way. High-performance magic tools are quite expensive, so you may feel that they are expensive because of their effectiveness. But some of them have a limited range of effects. While I was thinking about this, Fresan then took out a small can that looked like it might contain some kind of hand cream. When Fresan opened it, I found something that looked like wood shavings inside, which she scooped out with her Kaiseru pipe. When Fresan put the Kaiseru pipe in her mouth, it lit up for a moment, and a little later, smoke started to come out. As she had explained earlier, the smoke seemed to disappear as soon as it drifted away from her. Well, just like that. I see. Even so, this is the first time I've seen a Kaiseru tobacco before. So that is how they're used, huh? If you're talking about using them, then it was indeed used this way. However, sorry, this actually isn't tobacco. Eh? Is that so? Yeah, this was a processed item of an incense wood that grows in the demon realm, so technically, it's not tobacco. An incense wood, huh? I don't really know much about them, but I kinda imagine them as wood used in places like shrines and temples. I see, it certainly isn't tobacco, but one wouldn't be able to tell it just by looking at it. So, Fresan uses the smoking magic tool when she's smoking it like regular tobaccos. Wait, isn't there something strange about that? Fresan, I'm sorry for my lack of knowledge. But are incense woods things that are meant to be smoked? No, it's that, you know? Yes, if it's incense wood, there should be no reason to smoke it in a Kaiseru pipe. No. I did hear that cigars and such things are meant to be enjoyed for their aroma, not by the process of puffing them out, so perhaps, Fresan enjoys the aroma of the incense wood in the same way. When I asked her about it, Fresan, who had been in a dignified mood until now, stammered and awkwardly turned her gaze away. Then, with her gaze away from me, she said with a slight blush on her cheeks, it was because, it was said in legends that breathing in the smoke of incense wood would make you taller. According to Fresan, there's a common superstition that if you breathe in the smoke of an incense wood, you will grow taller. If I remember correctly, there was this shrine where I went to pay my first visit to the shrine a long time ago, and I heard about how the smoke of their incense would make you smarter. Well, even though it was a common story, what's important here isn't the fact that Fresan is believing a superstition, but the fact that she's practicing it. From this, we can conclude that Fresan wants to grow taller, which means that she has a complex about her current height. As if to confirm my thoughts, looking like she had been worrying about this, Fresan spoke. Please don't laugh at me, my comrade. I understand that such stories are baseless superstitions. However, even if that's so, there are times when strength alone isn't enough, and one doesn't have any other choice but to cling to superstitions, even knowing that it is one. Of course, I wouldn't laugh. Does Fresan want to grow taller? We all have our own complexes. Even people who seem to be perfect from the outside may have some complex that only they understand. As for this time, I don't know if it's because of her personality or not. But Fresan didn't try to deceive me and advanced with this conversation, so pretending that I didn't hear about this isn't an option. Then, I think the best thing to do here is to encourage the continuation of the conversation as naturally as possible. My comrade, The dragons are the most diverse species in the demon realm. A lot of them exist everywhere, and they come in all shapes and sizes. Therefore, the dragons can be further divided into 4 types according to their body size. First, those less than 5 meters in length would be classified as small-sized types. Those between 5 to 10 meters are medium-sized types. Those over 10 meters are large-sized types, and those over 100 meters are colossal-sized types. And I am classified as a small-sized dragon. Clenching her fists, a vexed expression appears on Fresanne's face. I felt as if an extraordinary amount of emotions were held within her grasp. Of course, I couldn't help but be concerned about the fact that Magnoel, as well as the other members of the 4 great demon dragons, are all colossal-sized dragons. As you can imagine, it's not that I want to become a colossal-sized dragon or anything grandiose like that. However, I really want to at least be a medium-sized dragon. I myself know that I'm being stubborn here. However, I just couldn't give this matter up. If this were an obviously distant goal, I could give up. However, my overall length is 480 cm. Yes, I'm only 20 centimeters short of becoming considered as a medium-sized dragon, and even if a single horn of mine were to grow longer, I might be able to reach that size, so I couldn't give up. As a human, 20 centimeters is already huge, but for the dragon Fresanne, 20 centimeters is a size that she could reach if she stretched. Hearing Fresanne's thoughts, I looked straight to her and spoke. Fresanne, what you're feeling is something I painfully understand, comrade. After all, I'm also troubled with the same problem. What did you say? Comrade also has the same trouble as I do? Yes, I'll clearly say this here. I know exactly how Fresanne feels. In fact, I've been having a similar problem for a long time. Yes, I'm 169 centimeters tall. Just 1 centimeter short of 170 centimeters. No, I understand. There are almost no people who can tell the difference of 1 centimeter. Even if I lied and told them I'm 170 centimeters, no one would bother to point it out. But it's still different. Having your 169 centimeters or 170 centimeters would have a big difference in your self-confidence. Why yeah, I know what you mean. I understand you, my comrade. Even if those who don't understand us say that it's just within the margin of error. But to the ones concerned, those margin of errors matter not. That's right. I understand it in my head. I understand that my growth period has already passed and there is little chance for me to grow taller. But every time I get a chance to measure my height at medical checkups or events like that, I would always end up hoping that I might have grown by 1 centimeter. Oh my goodness. I understand, my comrade, your anguish, your grief. I can feel it as if it were my own. At my words, Fresanne repeatedly nodded, her eyes moistening. I'm sure my eyes are probably moistening now too. It's only because the both of us had the experience of having our expectations dashed many times that we can understand each other. Feeling my emotions rising, I reach out my hand towards Fresanne. Fresanne, let's both work hard and never give up hope. As long as we don't give up, our chances will never be zero. My comrade? What reassuring words. I feel like I've just encountered hope for the first time in the darkness. With those words, Fresanne and I exchanged a firm handshake. I wonder what this feeling is. I don't know if you could describe it as our souls being connected or not, but I can understand why Fresanne described it as encountering hope in the darkness. Now, a hard and strong bond has been formed between me and Fresanne. We are both people who have suffered the same pain, and yet still tried to stand up and fight against it. I guess we really had formed what could be called a bond of comradeship. While Kaito had experienced a new encounter in Archlesia Empire, in another place, a certain person was returning to her family after 1,000 years. In the demon realm, in front of the castle of the underworld king Kuromuina, Funf, known as the portcullis giant soldier, was guarding the gate in her huge armor as usual when she suddenly sensed the movement of magic power as if someone was teleporting towards a nearby location. Immediately after that, she felt nostalgic magic power, and she immediately removed her giant armor and looked in the direction where she felt that magic power. It was a scene that Funf had dreamed of ever since she started working as a gatekeeper. Since she left this castle, Funf has been the gatekeeper, to be the first to greet her when she returns one day. It's been 1,000 years. How mysterious. Considering the years I've lived, it shouldn't have been that long. but I really miss this house. V. How many times has she longed for this sight? Seeing Veer, who was walking towards her direction with a slightly awkward smile on her lips and scratching her cheek, Funf looked at Veer with tears in her eyes. How should I say this? I'm home? V. Driven by the emotions that welled up in her, Funf rushed out and hugged Veer tightly, holding within her heart the wish that she will never go away again. Welcome home, V. I'm home. Fun. I've caused you lots and lots of trouble. It's fine. I know that the one who had it the hardest was you, V. Fun. Perhaps moved to tears by Funf's welcome, Veer hugged Funf with tears in her eyes. She was immersed in the feeling of warmth in her chest as she felt Funf's heartfelt joy at her return, but she stiffened when she heard Funf's next words. That's why. I will forgive you after one smack. Looking at Funf, who removed her hug and said some disturbing phrases, Veer looked up in the sky with a bad feeling in her heart, and turned pale. The reason is that, at the end of her gaze, up in the skies, a huge fist was being formed, several tens of meters in size. Thereupon, remembering Funf's earlier, Veer foresaw the future that awaits her and spoke with a flustered expression on her face. Wait, Funf, you can't do this. I'll die if I get hit by that. This won't do. I'm done for. You idiot. As Veer looked as if she had realized something and had given up, a huge fist was hurled like a meteorite towards her. A few moments later, Funf called out to Veer in front of her with a gentle expression on her face. Even so, I'm really relieved to see you looking so well, V. So well. Not just as a metaphor, I'm literally crushed here. You know. Can you really say I'm well here? Rather than throwing out complaints like that, I think you'd rather be prepared for the single smack you'll get from every member of the family. We were all really worried about you. You are, the love of my family is heavy. Well, it is my fault, so I can't really say anything. Despite the troubled look on her face, Veer still seemed somewhat happy. Even if she feels concerned about what awaits her, she was happy that her family was concerned about her. Just the fact that her family is concerned about her is something that makes her happy. Just like that, with their somewhat peaceful atmosphere, Veer was about to resume her conversation when she heard a familiar voice. Welcome back, Veer. It's been 1,000 years! The moment she heard the voice, Veer's face instantly paled and she began sweating like a waterfall. Her whole body trembled and her teeth chattered. Then, looking behind her like a broken tin doll, Veer's face took on a look of utter despair. It has really been a long time. Sisters, why? You left home on your own without telling anyone, and haven't been heard from in 1,000 years. It seems that I really need to teach you again a lot of things from the ground up. Awawa. For Veer, her sister who just showed up, Zwei is someone, if possible, she wants to meet when she's a little more emotionally prepared. For she is the person she fears the most in the world, and she was sure that she'll be scolded a lot if she met her again. You are ready for this, right? Fun. Help. You reap what you sow. Sister Zwei was also really worried about V. That's why, for the time being, I think you would be scolded quite a lot. No way. Veer asked for the help of the nearby Funf, but she refused. Just as tears appeared in Veer's eyes, Zwei firmly catched the nape of her neck. Now, come with me, Veer. Just like that, Veer was dragged away, and the castle was filled with mournful cries of Veer, who had returned home after 1,000 years. There exists a monster called Wyvern. In the human realm, they are considered as top-class monsters, but in the demon realm, where monsters littered lurk in every corner, they aren't even considered as mid-class monsters. If anything, they were perceived as weak monsters. Although similar in appearance to winged dragons, the wyverns are smaller in size and less intelligent than dragons, which makes them unclassified as dragons. They who are known as the strongest monster, and were instead classified as beasts with wings. Winged beasts. Although they were that weak of a monster, their meat was of high quality, and as they were numerous because they were beings who form flocks, they were quite popular as prey. Yes, the wyverns are weak beings in the demon realm, that they were among the hunted, especially in the ancient demon realm, where the weak are nothing but meat for the strong. As she was born among the wyverns, her path was also filled with ups and downs. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence, or perhaps, fate. But when she finally became aware of her surroundings, the flock she was part of was in danger of being annihilated. This was nothing unusual in the demon realm of that era. The red dragon, which is far stronger than the wyverns, happened to find them and hunted them down before they could even fight back. Before her eyes were the corpses of many of her kind and the predator spreading despair around it. The natural order of the world is that the strong devours the weak. However, that was something she wasn't willing to accept. Roaring for the first time in her life, she turned her fangs towards the dragon, which was many times her size. She challenged the overwhelmingly strong opponent with all her might, determined to not let it end like this, and for her life to end just like that. Bearing countless wounds on her body, being so battered that she could die at any moment. Even so, she stomped on the corpse of the dragon she had just killed, and roared with all her strength towards the sky. She can't allow herself to remain weak. She can't allow the small flame dwelling within her heart to remain smoldering. If their world defines you as weak, beings who couldn't reach the heavens, then, with the fire burning within her heart, she swore that she would show everyone how she burns down the heavens. There was the oldest memory of the challenger, Frau Nidzvld, and her beginnings. With ambition burning like the fire in her heart, she continued to challenge those stronger than her. Even though she lives in a world where it's the survival of the fittest, and defeat means death, she would always turn her fangs to those stronger than her. She had suffered so many wounds that her entire body was covered with scars. She had brushed close to death so many times that it was ridiculous to count them, and she had wandered between life and death so many times, but she still kept trying. What she thought at that time was that it wasn't death that she was frightened of, as she is more afraid that the flame blazing within her heart would be extinguished. Her body that had gone through many battles, it was unknown if it was because it had been dyed by the blood of her opponents, or perhaps, the fire burning within her heart had come to surface. But before she knew it, it had turned into a fiery red, and by that time, her position had changed, becoming one of the strong. Even so, she didn't stop and continued to challenge those more powerful than her, and thus, at the end of her path, she arrived at the pinnacle of dragons. The Dragon King Magnoel. Magnoel, who had just become independent from Kuramuina's family and became one of the 6 kings at that time, was looking for someone who could be his subordinate, and spotting her, he tried to recruit her. In response to his invitation, she asked for a battle with Magnoel. As a result, after 100 battles since Magnoel initially recruited her, all of which leading to her defeat, she recognized him as her king and agreed to be his subordinate. As she had become Magnoel's subordinate, she was then given the name Nidzvld by Magnoel. Nidzvld was the first wyvern in history to evolve into a special individual, and astonished upon learning this, Magnoel was deeply impressed by the path Nidzvld had taken. After that, it was decided that the winged beasts, wyverns, along with the battle-hardened wyverns whose scales became as red as Nidzvld, would be recognized as dragons, and the special individual wyverns were specially given the name Nahog after her name. In addition, this was completely unrelated. A dragon that had been under Magnoel's command for some time before Nidzvld became too enthusiastic. And the Black Dragon, who was later known as Dragon King's head subordinate, told her that if you want to challenge Magnoel-sama, and as a result, he was beaten up so much that he was slightly traumatized, and after that, he had become extremely reluctant to engage in mock battles with Nidzvld. Nidzvld was a straightforward person, and once she had recognized Magnoel as her king, she was firmly loyal to Magnoel and worked diligently for his sake. In the beginning, she didn't have enough subordinates, so she was given the task of conveying words of recruitment to dragons that Magnoel had spotted in various places. Those Magnoel had considered as beings with potential to be his executives. And now, she was standing upright on a sheer cliff with her arms folded in unison with her wings, her gaze fixed on the sea below the cliff. After a little while, the sea faintly glowed, and a resounding voice could be heard. "You've got some nerve, don't you? You want me to be someone's subordinate? I don't know who this guy who claims to be the Dragon King is, but I'm the ruler of the Demon Realm's seas. I have no intention of working for anyone. In the first place, I won't be the subordinate of some coward who only sends his subordinate instead. If he wants to negotiate with me, then that Magnoel dragon should come directly to me." Her words were probably due to her pride in being the ruler of the Demon Realm's seas. Thus, she was confident that she wouldn't be defeated by anyone in the sea. In the fur, why is the fire here? From the bottom of the sea dragon tried to continue, but a fireball grazing her cheek immediately stopped her words. That should have been impossible. After all, the sea dragon is at the bottom of the sea, a fair distance from land. A depth of several thousands of meters. There should be no way for a fireball to reach the sea dragon. Yes, that fireball that obliterated everything in its path, as if it was digging a hole under the ground, was something that she thought of just her imagination, but as she tried to keep her composure, she saw the red wyvern that carried the Dragon King's message, plunge into the water. And then, my apologies, I got cocky. I will listen. I will properly listen, so please have some mercy. A huge, battered sea dragon was vigorously pulled out of the sea, and screaming in grief, she was literally dragged somewhere. Later, when she finally managed to return to the sea, Ingana, who was now Magnoel's subordinate, tearfully muttered at the bottom of the ocean, "That red wyvern is so strong. She's seriously scary." A similar incident had occurred elsewhere. Although he couldn't reach Magnoel's size, a hellground dragon with a massive physique that sets it apart from normal dragons. No, even from other living creatures. It was when Nidzvald had arrived to recruit that earth dragon. I tilde see tilde. I tilde none tilde dare tilde stand tilde what tilde u apostrophe re tilde sa tilde ying. I apostrophe v tilde heard tilde a tilde about tilde how tilde there apostrophe s tilde a tilde drat tilde gan tilde la tilde ger tilde than tilde me tilde. So tilde I tilde sup tilde pose tilde I apostrophe ll tilde li tilde st tilde to tilde them tilde. Nidzvald had been quietly listening to the Earth Dragon's words with her arms crossed as he spoke in an extremely slow and slugging tone. But her expression changed with his next words. How tilde e tilde ver tilde, u apostrophe re tilde his tilde e tilde x tilde ku tilde div tilde. I tilde one tilde dare tilde y tilde a tilde short tilde t tilde dra tilde gan tilde like tilde u tilde b tilde come tilde and tilde e tilde x tilde ku tilde div tilde. The Earth Dragon was a physicist. One of those monsters who believed in the idea that the bigger the body, the stronger the person. Dragons are classified according to their length, namely small, medium, large, and colossal. And the overall length of Nidzvald, which was originally a wyvern, was 480 cm. Classified as a small-sized dragon. Incidentally, the other executives, Fafnir, Ingana and of course, Magnoel, are all colossal-sized dragons, and all Magnoel's subordinates who hold great power are large or colossal-sized dragons. And if she were to be honest, she was very concerned about this. After breaching this topic and even making condescending remarks about it, the Earth Dragon, the being who would later be called Grandiorous, became so traumatized that he never mentioned another person's physique again. In addition, he had even become frightened of wyverns themselves. But later coming to the conclusion that she was the only one with abnormal strength, he was able to overcome his fear of wyverns. The 23rd day of the second fire month, the Six Kings Festival is coming up tomorrow, and we're supposed to travel there today. There is a direct gate to the event site, and we can teleport there from the gates of each realm. As for the transportations to the gates of each realm, we can be picked up and dropped off, free of charge. But the Flying Dragon service is arranged by Magnoel-san. The gate wasn't really too far from Lilia-san's mansion, and it's only a short distance away by carriage. But Lilia-san strongly wished to ride a flying dragon. Of the participants we knew, Eden-san would arrive there on the day of the event, while Sayag-san's parents, Re-san and Fierce-san are coming from Rigfoshia, and we will meet on site. Other than the members who live in Lilia-san's mansion, Moa-san, Luna Maria-san's mother, is also going with us. To our surprise, Fafnir-san was the one who came to pick us up. He's a huge dragon with a tremendous physique, but it seems like after your strength reaches Fafnir-san's level, you can change the size of your body to some extent, so he came in a size that fits the garden of the mansion. It's been a while, Mamadono. Hello, Fafnir-san. We will be in your care today. Leave it to me. After greeting Fafnir-san, whom I hadn't seen in a long time, we departed immediately. Well, it's not that far, so it only took a few minutes. I really think we don't need to ride a flying dragon here. What a moving experience this is. I never thought I'd be carried by Fafnir-sama, a Countrank dragon and a super ancient true dragon. Well, Lilia-san looks happy, so I guess it's fine. I had heard that the Six Kings Festival would be held on an island in the Demon Realm, but the place I arrived at was nothing short of breathtaking. They made a city comparable to the royal capital, all for the sake of conducting the Grand Six Kings Festival. I can see Magnor Elsan's large body from a distance, and to think that city expands until that area. I can already guess how extremely large the size of this city is. When I reached the huge, gorgeously decorated gate, Caraway-san was waiting for us there with a soft smile on her face. "We have been expecting you, Mama-sama." Once again, "I'm Caraway, the one who will guide you around today." "Hello, Caraway-san." "I apologize for the sudden request." "No, it's my honor to be of help to Mama-sama. Is everyone in Mama-sama's group already gathered?" She's saying it's my group like it's obvious, but shouldn't it be more appropriate to call us Duchess Albert's group? "No, well, it's certainly true that I have the highest rank of invitation, but it's making me itch for some reason. Also, this is unrelated, but..." When she asked if this was all of us, Caraway-san's long tail turned into a shape. "I wonder if she's unconsciously doing that? If so, that's kind of cute." "No, 2 more people are scheduled to join us." "Can we wait for a while?" "Understood." "Well then, I will start guiding everyone once they've joined us." Saying this, Caraway-san smiled at me. It may just be my imagination, but her expression somehow feels softer than when we had met before. Watching Kaito and Caraway calmly conversing with each other, Luna Maria muttered to herself, "How in the world did he make a woman who he has only met once to have a face of a woman completely in love the next time he met her?" "It's because it's Kaito-san." "It's Kaito-senpai after all." How should I say this for me to be convinced with just those few words? "Mama-sama really is scary." Aoi and Hina responded to Luna Maria's murmur with dumbfounded expressions on their faces. Yes, the girls have noticed the feverish gaze Caraway had towards Kaito. Rather, they've clearly noticed that her tail turned into the shape of a heart when she's talking with Kaito. Fumo, to see through Master's loftiness, that high-ranking demon. It seems like she would have quite the bright future. Yes, this is also because of Master's greatness. As expected of Master. Desu. In contrast to Luna Maria and the others, Kaito's follower trio, Anima, Ito and Theta, nodded with somewhat proud expressions on their faces. After casting another dumbfounded glance at the trio, Luna Maria turned to her mother. "Listen, Mum, don't get too close to Mama-sama. As you can see, he will cage you up and have you entrapped in his clutches in an instant." "Mama-san is a wonderful gentleman after all." "Mum, are you even listening to me?" "Yes, you're talking about how wonderful Mama-san, who is loved by so many women, right?" "No. There is no doubt that Mama-sama is a charming man, but in a world where polygamy is the norm, being favored by many women directly shows one's value as a man. The idea that men who have many lovers are wonderful is a very common one, and Luna Maria couldn't deny that point. However, it seems like she's feeling complicated because her own mother was very fond of Kaito, and her complicated emotions are showing on her face." "That's right, isn't it? He's a kind man, but being an only wife, it was slightly pathetic, wasn't it?" "Why are you light-heartedly disparaging Dad?" "No, it's not like I'm supporting Dad, and I agree that it's slightly pathetic, but can't you be a little more concerned about Dad?" I'm still in love with him though." Then. "But when I'm with a wonderful gentleman like Mama-san, the woman in me tingles." "Why the heck do you have the face of a woman?" With a parasol in hand, Ma's eyes were as feverish as Caraway's as she ecstatically gazed at Kaito with her cheeks blushed red. Luchan. What is it? Which do you think Mama-san prefers? Licking or sucking? And what exactly are you planning by asking that? Are you just feeling adventurous? Are you going on a trip and starting a night adventure? I won't allow it. There's no way I'll allow it. Okay? I see. I'm sorry, Luchan. Mom didn't think it through. Why, you finally understood me. When she saw Ma adorably clapping her hands with a smile, Luna Maria felt a sense of relief, which was immediately shattered into pieces. "Luchan also wants to come with me, right?" "Yes, Mom understands you. I'm sure that will be Luchan's first time, so Mum will teach you well." "You didn't understand me at all?" Lili, help me. 10 night adverb. Should I also do that? However, such a thing is still. Why the heck do all of you have that kind of fluency? When she turned around to ask for help, Lilia was poking her index finger together with a bright red face, and Luna Maria, realizing that she had no allies, screamed with tears in her eyes. But if there's one thing Luna Maria is wrong about, it's that Noir is not talking about sexual intercourse, she is talking about drinking blood. She wanted to drink Kaito's blood again, preferably during the Six King Festival. She was thinking about which would be more pleasing for Kaito, licking the blood off his finger or sucking on his bleeding finger. But then, Luna Maria's apprehensions were not out of line. For Noir, drinking Kaito's blood is her supreme pleasure, and her affection to Kaito increases every time she drinks his blood. Honestly speaking, her affection meter is already on a level that she would accept such an act with him if Kaito asks for it. It seems like Luna Maria's hardships still continue. Meeting Caraway-san again, I finished introducing her to Anima and the others, who she had never met before. I don't know why, but Anima had an unusually good impression of Caraway-san for some reason. Do they feel some kind of connection between them, being that both of them are Beastman-type demons? At about the same time that this question popped into my mind, a voice suddenly called out, "Sorry for waiting, everyone." Vigorous familiar voices. Turning towards the voice, Sayaka-san held her head in her hands. From the end of our gazes, two shadows come running. A familiar-looking man and woman came running towards us, dashing towards in a zigzag pattern while crisscrossing with each other. As they intercrossed in front of us, they did a cartwheel in the air and landed. They then did a backflip, stood back to back, and ended it with a pose. "Long time no see, everyone." "We have arrived." Tilda. Of course, it was Sayaka-san's parents who showed up with attention that blew everyone's mind. Ria-san and Fear-san. "We totally nailed it, Ray." "Yeah. All the practice we did for this day paid off." It was a perfect entrance. Everyone seemed like they were so moved they're speechless. "You're mistaken." "We were so dumbfounded that we're speechless." "Also, Ray-san and Fear-san, it's fine and all to be proud of your achievement, but if you don't step on the brakes soon, Sayaka-san would start focusing on you, you know." But of course, the two wouldn't settle down easily, and Sayaka-san's usual scolding was about to begin. But for some reason, I heard a voice different from earlier. "Fufafu, ha ha. You call that a perfect entrance? Naive? You're as naive as a newborn baby." "Who are you?" "As far as I know, she's the world's greatest idiot." "It can't be helped." "For the sake of the young chicks who don't know the vastness of the sky, let me show you what true appearance looks like." With her headache-inducing monologue, an idiot and the clone of an idiot come running from the distance, in a cat and dog stuffed costume. Then, the idiot dog and the idiot cat jumped in the middle of the group, crossing with each other while doing horizontal spins. Their movements certainly look amazing, but if it's her, even if she makes an entrance like that, that's impossible. Could that possibly be the divine exchange? This is unbelievable. Isn't that a lost technique? However, there are two people who are actually hooked by her movements. In front of their gazes, the idiot dog and idiot cat landed and immediately did a twisting backward knee trip, and with a spin, they kicked each other's legs in the air to return to their original positions. How could this be? You linked the divine exchange with a double crescent moon. It's not possible for one's body to withstand that. What is with these two? Are you monsters? I've been wondering about this for a while, but what's that? What's with those very cool names? Who the heck gave it those names? After running and lining up in a row, the idiot dog stepped on the idiot cat's shoulder and leapt high while spinning around. The idiot cat approached her, leaping across the ground like a gymnast, and struck a pose at the area where the idiot dog landed with their back facing each other. Shooting star. How could this be? Moreover, the other one did a ground combination. There's no way humans can do that. You aren't humans either, Ray-san and Fear-san. You're elves, remember? For us, what the idiots did wasn't much, but for Ray-san and Fear-san, the idiot duo's entrance was really shocking, as they both fell to their knees and hung their head at the same time. We lost. I never thought there would be performers like them in this world. Who in the world are you? They're the irredeemable idiots. Fufafu, I'm glad you asked. I'm the star that shines on the world. The mysterious transcendental beauty Alice-chan. What did you say? Ray-san, Fear-san, you're getting too into the mood. Somehow, even though I'm just watching them, I'm feeling really tired. The mysterious transcendental beauty Alice-chan. Who in the world are you? I don't know who that is at all. That must be why she calls herself the mysterious transcendental beauty Alice-chan. No, That's just because that's her name, okay? For crying out loud, she just said her name was Alice. Fu. I can't tell you who I am, but even though you said your name to them, you aren't hiding anything. You're completely open. You guys have a lot of potential. All I wish is that you don't become so complacent. The pinnacle of your career as performers is still a long way off. Please keep that in mind and keep working hard. The mysterious transcendental beauty Alice Chan. Thank you very much. Yes, we'll try our best to catch up with the mysterious transcendental beauty Alice Chan one day. I can't keep up with them anymore. In front of me, who couldn't keep up with them at all due to the difference in tension. Re-san and Fear-san were in tears, as if they were overcome with emotions. Until swords were thrust towards their necks. Siag this is Siag-chan, calm down. Siag-san's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Well, they reap what they sowed. You two are being disrespectful to Phantasmal King Sama. Phantasmal King Sama. When Siag-san told them that, they completely stiffened. Before a few moments later, they slowly turned to Alice. You're Phantasmal King Sama? Yes. The true identity of the mysterious transcendental beauty Alice Chan. The Phantasmal King. With exaggerated movements, she took off her stuffed costume and Alice appeared in the form of the Phantasmal King, clad in black hood with dangling chains. When Re-san and Fear-san saw this, the color completely disappeared from their faces, and they smoothly knelt down in a dojosa. My apologies. We didn't know you were Phantasmal King Sama. Please excuse us for our rudeness. Perhaps remembering their flippant conversation from earlier, they both shuddered and said their apologies. Hearing this, Alice nodded once in satisfaction and began to speak in a pompous tone. Well, it's no wonder you don't recognize me. Not only am I the Phantasmal King, I'm also a top-notch performer. Each of my movements are perfectly sophisticated beauty brought into existence. Just for this moment, you can buy this performance textbook that I wrote at a special price of Fujiwa. Stop fooling around and behave yourself. Kaito-san? No, I was just instructing them as fellow perform. Majiwa. Why you tee off my tweaks? You tee them off. You tee wing them off. Come here for a seconds. Don't drag me while your hand is on my tweak. I'm sorry. I got caught beating up the idiot who started coercing the two frightened people to buy her stuff. I forcibly dragged her away. Just because I've been spoiling her a bit lately, she's become like this. It's been a while since I scolded her. Let's do that. Hey, Siag-chan? Is that person really Phantasmal King Sama? Yes. Mama-kun is making her sit in a Caesar and scolding her. She's the Phantasmal King. When the scolding to the idiot was over, it seemed that Siag-san's scolding was also over at the same time, and the battered Re-san and Fear-san stood up. Even so, it's amazing, isn't it? It's a festival hosted by the Six Kings, so I knew that it would be large scale. But for it to be this large, Re-san is quick to recover and switch gears as usual, muttering to himself as he stares at the large city that will become the venue. I can totally agree with that statement. In fact, the place was much bigger than I imagined, and the tower in the center is so big that it feels like it's going to pierce the sky. I'm not really sure if I'll be staying there. But, it's a bit. No, it makes me feel dwarfed, but I don't think I really have the right to refuse. Nevertheless, as expected of the Six Kings. How much money did they spend on all of this? I can't even imagine. Lilia-san muttered, and Luna Maria-san agreed with a mysterious look on her face. It's true that an inordinate amount of materials must have been used just for that one central tower. Where in the world did they gather such a large amount of materials in such a short time? Well, it's really going to be a festival on a scale I've never experienced before, that's for sure. However, with a place this big, it seems like it would be difficult to go around the place. Yeah, indeed. It seems to be as big as the royal capital of Symphonia. I don't know if we can visit all the places in 7 days. I replied to Fear-san's very agreeable mutterings. The city where this event will be held is too big. If all the stalls were lined up in this city, we would probably only be able to visit half of them. Just as I was thinking that I need to plan out where I will be going, Caraway-san said something unbelievable. No, Mama-sama, not just 7 days. If you want to go around and see everything, you shouldn't think about going around it for 7 days, but just for 1 day. What? No, I mean, the Six Kings Festival lasts for? I've only heard about it, but it seems that the Six Kings Festival switches all the events except for the central tower and the accommodations every day. Caraway-san's words left not only me, but everyone here in awe. In other words, they're going to change all the stalls every single day? No matter how I think about it, that's it's hard to believe. But I heard that even the buildings would also change. Is that even possible? I don't know. But if it's the Six Kings, I can't say it's impossible. Lilia-san asked in astonishment, and Caraway-san replied with a hesitating expression on her face, as if she herself was also half doubting her words. But it certainly was as Caraway-san said. Even if it's impossible to our common sense, the Six Kings might be able to do it. However, this would make the problem that Fear-san mentioned earlier more serious. When a festival of such a scale that you can't even visit half of it over the course of 7 days is switched every day, one would really only be able to enjoy a little bit of the festival. In that case, it would be great if we can walk around with some idea of what we would like to see. With how big this place is, I wouldn't even know where anything is. Just as we have that thought in mind, Alice sneakily walks in front of us with several pieces of wood. Why the heck do I feel like I've seen this pattern before? Just as I expected, Alice took out a hammer and after hitting the pieces of wood 3 times, a stall was created. Looking at the sign, written on it was "This is the perfect Alice-chan's special guide to the Six Kings Festival complete edition Not bad. Accurately identifying demand and presenting it when everyone wants it. And I would have no choice but to buy this. But what I'm worried about is the price. How much is she going to overcharge me now? Looking at her with trepidation, I saw that she had prepared a wooden tag with a price written on it this time. And the price written on the wooden tag was Kaito-san, 100 APA book. Random riffraff, 100,000 APA book. I was paying 10,000 yen per book, while others would have to pay 10 million yen. That was quite a frightening disparity. No, 10,000 yen per book can be considered as expensive, but the other pricing is just too much of a rip-off. Alice? No matter how I think about it, that's kinda. No, Mama-sama. That's a reasonable price. Lunamaria-san. Mama-sama and Phantasmal King-sama is the best couple in the world, so the special price is understandable. But other than that, just the fact that this is a book written by Phantasmal King-sama is more than worth it. For a complete guide for the Six Kings Festival, 1 white gold coin is rather cheap instead. This is how great of an existence the Phantasmal King-sama is. That's why Phantasmal King-sama's price tag set for her partner as the best couple, Mama-sama, is a special price. What is this? I somehow feel like Lunamaria-san is trying to flatter Alice. She's also emphasizing that we're the best couple in the world. A few moments later, I immediately understood Lunamaria-san's intentions. After listening to what Lunamaria-san said, Alice took the wooden tag on which she had written the price, wrote something on it, and put it back in its original position. The sentence that was added was, Lunamaria-san, 1,000 She just boldly gave her a 99% discount, selling an item worth 10 million yen down for 100,000 yen. It seems like she was very happy with Lunamaria-san's compliment. As expected of Lunamaria-san. She's strong. However, I just thought of something. But if I can do that, hey, Alice, can I buy several copies? Only for Kaito-san. Then, I can just buy copies for everyone. Thank you for the purchase. When I muttered this, Alice gave me a big smile, as if she knew the meaning of my words. You've been aiming for this from the start? I wonder. This King Beastard. She has been trying to get me to buy them all from the start. She wrote about prices for other people, but I was her only target from the start. It seems like her business skills are growing really fast while she's aiming at me. I really can't let my guard down around her. The guide for the Six Kings Festival that I received from Alice was so thick that I wanted to ask if she's actually giving me a dictionary. Fortunately, all of us had magic boxes, so we stored them there. Since it would be annoying to make any more ruckus in front of the gate, we decided to enter. They will be checking everyone's invitation over there. If you are someone's companion, please pass through after the invitation holder passes themselves. After listening to Caraway-san's explanation, we headed to the place where there were people who seemed to be the gatekeepers. It seems like there were a good number of people checking the invitations, so I didn't feel like we would wait too long. Soon, My turn came around, so I took out the invitation from the magic box and showed it to the gatekeeper. Yes, black rank? This dull chap is? No, it is undeniably true, but just as the gatekeeper said those words out of reflex, I heard the sound of shimmering nails behind me. No matter how I think about it, that could only be Anima. Just as I was about to turn around to stop Anima, the gatekeeper was blown away with a thunderous roar, and I saw Pandora-san in the same position where the gatekeeper had been standing a moment ago. That trash is now removed from the invitation confirmation assignment. Let him clean the outer wall. Why yes. After Pandora-san informed another gatekeeper nearby in a cold voice, she started mumbling. This is why I was against deploying Walking Sama's subordinates, even though a job like this requires face-to-face consideration. Even if we force it, I knew we should have assigned one of our people to Mama-sama. For a beast with no manners, how dare he show disrespect to Mama-sama? Should I have him chopped to 100 pieces? No, let's pulverize him. No. Should I go with poison instead? Let's have him drink so much poison that it would make him wish for his own death. Let's also pull off all his fingers. Shall we also have a public execution so that Mama-sama's anger will subside a little? Scary, Pandora-san muttered in a whisper, as if she's cursing someone. No, from the atmosphere around her, it feels as if she really is throwing a curse at him. Now, you're creeping Kaito-san. House. Wait. As I was too stunned to speak to her, Pandora-san was taken away by her guardian, Alice. She's a different kind of scary from Eden-san. Eden-san would wipe someone out in one shot without any mercy, but Pandora-san would slowly torment them. She's someone who should never be offended. I'm sorry for the rudeness, Mama-sama. No. As I watched Pandora-san being taken away, before I knew it, an unfamiliar person appeared near me. A woman who wears her long, crimson hair, as red as blazing flames, in a large braid at the back of her head. A hairstyle that looks like a scorpion's tail, and her black upturned eyes looks sharp. A slit-eyed beauty with a sharp vibe, coupled with a height as tall as Kronos-san's, bowed deeply to me and said she was sorry. I apologize on behalf of Mejido-sama for the misbehavior of his subordinate. No, I don't really mind. That's why. Please. Don't do anything too brutal to him. Thank you for your generosity. Why yes. This woman seemed to be Mejido-san's subordinate, but I didn't recognize her. She, at least, wasn't one of the members of the party we had back in Lilia-san's garden. As I was wondering who she is, I heard Ito and Theta's shocked exclaims from behind me. Agni-sama. You two are, you're the twins who were under Baku's command, who are now serving Mama-sama, right? Why yes. That's right. Desu. When the woman called Agni spoke to them, Ito and Theta straightened their backs, clearly looking nervous. Fumo, it seems that your magic power has become more refined than before. That's good. Keep up the good work. I can't follow what they're talking about at all. As I was thinking this, Agni-san, perhaps noticing my state, slightly bowed her head again before speaking. Excuse my discourtesy. I haven't introduced myself yet. Have I? My name is Agni. Mejido-sama has bestowed upon me the second name Hellfire and the position of the head of the 5 generals, and I am the one who organizes Mejido-sama's subordinates. It would be my honor if you could keep my name in a corner of your memory. I'm Mama Kaito. Pleased to make your acquaintance. With one knee on the ground, just like a knight's salute, Agni-san promptly introduced herself. She's the head of the 5 generals. Does that mean she's the most important person under Mejido-san's command? I've met someone great again. Is Lilia-san not here? She already got in first. I guess I would have to explain this later. I'm sure now, my life would probably be in danger. I would like to apologize for the rudeness you've experienced today again. My apologies. But I still have a lot of work to do. We can talk about the details of other things later. Why yes. Well then, if you'll excuse me, I believe you two were Ito and Theta? Risk your lives to continue to be Mama-sama's shield and sword. Even if it's only for some time, you're still considered as Mejido-sama's subordinates. If you were to behave poorly, that would also dishonor Mejido-sama's name. Never forget that. After intimidatingly telling Ito and Theta with her sharp eyes glaring at them, Agni bowed to me once more before disappearing. How should I say this? It kind of feels like she's a military captain. She was polite to me because I'm Mejido-san's acquaintance, but looking at Ita and Theta's reactions, I guess she's usually quite strict and scary. However, I've just entered the place, and I got caught up in a strange uproar again. Could it be? Am I cursed or something? I see. So trouble like that happened, huh? You also met Agni-sama, the head of the Walking Sama's 5 generals. Yes. No more. I just took my eyes off you for a moment, you know. And yet, for this to happen, my lady, please get a hold of yourself. After Agni-san left, I had my invitation checked again and went inside the gate. When I explained the incident at the gate to Lilia-san and the others who had joined us, she crouched down with her head in her hands. No, I'm really sorry. Mama-sama is black rank. That means he is the most important guest, right? If he faced any disrespect, it's only natural that someone in her position would come out to apologize. As for me, I'm fine with just a normal apology though. Hearing Caraway-san's words, my shoulders slumped with my sigh. We got a lot of attention like that right from the start. If it's possible, I'd like some peace and quiet until we reach our accommodations. Hopefully, I hope there won't be any more disturbances. I'm praying this to you. Oh God. Should I do something? No, it's okay. I'm not praying to you. If you make a move, it will cause even more trouble than it already is. So please don't do anything strange. Alright. Now that's one troublesome being sealed. Did I really seal it? It would be great if that seals the trouble. It's most probably impossible though. Well, I'm sure nothing will happen during the walk from here to the accommodations. Oi tilde Kaito Q-U-1 tilde. Can't you at least give me a little bit more peace and quiet? Why the heck does it look like the underworld king running towards me with a really cute smile, waving her hand at me? Or rather, the surroundings were crazily buzzing around, you know? What about your recognition inhibition magic? Don't tell me. Since it's a festival hosted by the 6 kings, you aren't going to use it? With her approach, I could feel 2 kinds of gazes piercing through from the people around me. Those who ask who the heck is that guy? And those who realized, so it's that rumored guy. This is bad. There are a lot of people here, right near the gate, so there are a lot of eyes on us. I feel like some kind of rare panda in the zoo. Feeling like escaping from reality, I wave back at Kuro who runs up to me, while the nearby Luna Maria-san crouches down. How precious. Can someone please take this useless maid to the hospital? She's holding her nose while crying, you know. Kuro didn't care about Luna Maria-san's reaction though, as after slowing down a bit when she got close, she hugged me. I couldn't hold back anymore, so I came to see you. Welcome, Kaito-kun. You cute. She's just too spectacularly cute. She's so cute that it erases the massive amount of stares I received into oblivion. No, that's a lie. I'm still really worried about the stares. Or rather, I can't endure this embarrassment I'm feeling anymore. Well then, it seems like Kaito-san still has to talk with Underworld King Sama. So we'll go ahead. Lilia-san, you're abandoning me? Aren't you just trying to escape from all this attention by sacrificing me? It must just be your imagination, you know. Her gaze swimming away from me, Lilia-san tried to flee. The others, perhaps thinking that their lives were in danger if Kuro, who looked really excited, thought that they were a hindrance, quickly began to move away while I was complaining to Lilia-san. But then, Kuro unexpectedly let go of her hug on my body and spoke to Lilia-san. Lilia-san, hold on, there's something I need to get in touch with you with. Something you need to get in touch with me? Well, I could have asked No Face to tell you this, but since I'm meeting Kaito-kun here, I'll just tell you myself. When Kuro calls her to a halt, Lilia timidly asks her back, to which Kuro smiles and pulls out a card about the size of a letter out of nowhere. Lilia-chan and the others all have different ranks of invitations, right? Yes. I'm sure you've heard that normally, the accommodation changes were different with each rank. We, the 6 kings, have discussed it, and it was unanimously decided that we would give you all special treatment because you know Kaito-kun. It's an HHH honor. So, I've made an accommodation for Lilia-san and the others at the place written on the card, so everyone can stay there. When Lilia-san heard Kuro's words, Her confusion can be clearly seen on her face. I guess that's to be expected. The 6 kings just went out of their way to build a new accommodation facility for everyone. Incidentally, I've arranged about 300 personal servants, but if they're not enough, just let me know, okay? I've assigned a skilled chef and prepared the finest ingredients, so just enjoy your time, okay? This is bad. Lilia-san's mind is on the verge of short-circuiting. I don't think she'd expect to be given such VIP treatment by the 6 kings. Stiffening in place, Lilia-san's mouth opened and closed like a fish out of the water. I mean, everyone's staying over there? What about me? Kuro. Can I also stay over there? No. Okay. It was a strong and unhesitating number. My shoulders slumped in disappointment, but words of support came from somewhere unexpected. You Underworld King Sama, with all due respect, wouldn't Mama-kun be comfortable being together with the others? Even if it's just for one day or so. Re-san, Fear-san. Although they're feeling dwarfed, trying to talk to Kuro, they still advised Kuro that it would be better if I stayed where everyone else is for the day. What kind people they are. It seems like I had misunderstood Re-san and Fear-san until now. I'm okay with it, but would everyone really be okay with it? What do you mean by asking if we were okay with it? Kuro said she was fine with it, but she had a complicated expression on her face for some reason. When Re-san questioned this, Kuro looked over at Lilia-san and the others before speaking. The place Kaito-kun is staying. Isis would also stay over there, you know. Come on, everyone. The 6 kings have prepared a place for us to stay. Let's head over there as soon as possible. Yes, let's do that. What a brilliant attitude turnover that is. They're that afraid of Isis-san. Wait, thinking about it now, I realized that many of the members here were the ones who watched Isis-san exterminate black bears. Lilia-san and the others also nodded like bobbleheads. As expected, if they're this afraid, I guess I don't have any choice but to give up on staying where Lilia-san and the others are staying. After everyone firmly greeted Kuro, they headed for their accommodations, while I was heading to the central tower with Kuro, who had taken over guiding me from Caraway-san. Well, putting aside everyone else, I will be staying in that humongous central tower, so I think I can get there without a guide. By the way, Kuro, Lilia-san and the others' accommodations sound amazing, but would there also be lots of servants at the place I'm staying at? I asked Kuro, who was happily holding my hand and walking with a big smile on her face. Lilia-san and the others' accommodation is large enough to house 300 servants. That sounds tremendous enough already, and I'm afraid that the place I would be staying at would be even more outrageous than that. As expected, staying alone in a place where there are lots of unfamiliar servants is mentally taxing for a small commoner like me. Kaito-kun. The place you're staying at is looked after by just one person. Really? That's a relief, but that's kinda surprising. It's just that we wouldn't need anyone else. Ain is exclusively looking after you after all. I guess it makes sense now. I see. Ain-san would be there. With her there, she would certainly not need any other servants. After all, we're talking about Ain-san here. Just Ain-san's presence over there already guarantees the best treatment in the world. Hey, Kaito-kun. After I show you where you're staying, do you want to go out with me for a bit? That's fine with me, but where are we going? That's for when we get there. Saying that, Kuro smiled like a child who had successfully pulled off a prank, making her look irresistibly cute. Kuro has been busy preparing for the 6 Kings Festival lately, so to be honest, I'm really looking forward to leisurely hanging out with Kuro. But, well, if it's possible, I'd prefer a place where I don't attract too much attention. The Central Tower, just as its name, stands in the center of the city. The area around it was a huge plaza wide enough that it could house an entire village. Even though there is still a day before the actual event starts, there were already a lot of people here. The population of the Demon Realm, where most of the people are immortals, seems to have a tremendous number, and even though you could only attend this event by invitation, it seems that a significant number of people have still gathered. Kuro leads me into this really huge tower. Speaking of which, is this tower going to be used for anything other than the last day's party? Yes, this is where my family and the other subordinates are staying. However, the top 30 floors are for Kaito-kun's accommodation. The size of this place is strange. It's almost as if the whole building is my inn. Seriously, what kind of place is this? As my mind was filled with both anticipation and anxiety, I walked into the tower. The first floor was a large lobby with huge magic circles set up here and there. What are those magic circles? You use them to teleport to each floor. There are so many floors in the central tower that it would be difficult to move around with just stairs. I see. Then, let's go there. No. Number. Kaito-kun will be using the central magic circle. That magic circle is built for Kaito-kun's exclusive use. Whether I'm being subjected to shame play even in this place too? Having to move to the middle of this wide lobby so that I could use a magic circle that's exclusively for me. The treatment was seriously too much of a VIP that I can't calm down at all. Feeling the stairs pouring down on me again, I walked to the central magic circle with Kuro. And we finally reached the accommodation space prepared for me. What is this place? What's going on? What do you think? Isn't it amazing? Well. Rather than about this place being amazing and all that. I'm pretty sure I'm inside a room, but why can I see the blue sky? Moreover, there's even a huge lake and a boat over there. We can also go fishing here. When I arrived, I was greeted by a vast grassland and a lake. No, this place is all sorts of strange. And in front of my gaze, there's that enormous. Why the heck is there a Japanese castle here? It's styled just like the castles in Kaito-kun's world. No. There's no one living in castles in my world anymore. Well, there might be some few, but anyway, it's not just a castle. The area around the castle was filled with teleportation magic circles just like the one I had seen in the lobby, and I can imagine that those magic circles are connected to many other places. By the way, what are those teleportation magic circles? Let's see. There's the swimming pool, arena, shopping district. They're connected to a lot of places. Moreover, the magic circle in the back of the building can teleport you to various areas of the venue. Also, there's a magic circle in your room that teleports you to a hot spring. That's too many. I mean, there's even a hot spring. I think you call it a natural hot spring back in your world. And where the heck is its water supposed to come from? Everything is just out of my common sense. Feeling like my head was starting to ache, I walked along the edge of the lake to the front of the castle. Reaching the front of the castle, the huge gate opened as if it had sensed my arrival, and Ein-san appeared from inside. Kaito-sama, welcome. As you may have heard, I will be taking care of you from today until the end of the Six Kings Festival. Yes, I will be in your care. Well then, this way please. After a polite bow, I followed Ein-san's invitation to enter the castle, and when we entered the castle, the hallway looked like a palace. The interior is Western styled. It's alright. There are tatamis and such inside the rooms. I don't even know what's alright anymore. Even so, this place is amazing. Every single decoration I see in the hallway looks absurdly expensive. I was really treated like a state guest, which makes me strangely nervous. Then, Ein-san showed me around and for some reason, we ended up seeing the bedroom first. The bedroom is a tatami room. But it is a bed placed in the middle. Yep. There's a bed on the tatami. Let's not say anything anymore. Also, the bed is too big. It's so huge that even Mejido-san could lie down on it, and it's on the level where I don't know what to do with that kind of space. Also, for some reason, there's 4 pillows placed side by side. Hey, Kuro. Why are there 4 pillows? I mean, one's for Kaito-kun, one for me, one for Isis and one for Shitya. Why is she acting like it's so obvious? She just nonchalantly said that the 4 of us are going to sleep together. Seriously? Is that really the case? I don't think it's possible, but are you also going to stay here, Kuro? That's right though. We're going to sleep together, so let's take a bath together again. She's trying to kill me. She's totally trying to wipe out my reason. Being in a situation like this for 7 days, what the heck am I supposed to do? No, this isn't a joking matter here. As I was stunned by the words I heard, Ein-san came close to me and quietly whispered to my ears. If Kaito-sama so desires, I can also take care of the nightly duties. At that moment, please feel free to instruct me. Why the heck are you participating in the battle? Stop it please. Don't whisper in my ear with that erotic voice of yours. That's super effective on virgins like me, you know. I wonder why. but I somehow feel some faint anxiety about the future. Will I be able to get through the Six Kings Festival in one piece? From now on, let's start from this moment onwards. Let's do something different. Looking back in the past, that may have been the biggest start of everything. Where you are the protagonist of this story. Yes, it did indeed begin at that moment. When I finished showing Kaito-kun around the accommodation facility, before I knew it, it was already nighttime. This place really is big, isn't it? To be honest, I think I put too much effort into this place, but when I think about how I was doing this for Kaito-kun, I couldn't help but overdo it. Normally, we would have gone straight to dinner. But before that, there was a place I wanted to go with Kaito-kun. I've already told him about going to this place before dinner beforehand, so Kaito-kun and I went to that place together. The sun had completely set and the sky was filled with the light of the stars. The place we went to is the rooftop of the central tower, the highest place on this island. No, like I said, why is there a tatami here? Ahaha, after all, you really should have tatamis when going for Otsukimi, right? But the tea cakes would probably be baby castellas, right? Of course. I can't help but smile at these nostalgic words. Moving over to the tatami, and sitting down, I looked at Kaito-kun and lightly tapped my lap. But before we eat our sweets, Kaito-kun, here. Hugh, what's with you all of a sudden? He wryly smiled as if he was somewhat dumbfounded, but Kaito-kun still followed my wish, laying down his head on my lap pillow. I really like doing that to Kaito-kun. The feeling of warmth in my lap and the feeling of his skin touching mine makes me realize that I'm with him. While gently stroking Kaito-kun's head, I quietly shifted my gaze to the sky. Hey, Kaito-kun. Do you remember? On the night when you first came to this world, we gazed at the moon and stars together like this. Yeah, I remember it well. A pleasant night breeze gently caressed my cheeks, enveloping me in a peaceful atmosphere. Without saying another word, I stroked Kaito-kun's head and he closed his eyes, as if he felt pleased with my pats. Kaito-kun, you can just go ahead and get some sleep, you know. Is this where Kuro wanted to go? You see, I've grown to love doing this. Looking at the stars together with Kaito-kun. I see. Today. Well, I'm sure that I'm a little to blame for it, but he has been through a lot and is probably tired. Hearing my words, Kaito-kun softly spoke, his voice sounding slightly sleepy. All it was just idle chatter. Even so, I feel inexplicably happy about this. Of course, that's because I'm with Kaito-kun. The first night I saw the stars with you, I never dreamed that our relationship would be like this. At that time, Kaito-kun was but a baby bird who didn't know anything yet, and you looked as if you were afraid of where you'd end up if you reached out your hand. That's why I decided to raise you, just as I have done countless times in the past. I wondered how beautiful your wings would be one day when you acquired them and flew away from the nest. I was really looking forward to seeing you unfurl your wings up close. However, you easily surpassed my imagination. Your unfurled wings were so much bigger than I had imagined, and so dazzlingly beautiful. I've been busy raising baby birds that I had given up on flying myself, but you still willingly took me up to the skies. Hey, Kaito-kun, do you remember? I told you that time, didn't I? That from now on, it will be the start of your story. But, I think of it this way now, that it was actually the start of our story. Ahaha, I guess I might be being a bit too conceited. However, you've given me so much that I feel that way. The second night I saw the stars with you, the day we ate barbecue together, you've changed. You've become much cooler and stronger than ever. No, you probably have always been stronger than anyone else. However, you've just forgotten how strong you were. I wonder if I was able to help you remember that. If I did, that would make me glad. The third night I saw the stars with you. It was at the Sacred Tree Festival, right? Looking back, I think that's when you started to become a bigger and bigger part of my life. It didn't take much time for me to fall in love with you. And then, you challenged me. Even though I was such a monster, you still desperately reached out your hand to me, giving me your love. I still can't find the words to describe how happy I was at that time. When my relationship with you changed from friends to lovers, I felt like the world became more beautiful than ever. Even the starry sky that I had seen countless times felt like a completely different scenery with Kaito-kun by my side. It was then that I finally noticed. You're not the only one who's growing up, and thanks to you, My heart is stronger than ever. That's exactly why, with the way I am now, even if it's Shiro, if it's for Kaito-kun, I can beat anyone. For your sake, I can be stronger and brighter than anyone. That's what I think. Kaito-kun, you really are amazing. It's only been half a year since I met you, a blink of an eye compared to what I've experienced in my life. However, that short time has left the strongest impression on me so far. When I close my eyes and think of your face, I can clearly remember the conversation we had. And you saved not only me, but Vera as well. The thing that I couldn't do, the one that I lost. As if it was something normal, you picked it up and held it out to me. It's really difficult to convey my feelings for you. My love for you is so great that I don't know how to put them into words. Sometimes, I think about it. How I wish that I could convey the feelings I have within my heart as it is. I'm having so much fun every day now. Every time I see your smile, every time we talk with each other, I fall more and more in love with you. I love you so much that I think there is no limit to how much I can love you. I wonder what you call this kind of feeling? I'm sure it's something like this. Kaito-kun, I love you. I whispered softly to Kaito-kun, who had begun to breathe peacefully in his sleep. This love is different from the one I had for my precious family members. This feeling I hold isn't just making me feel the need to watch over and protect you. It makes me wish to walk together with you, supporting each other's backs. Loving someone you love is such a happy thing, isn't it? Fufafu, I thought I've lived a long time, but it seems like I still have lots of things to learn. Hey, Kaito-kun, I wonder if you remember about that time? I clearly remember it. You know, the first time I saw the night sky with you. And the things we talked about. Thinking about that time, I feel like my future with you will be happier than ever before. This isn't just a premonition, but something that I'm certain about. Because I can always smile from the bottom of my heart when Kaito-kun is with me. Look, if you turn your gaze up in the sky, you could see that the starry sky stretches out forever. It's a wide world we live in. From here on out, let's see a lot of things. Let's smile a lot. With you who I love, more than anyone, more than anything. MNHHH. Kuro. I'll be right here by your side, Kaito-kun. I have been, and will always be. Lightly kissing the cheek of the sleeping Kaito-kun, I turned my gaze to the starry sky again. Tonight's starry sky is the most beautiful ever. How did it come to this? I knew that one of these days, I would have to settle things with you once and for all. Why don't you just keep on running away? That is if you don't want to be defeated, don't you think? Fufafu, that's really funny. I've always known you would be a great clown. Ahaha, I think you shouldn't be saying anything too cool, you know? You're really funny, you know? Ein-san. Fufafu. Ha. Both of them are smiling, but in front of me, sparks are flying in between Ein-san and Alice. Both of them look as if hanyas were floating behind their backs, and cold sweat runs down my back. I don't know if Kuro couldn't carelessly interject between them or not, but she flusteredly looked between them. Kaito. Here. Thank you. However, among this atmosphere, only Isis-san was acting normal, with a cute smile on her face. She only offered me a cup of tea. It all started just a few moments ago. Around an hour or so ago, at the time we came back to the accommodation facility together after I slept on Kuro's lap. At that moment, Isis-san came and we all decided to have dinner together. Well then, Kuro-sama, I will start preparing dinner. I'll leave it to you. Yes, just as Ein-san was about to head for the kitchen to make dinner, Alice, who had appeared before I knew it, muttered. In that case, should I make it myself? I'm very familiar with Kaito-san's taste after all. Can I take that as a challenge to me? No, I didn't mean to pick a fight with Ein-san. If it's Ein-san cooking for us, I'm sure that you will prepare a very sumptuous and delicious meal, and thinking about it now makes me look forward to it. Well, it's not just about being very sumptuous though. Around that time, for some reason, things started to get unsettling. I think it was probably at this moment that the first sparks flew. That's a really amusing joke you have. Are you saying that you're better than a maid like me? No, that's not what I was saying. Well, what I'm saying is that I'm better at cooking food that Kaito-san will like. Kuro seems to have also sensed the situation, and tried to make a follow-up, but she's too late. Hey, Kuro, do these two not get along with each other? That's not the case. Rather, this is even the first time they've ever had a fight. You know, Shiltia normally wouldn't be so stubborn about things either. It seems like Ain-san and Alice aren't particularly on bad terms with each other. According to Kuro, Alice is more likely to back down when the atmosphere turns like this, but it seems that Alice is getting stubborn because I'm involved in this matter. What should I do? And now, there are two cooking tables in front of me, set up like those cooking shows on TV, with Ain-san and Alice facing each other. It feels like a true cooking competition. Are you okay with those ingredients, Shiltia? It's not all about how sumptuous the ingredients are. I completely know Kaito-san's tastes. I'm even spot on at that moment when he cried after he accidentally ate bell peppers. Oi. Why the heck did you know that? Seriously? Where the heck is my privacy? Why is my black history being spread around all the time? This is weird. This is supposed to be a confrontation between Ain-san and Alice, but why the heck am I receiving damage here? Oi, Kuro, you're their guardian. Don't just sit next to me with a resigned look on your face, eating baby castellas. Start. Isis-san too, why are you acting like a referee there? No more. I can't follow what's happening anymore. With Isis-san's call, both of them immediately started moving. In the blink of an eye, Ain-san is chopping a large amount of food and preparing it in a complicated manner. Meanwhile, Alice cooks with a number of knives, brilliantly making use of all of them at the same time. To be honest, both of them were so fast that I couldn't see them, but they're probably evenly matched, I guess. You're doing great, Shiltia. As expected of the one I recognize as my equal. Ain-san too. You're as great as ever. As expected of a maid. Well, I've got a lot of things I want to say, but don't nonchalantly use the word maid as if you're talking about a superhuman. It's just Ain-san that's monstrously powerful here. I don't really know what's going on, but it seems like they recognize each other and a heated battle is going on. As I look at them, a white container and a spoon are placed in front of me. Here. Kaito. Isis-san? What's this? Gratin. I made it. For Kaito. Thank you. I feel like something's strange. Why did Isis-san, who was acting like a referee just now, present me a gratin as if it was natural? I mean, this gratin. When in the world did she make it? Because Kaito is coming. I made it. I see. So that's why Isis-san met up with us later. The reason why Isis-san wasn't here when I arrived at this accommodation facility was because she was making gratin for me. This makes me kind of happy. Not eating this isn't an option. Here. With this, I'm Finny. Isis. I'm also done. What's happening? At the same time as Isis-san offered to feed me with a smile, Ain-san and Alice also finished cooking, and their eyes widened in astonishment when they saw Isis-san. Wait. Isis-san? What is that? Gratin. No, that's not what I was talking about. What about the match between me and Shiltia? There's one for everyone, okay? I see. Apparently, Isis-san didn't quite understand why Ain-san and Alice were fighting against each other. They certainly didn't say anything directly, and they were just indirectly throwing sarcasms at each other. Thus, I don't know if the malicious thoughts in their minds were cleared away by Isis-san's pure smile or not, but both of their shoulders slumped down. Seeing the situation, Kuro took out a blue flag out of nowhere and declared, "This is Isis' victory." What? The dinner showdown for Kaito-kun. I don't really know what's happening, but I won. After saying that while tilting her head, Isis-san turned to Ain-san and Alice and gave them a lovely smile. Shiltia and Ain too. Let's eat. If everyone eats together, it becomes even more delicious. Roger that. By the way, Ain-san, that looks delicious, doesn't it? Please let me have a taste. I don't mind. In return, let me have a taste of that too. After accepting the request of the pure-hearted Isis-san, Alice and Ain-san wryly smiled before preparing a chair. Then, Ain-san glanced at Kuro, and after she received her nod, she sat down. Of course, Kuro put away her baby castellas and began to eat the grating that Isis-san had made with a smile. The cooking showdown between Ain-san and Alice started before I knew it, but in the end, the match didn't come to a conclusion. However, seeing the two of them enjoying themselves somehow, it seems like it's just as Kuro said, it's Isis-san's victory. After a pleasant and peaceful dinner, We had a chat over a cup of tea made by Ain-san. I don't know if she thought it's a good time or not, but Kuro suddenly made a suggestion. I think it's a good time, so let's take a bath together. The moment I heard those words, I ran away. I think my movements at that moment were the quickest and cleanest I've ever seen. With minimal movements, I stood up from my chair and ran as fast as I could without looking back at Kuro and the others. And then, a few seconds later, I found myself in the changing room. This won't do. I'm surrounded by people whose existence is filled with cheats. For Kuro and the others, my all-out sprint is just as slow as a snail. They took me to the changing room faster than I could even perceive them. Kaito, you wanted to take a bath so badly? That's not it, Isis-san. I wasn't dashing towards the bathroom. I was trying to dash away from it. The reason that I was in this place was all because of that monster maid. The wooden changing room, with its pure Japanese style, really had the feel of an onsen resort, but I didn't have the time to relax and enjoy this. Hey, Kuro, I'll ask just in case, but this place is divided by gender, right? We're going together, let's rub each other's backs. I'll also wash Kaito's back. As expected, it was a mixed bath. Somebody help me. No, this is seriously dangerous. I mean, having to bathe together with Kuro, Isis-san, Ain-san and Alice, 4 beautiful women, it would even be difficult for me to stay conscious. Is there something I could do? Anything? A way to get out of this? However, if I say that I don't want to bathe with them, Isis-san and Kuro would be sad. What should I do? Please wait a moment there. A maiden's soft fair skin isn't something to be exposed so easily. It feels like I'm getting some support from a strange source. No, thinking about it, Alice has always been really shy. She would be someone vital if I want to get out of this situation. Alright, that's 3 against 2. We're still outnumbered, but we've got enough members to oppose. I mean, I'm still traumatized by that incident before. After taking a bath with Kaito-san, my body has already turned into something that makes me have no other choice but to marry Kaito-san. Stop with those misleading words. Alice's trauma is about that accident in the bathroom before. But the way she said it, doesn't that sound like she's talking about something else? How surprising. I never thought that Shiltia would just push Kuromo-sama to the side and have such a thing with Kaito-sama. Wait a second there, Ain-san. I'm telling you, it's a misunderstanding. You're mistaken. Just remembering it now makes me feel like dying of embarrassment. Even my most precious place was plentifully seen. Hey, you shut up. Just when I thought you were my ally, you turned out to be my worst enemy. I knows that you're feeling embarrassed and flustered, but please don't say anything else. That's why I strongly recommend everyone to wear a bathing suit. Why, you ask, Isis-san? As I said before, if you don't wear one, you'd be naked then. If it's other than Kaito, I don't want to be seen, but if it's Kaito, if Kaito wants to, it's fine. With me, you're more aggressive than I thought. It's not just Alice that's surprised, as I was also stunned by Isis-san's careless words. Hearing her words though, I was also reminded about the snow-white skin I saw when I took a bath in the onsen together with Isis-san. And I reflexively gulped down. This won't do. Keep your calm. Keep calm and stay composed. Isis-san definitely doesn't know anything beyond that. She's simply saying that she'll do anything I want just to express her pure love. That's also why it's really difficult for me. Me too. It feels embarrassing, but if Kaito-kun wants to see it. Kuro-san too? The words Kuro said while slightly looking down were so destructive due to the gap compared to how she normally acts, chipping away at my mind even before we entered the bath. I take back my previous words. Alice, you don't have to shut up, but please do your best to somehow stop this strange flow of conversation. That won't do. Kaito-san is still a man. A sheep disguised as a wolf in sheep's clothing. So, in short, a sheep. However, Alice also seemed to be quite flustered and started to say something incomprehensible, before she received a sharp tsukumi from Ain-san. The situation had turned into quite a mess, but then, Kuro approaches Alice and whispers something to her ear. Shiltia, there's that way. I see. What are you two talking about? It's a good opportunity, Kaito-san. Let's have some naked socializing with everyone. Seriously, What the heck did you two talk about? This is impossible. I never thought that Alice would change her mind so easily. What in the world did Kuro tell her? I definitely don't think it's just something I can just brush away. Is this topic already decided? Is it already decided that I'm going to take a bath with everyone, with the betrayal of my only ally, Alice, and the disappearance of my only way out? I unconsciously took a step back. Isis-san, please don't start taking off your clothes. Could you at least do that in a separate changing room? Okay, that was close. I was about to be caught completely by surprise. I didn't see anything. Not even a glimpse of the thin blue clothing on her chest or anything like that. It's alright. It's alright. Calm down and empty your mind. As I was thinking about that, Ain-san bowed to Kuro before she spoke. Well then, I'll be waiting here, so if you have a command. What are you saying? You're also coming with us, you know? No, as a maid, I can't take a bath together with my master, Kuromu-sama. Is it just my imagination? It feels unusual for Ain-san to sound evasive or other. She somehow looks flustered. Ain-san, if you don't want it, you don't have to force yourself, you know? No, it's not that I don't want to bathe with Kaito-sama. The problem is with me. If you don't like it, just say so and I'll try to persuade Kuro, or so I told her. But Ain-san still evasively replied. In the end, Ain-san was forced by Kuro, and together with Isis-san and Alice, they moved to the changing room next door. It seems like I don't have any means of escape from mixed bathing anymore. No, I guess I never had any way from the beginning. To begin with, it was against 4 of the most powerful people in the world, including the one who stands at the peak, Kuro. And fighting against them is little old me, who is only as strong as a slime. It's physically impossible for me to escape, and since I'm outnumbered, there's no chance I could win democratically. Well, that's enough of that. I've gathered my resolve. Mentally speaking, I've already been through a lot. I admit, the lineup I'm facing now is the strongest I've ever seen. I've also been itching for the battle. Perhaps these shivers and the chills running down my spine are just me trembling with excitement. However, it's Alice I'm worried about. As far as I know, even though she usually acts like that, she's a really shy person. She also told me that she was traumatized by what happened before. That should have been the case, but Alice was convinced by Kuro's few words. What on earth did Kuro say to her? Tightly wrapping the towel around my waist, I took 3 deep breaths before opening the door. Considering how amazing the accommodation facility is, I expected the onsen to be amazing. However, I was surprised to find that it wasn't just a pool, but a pond with various plants and a spectacular view. I mean, I could even see a mountain in the distance, you know? Is this place really indoors? Overwhelmed by the huge hot spring, I walked along the stone floor and approached the waters. Beyond the steam of the onsen, I could see 3 shadows, and they became clearer as I drew closer. Kaito-kun. This way, over here. Why yeah. Kuro, who is soaking her body in the hot water, waves at me when she spotted me. And it's safe for the eyes. Kaito. Sorry, I'm late. Isis-san, looking as if she was feeling shy, is slightly waving her hand with a smile while sitting on the edge of the onsen with a large towel wrapped around her body. There's also no dangerous parts visible here. What a relief. She's properly wrapped her towel too. Geez, we've been waiting a long time here. The one who said that was a tall, blonde beauty with a glamorous figure. I see, so that's what happened. She went with a strategy of alleviating the embarrassment she's feeling by transforming into a different person. In addition, her body shape and height are clearly different from the original Alice. So, to put it another way, it's as if she's wearing a magical stuffed costume. I was surprised that she agreed so easily. So this is why. Fufafu, you're charmed by the sexy Alice-chan in the hot spring that you're speechless. I'll admit that her current form looked 100% sexier, but Alice. Or rather, are you even Alice? You even borrowed your face from someone else? No. Well, if Alice is fine with that. It's not like she's bothering anyone. So isn't it fine? The smug smile on her face is annoying though. You can look at them closer, you know? Hori tilde. Alice seemed to be mentally composed and approached while trying to tease me, just as she's about to nudge me with her elbow. No. Shooter. That magic is considered as being used to deceive Kaito-kun, so it's considered hostile. When Kuro shouted in a panic, Alice's elbow touched my body. Immediately after, Alice's magic broke along with the sound of shattering glass. At that moment, what do you think happened? Alice was transformed into a being with a body shape larger than her own, and a towel was wrapped around that body. When her magic was shattered and Alice's body shape returned to her original, her towel would naturally fall off. No, beautiful skin without a single blemish, and sensationally beautiful peach-colored protrusions. Perhaps it was the unexpected situation that prevented me from thinking, or perhaps it was just my male instinct, but I couldn't help but reflexively stare at them. After a short silence of less than a second, as if the air had frozen, Alice's whole body turned red as a boiled octopus. Exclamation mark. Thereupon, she went into the onsen at a speed I couldn't even perceive. It seems like she dove in the murky waters, as I could see bubbles coming out a short distance away. It was a disastrous incident in all sorts of ways. It was a surprise for Alice, but it was also a complete surprise for me. The sight of Alice's nude body burned into my mind, made my little brother stand up from his seat, whether I wanted to or not. I think it was a fine play that I covered the lower half of my body as quickly as I could. Well, look here. I'm also a healthy young man. Seeing a girl you like naked, it would be more strange for you not to have any reaction. I don't think I'll be entering the bath for a while. Above all, I don't think I can look Alice directly in the face. For the time being, let's wash away this heat I'm feeling with some cold water down my head. I'll be washing my body for a while. As I moved my gaze to get away from the scene, I saw something strange. It was such a shocking sight for me that I stopped in my tracks. Hey, Kuro, if my eyes aren't seeing things. That person sitting on the corner with the negative aura while hugging her knees. That's Ain-san, right? I also forgot about her. I'm reflecting. What I saw was Ain-san, looking like a bagworm with too many towels wrapped around her, hugging her knees as she faced the wall. How should I say this? There's such a negative aura around Ain-san that it almost gives the illusion that the area around her is dimly lit. What in the world is happening with her? Looking at Ain-san, who looked like a background character, far removed from her usual cool image, I walked up to her and called out, Ain-san, are you alright? Are you not feeling well? Ace at me. Please don't look at me. Please don't look at my wretched appearance, this me who isn't wearing my maid uniform. That's what you're troubled about, eh? What? So, that's what this is about? The reason why Ain-san was very reluctant to go in the bath with me was because she didn't want to be seen without her maid uniform. Not a maid. I'm not a maid. I want to disappear. So that no one can see me. I want to disappear. A fragile, feminine voice. What a negative aura she has, eh? Is this what Ain-san looks like when she takes off her maid uniform? Well, I certainly haven't seen her wear anything other than a maid uniform, but her heavy mood feels dreadful. I can't stand this. It seems like she doesn't like others seeing her not in a maid uniform. What should I do? To be honest, I regret calling out to her. Well, I can't just ignore her now and go back though. Ain-san, please listen to me. Kaito-sama. Ain-san, you take pride in being a maid. You put your heart and soul for this task. Isn't that right? Yes, being a maid is the very value of my existence. Without it, I will. Is that the extent of your devotion as a maid, Ain-san? How should I say this? As if I had been exposed to a strange atmosphere, I felt a strange heat in my tone as I continued to speak. Does wearing a maid uniform make you a maid? It doesn't. Right? Ain-san's passion as a maid isn't so weak that it would disappear just because of a change in appearance. It's never what you wear that determines whether you are a maid or not. No matter how you dress, if you have the pride of a maid inside your heart, then, that should mean you're a maid. To be honest, I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. However, Ain-san looks like she's shocked by what I said. That's enough. Let's just keep the momentum going. Please stand up. Ain-san, if you're not wearing a maid uniform, then all you have to do is bring out the maid within your heart. I am a maid. Yes, you are. You think you're a maid, therefore you're a maid. Don't just give up on being a maid. Please believe in the maid within you. Maid, I've been saying it so much, I don't even know what a maid is anymore, while giving a rather pathetic consolation that even I was confused by my own words. I still ended it with a groove and vigor. In the end, the towel that had been wrapped around her, making her look like a bagworm, was reduced to a single piece, and Ain-san returned to her usual stern expression. You have my gratitude, Kaito-sama. It seems like I forgot the most important thing. It's not because I'm a maid that I'm Ain, it's because I'm Ain that there are maids. That's right. It's as you say. In short, I am the maid, and the maid is me. I'm sorry to have shown you my unsightly self. I'm all right now. Is that so? It seems that Ain is now completely lively, and I am very happy for her as well. But I just want to say one thing. What the heck are these incomprehensible things that she was talking about? Now then, Ain-san has now finally been revived and the troublesome stuff is safely resolved. No, Alice is still diving under the onsen. Putting her aside, this ends the mixed bathing chapter. Or so I wish was the case. It would be great if I could skip through time. Seriously, where's the skip button? Right at this moment, I never thought that the time would come where I would seriously wish for the power to control time. Well, even if I could manipulate time, it feels like the people around me would just cancel them out. Then, I'm going to wash my body. At any rate, I still don't dare to soak my body in the hot water yet. I need to calm down my chaotic mind. If it were possible, I'd like to do some Zen meditation here and focus my mind. I need more time at this moment. Alice's appearance from the very beginning of this mixed bathing was too intense for me. To be honest, I don't feel like I can look at her face properly now, and my heart beats faster just thinking about it. However, I had completely lost my composure. I wonder what would happen if I made such a statement now. I would have known what would happen if I just thought about this for a bit, but, then, I'll wash your back for you. I also want to wash Kaito's back. Kuro and Isis-san reacted immediately. At that moment, the events at Isis-san's castle came back to my mind. This is bad. If they make a pursuit attack when I'm already at this state, there's no way I'm able to endure it. Is there something I can do? Anything? A way for me to convince Kuro and Isis-san to let me wash my body on my own. I can't think of anything. Kuromu-sama, please wait a moment. What's wrong? Just when I realized that I'm about to leap off a cliff and was thinking of a way out, Ain-san stopped Kuro. I know it's rude of me to ask this, but please grant me this request. Would you please turn over this role to me? To Ain? Yes. I have just regained my pride as a maid thanks to Kaito-sama. It would be a shame for a maid not to repay the favor she has received. Please grant me this request. If Ain says that much, I'm fine with it. What about you, Isis? I'm also fine giving it to Ain. You have my gratitude. Kaito-sama too. Are you fine with it? This may have been a great help. If the diligent Ain-san says that she'll wash my back, she'll probably do just that. I still feel some nervousness, but I think I can endure this. At least, I won't have to face the fear of not knowing what Kuro and Isis-san will do to me. Well then, I will be in your care. Understood. Agreeing to let Ain-san wash my back, I sat down on a small wooden chair. That's right, Isis. Looky here. I brought a ducky. Cute. As I sat down, I saw Kuro pull out a rubber duck out of nowhere and started playing with Isis-san, which made me feel relaxed. As I looked forward, I couldn't see Ain-san, but she seemed to be preparing quickly as I heard faint sounds from behind me. Ain-san could probably finish washing my back before I even noticed it, but I somehow got the feeling that she wasn't going to use her usual super speed. Well then, I will start washing your back. Yes, thank you. Just as I responded to Ain-san's voice from behind me, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a neatly folded towel. I wonder what that is. I'm guessing that she's using that to wash my back. But then, it kinda looks a little far away. No, this can't be. There's no way that is the case, right? She definitely just put it away for a moment, right? There's no way that the towel that Ain-san was wearing would be left over there. Right? I mean, she doesn't have to do that. She's just going to wash my back, so she doesn't need to be completely naked, you know? Kaito, you really are no good. Virgins like you really are too imaginative. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ain-san, what's that towel over there? I decided to just ask her directly. It's alright, there's no problem. I'm sure that Ain-san will answer it. I'll be using that later or something like that. No, I didn't really need to ask. But when I saw it, I couldn't help myself. I was just a little curious. It's the towel I was wearing. Wow, Ain-san. However, Ain-san's actions were out of my expectations. leaping far beyond them at max speed. All of a sudden, I heard a quiet, yet seductive voice whispered to my ear. Kaito-sama, thank you very much for earlier. The heck is this? What the heck is happening? Why the heck is Ain-san, who seems to be in her birthday suit, whispering to me from a distance where her lips are almost touching my ear? No. I'm really happy to hear that you're thinking well of me. Her voice was so erotic that I couldn't imagine it from her usual cool impression. Whenever she whispered in my ear, I felt an inexplicable feeling within me that's making me tremble. This is the least I can do. Please allow me to serve you with all my heart. Why does it sound like it means something weird? When a nude maid says something like serving, it would completely make me think in a different direction, you know. No. There's no way that she meant it that way, right? I thought I drew the safest card in the pile, but I never thought it would turn out to be a joker. The worst card of all. Something soft touched my back just now. Was that a sponge? That's a sponge, right? I feel like the sponge is as warm as the human body, but why the heck do I feel like the warmth reaches wider than a sponge should? I am also feeling something a little hard and elastic in some areas, but, those parts are that, right? The feeling on my back. Isn't this Ain-san? What the heck are you doing there? This kind of way where you make use of your body like this to clean a gentleman's body exists, right? I heard about this from Shiltia. That f***ing idiot. What the heck are you spreading around? This kind of washing, someone certainly exists, but this isn't something normal and is only done on shady establishments, you know? I can't move, Ain-san. This is bad, I'm telling you. This is seriously bad. The inexplicable warmth and softness I feel on my back, every time they move up and down, it also feels like they were aiming to rub away my sense of reason. Regrettably, my breasts aren't very large, but I will just make it up with my skills. Wait, that is. It's sometimes strong, sometimes gentle and sometimes slow and steady, giving me a heavenly feeling of pleasantness. It feels like my head is suffering in hell though. When is this going to end? My head is boiling already. Someone, help me. There's such a way to wash someone, as expected. Fine. Next time, I'll try. That too. I didn't have any allies. Using this as a reference, what are you even thinking? Don't do that, okay? Don't ever copy her, okay? At first, I thought it was the best option for me to have Ain-san wash my back. But now, I know firsthand that she was the most dangerous choice. No, please hurry up and end this. If it continues like this, my reasoning would completely disappear. An onsen is a place where you can soak your body in hot water with a variety of effects while enjoying a wide open view. It is the very heart of the Japanese people. However, even though I came to take a bath in an onsen, why is it that I am so tired? Heck, I haven't even taken a bath yet. I was caught in the strongest ambush by Ain-san, who was washing my body with her body as a sponge. Feeling her body behind my back, I can only assume that this is an attempt to destroy my reason, but one thing is for sure. Her attack had left me severely exhausted. However, I got over it. It was definitely one of the strongest trials I've ever faced, but I fought through it. If I say this out loud, I may suddenly be slapped by Buddhist people, but I think I have achieved enlightenment just now. In the latter half of this event, I felt like I could see myself from the eyes of another. Well, even though it's already over, I'm still feeling anguish over the feeling of Ain-san on my body. Anyway, I finished washing my body and was finally able to soak in the hot water. The thick, murky water was a little hot and soaked into my tired body. Hilda, I really like onsens. I've never had the chance to go to a hot spring as a college student living alone, but it seems like I really like onsens. Thanks to the extraordinary ordeal I just went through, I now feel like I'm mentally quite composed, or perhaps, my mind is just so worn out that I don't have the time to think about the small details anymore. Here's Kaito-kun's. Rubber ducky. T thanks. What Kura gave me was a child's toy that floats in the water. Speaking of which, aren't Kuro and Isis-san playing with them while waiting for me? Looking at their sides again, I saw that Kuro had a yellow duck and Miss Isis had a white duck floating in front of them. My ducky is the strongest. My ducky won't lose. I don't think you're supposed to compare strengths with rubber ducks. Well, this is kind of relaxing, so I guess it's fine. As I watched Kuro and Isis-san having fun, I looked at the toy Kuro had just given me. Mine was brown and a little slimmer than Kuro's duck. Hey, doesn't this look more of a goose instead? Kaito-sama, would you like some alcohol? Thank you. Thank you for the drink. As I was leisurely watching Kuro and Isis-san, Ain-san came up to me with a tray floating on the water. On top of the tray, there was a sake bottle and sake cup. That would be great. As expected of Ain-san, she knows her stuff. After thanking her, I picked up the sake cup and Ain-san fluidly poured the sake in it. Making sure that it doesn't spill, I took a sip and found it to be dry and strong, yet refreshing, and it seemed to gradually seep from my mouth to my throat and then, down to my stomach. It's delicious. This is Japanese sake, right? Yes, it was made at Nan-san's request. But since Kaito-sama came from the same world as her, I thought it would suit Kaito-sama's palate, so I prepared it. I see, Nan-san prefers Japanese sake as well, huh? That certainly seems like her. I have prepared for Kuromo-sama, Isis and Shiltia too. Thanks, Ain-tilde. Thank you. As Ain-san took out a new tray from nowhere, Kuro-san and Isis-san moved over to us. What was placed on the trays for Kuro and Isis were wine glasses and an ordinary cup. Is the wine for Kuro? I don't really like spicy alcohol. I prefer drinks like wine. What about Isis-san? I don't really like alcohol. That's why I'm having juice. Fumu. I guess we each have our preferences, huh? What about me though? I like all kinds of alcohol, but I guess I don't like those with a strong smell. Rather, putting our preferences aside. Alice, how long are you going to be diving? The one I'm bothered about is Alice, who is still diving underwater. She seemed to be still reeling away because of that incident earlier, and she isn't even responding to my call. I'm sorry I wasn't careful enough. I'll buy you dinner again sometime to make up for it. Alright, that's fine already, so just come out of there. When I said that I would buy her a meal, only a hand with 3 fingers came out of the hot water. I recognize this as her asking me to treat her to 3 meals, to which I said I was fine with that. Thereupon, from inside the onsen waters, Alice, with only her head from above her nose showing, slowly approached me. Alice moves closer to us and shows her face, with the bottom of her chin completely submerged in hot water. Her face clearly looked red, and her blue eyes weren't quite tense. Looking at her like that, I unconsciously thought she was kinda cute. I've been sullied. Kaito-san, please take responsibility for this. There are lots of things I would like to Tsukumi about, but before that, the ducks on your head, you know. By some coincidence, the yellow duck that Kuro was floating around just now was now perched on Alice's head. When I pointed it out to her, she silently removed the duck from her head and submerged her face up to her nose into the hot water again. It seems like she was embarrassed. Seeing Alice's reaction, which was, in a way, refreshing among the current members, I couldn't help but chuckle. Up we go. Wow. While my body was stretched out in the onsen, Kuro climbed on top of my legs as if it was natural. What are you doing, Kuro? No, you certainly have been sitting on my lap a lot lately, but between sitting on the lap of someone while wearing clothes while sitting on the lap while in the nude, do you realize how different the destructiveness of these two are? How soft. Wait, stop all that. Sitting together with Kaito-kun tilde. Kuro, get off. Not fair. Me too. Isis-san. In any case, I tried to move my free hand to get Kuro off my lap, but before I could do so, that hand was grabbed by Isis-san. As she hugged my arm, Isis-san's soft, smooth body snuggled with it. This is bad. Just when I was starting to compose myself a little bit, but then this happened again. And with Ain-san standing on the other side, there was no space for me to move at all. As I felt like my head was about to start releasing steam, I tried to struggle, slightly moving my body. But it seems like that caused even more trouble for myself. I'm sorry. Kaito-san. Where do you think you're touching? How much do you want to shame me? No, it wasn't on purpose. When I tried moving my foot, it accidentally touched something soft and squishy, and right after that, Alice flinched and moved her body away. The position of my feet, Alice's reaction and words. That means, what my foot touched just now was. No. Stop right there. Don't think about it. Nothing. Fill your mind with nothingness. Could it be that Shiltia wants to come here too? Hey, Kuro-san, what are you? It's alright. Kaito-kun's legs are long, so there's plenty of room. Hoi tilde. Maiwa, Kuro-san, please let go of me. No. With Kuro's words, I felt more softness on my legs. This is bad. This is bad. Shiltia. Doesn't it look like your breasts are bigger than mine? Hi, where do you think you're touching, Kuro-san? Why you can't? They started fooling around above my legs. My mind is slowly being whittled away. Somebody help me. Relaxing my flushed body on the couch in the changing room and letting out a deep sigh, I wondered if this tiredness I'm feeling is because of the onsen or because of some other reason. The air passing through the gaps in my yukata slowly cooled my hot body, making me feel somewhat comfortable. But well, seriously, it was a long and arduous battle. I don't know how many times I thought about just giving up. Even so, I did it. I surpassed it. It isn't really like Alice, but I think I also got traumatized by the bath. I don't really know why I'm fated to have events happen while I'm in the bath. I even kinda missed those times when I first came to this world, thinking that there was no such thing as a lucky pervert. As I was absent-mindedly thinking about this, a bottle of milk was held out in front of me. Kaito-san, would you like some cold milk? Thanks. Where's Kuro and the others? I heard they want to play with some fireworks, so they head out first to get them ready. I'm in charge of picking up Kaito-san. I see. This is great. You really need to drink a bottle of cold milk after a bath after all. Apparently, Kuro and Isis-san were so excited about the fact that we were all staying together that they even went to prepare for fireworks. Alice, who had come to pick me up, was wearing a yukata and her usual mask, giving her a somewhat unbalanced appearance. She said she was here to pick me up, but she took out another bottle of milk from nowhere and sat down right next to me. Well, it looks like young Kaito-san is tired. So let's take a breather first before we go. You're right. I'm certainly in the mood for a breather now. It may have been because I had just finished taking a bath, but I felt a sense of calmness and serenity flowing through me. Without saying anything more, Alice drank her milk and after a few while, she muttered, Kaito-san, there's one thing I really don't understand, so do you mind if I ask you that? For you to have something you don't understand, that's quite unusual of you, Alice. Of course. There are also things I don't know, like the depths of a person's heart. Unless the person herself wants to show it to me, I won't be able to see it. If it's you, I think you would be able to peek into it though. So, what are you asking? Well, it's not really that big of a deal. After saying that, Alice turned her gaze towards me and calmly spoke. Kaito-san, why are you even trying to endure it? What is? No, well, I'm talking about your behavior. Kuro-san and I did say that we wanted you to wait for a while, and since Isis-san is a pure person, I can understand why you're reluctant to step into such a relationship with her. As for Ain-san, she isn't even your lover. As for Duchess Lilia, I can understand your actions because of her character. But what about Sayaka-san? I understand what Alice is asking. She's wondering why I haven't had any sexual relations with anyone yet. No, well, I'm sure Kaito-san also has to prepare your heart for such deeds. It's not like I'm trying to say that you should just do it or something like that, but I was simply wondering why. Well, I know it's too late to say it, but I don't really intend to hide it, so I'll say it now. I also know that Kaito-san sometimes secretly deals with your needs alone. Of course, in that situation, I would move out of sight. That certainly is too late to say. Where did my privacy go? This was a topic that would normally have made me blush and hide from embarrassment, but Alice's seriousness right now wouldn't let me do so. Alice wasn't trying to make fun of me at all. She was just genuinely interested in this question. Well, anyway, I know that the way I say this may sound bad, but don't you think Sayaka-san fits just right depending on your conditions? Her personality is such that she will accept Kaito-san if you ask. And her age. She isn't some twisted 1,000-year-old virgin like me. You live under the same roof, and have a lot of topics to talk about, like taking care of your pets. Unlike Kuro-san and Isis-san, the elves also have a decent sex drive that stems from the preservation of species. Well, if she puts it that way, I guess you could really say that Sayaka-san is the perfect match for me. In fact, Sayaka-san is a kind, older woman, and in that sense, she is just too good of a lover for me. Even so, the reason why I still haven't held out my hand to her no, if it's hard to answer, it's not like you have to do so. Alice, you also understand it, right? That I would return to this world after going back to my world once. Yes, you told me about it before, Kaito-san. My purpose for returning is simple. I just wanted to say goodbye to the people who took care of me in my original world. That's all there is to it. However, that's something very important to me. Only when I've done that can I say with pride that I'm going to live in this world. Dealing with unfinished business first. Yeah. Sorry, Alice. I just lied to you. No, maybe lie isn't the right word for this. My uncle and aunt who took me in and raised me are the ones I owe the most. Before I get into a deeper relationship with Kuro and the others, I really want to give myself some closure. However, there's something I intentionally didn't tell her. It's the thing that I'm most anxious about right now. I haven't told anyone about it yet. The words that Shiro-san told me when I visited the God Realm before. Shiro-san compared herself to the last boss in one of the stories I read. Such as Shiro-san told me that she's giving me the final ordeal, telling me that I should beat myself. There was one part of Shiro-san's words that made me feel uncomfortable. Shiro-san said that if I didn't make it through her ordeal, my choices would be the same as the rest of the other worlders, asking me whether I would stay in this world, or go back to my previous world. If it were regarding that, my words certainly weren't a lie. However, are those really my only options? From her statement telling me to win her final ordeal, I think it's safe to say that it would be a match between Shiro-san and I. What I'm asking her is that I go back to my world and then come back to this world. Something that was unprecedented before. However, by fighting a match against her, what will I lose if I was defeated? Perhaps, I may have just been thinking too much. No, it seems more likely that Shiro-san simply imposed that ordeal and isn't going to ask for any compensation from me. However, I can't help but feel bothered about this. When she told me show me your true worth, I can't help but notice the challenging look on Shiro-san's face. And when she told me if you wish for more than that, you need to be prepared for that. If my worth doesn't meet Shiro-san's standards, what would she do with me then? There's also one other thing. What is the true meaning of Shiro-san's strange behavior back when I returned from Rigfoshia, and her words at that time about not giving up and trying to struggle? I don't know. And I'm pretty sure Shiro-san wouldn't answer if I asked. Well, there's always the possibility that I'm really just overthinking this. Now then, Kuro and the others are waiting for us, so how about we start moving? You're right. Right now, I'm not talking about my thoughts regarding this. It's just a hunch, but this trial that Shiro-san is going to put me through, I think it's something I need to get over on my own. Just as I was about to get up from the couch and start walking alongside Alice, she pulled on my sleeve. Alice? Kaito-san, you know, I asked you to wait for when I found courage, right? You know, I'm a twisted virgin. So it might take a little while. But perhaps, I think I'll be able to find the courage by the time Kaito-san comes back to this world. That's why, when Kaito-san properly says goodbye to your original world and comes back here. At that time, please take me to that place. To a romantic cottage with a seaside view. It's a promise, okay? Yeah, it's a promise. I've often heard from people that I was a terrible liar. That's why, I'm sure Alice is aware that I lied to her. She knows I'm hiding something. She knows it isn't something simple. Even as she was aware of this, she still told me that she would wait for me. How should I say this? I'm falling in love with her all over again. On the shore of the lake, I enjoyed the colorful fireworks with Kuro and the others, who were also dressed in yukata. I don't know who prepared them, but they have handheld fireworks just like the ones in my original world, like sparklers, rockets, and pinwheels. They even have cheap-looking skyrockets here. I'll start lighting them. Kuro lit a skyrocket that was placed a short distance away, and a little later, a small but beautiful firework went off. Can you believe this? We're indoors, you know? Seriously, how outrageously spacious is this place? Isis-san, you're fine with sparklers? I like this. Isis-san, squatting down, holding a sparkler in hand with a smile, looked very picturesque, and I somehow felt elegance about her. Kuro-san, isn't that the one that flies? Sorry, are you alright? Now you've done it, Kuro-san. Eat this. Firework attack. Back you go tilde. Wait. Throwing it back is unfair. I am sorry. Kuro is the organizer of the event and the one enjoying this the most, but it seems like she only has half-baked knowledge about fireworks themselves. While Kuro holds a rocket in one hand and lights it, Alice would then avoid it as the rocket flies towards her. Unlike Isis-san, who is peacefully enjoying her sparkler, they were quite lively. As I ate what looked like a watermelon that Ain-san had prepared for me, watching that noisy but fun scene made a smile naturally appear on my lips. Before I knew it, the fun fireworks ended, and we moved to our overly spacious bedroom. However, it was still a little early to go to bed, so just as I was wondering what to do in the meantime, Kuro, Isis-san and Alice began to silently stare at each other. Are the two of you ready? Yeah, anytime you're ready. Bring it on. This will be my win. As the three stared at each other, I felt like sparks flew between them and I could feel the tension in the air. The heck is happening? Why the heck did the situation suddenly look explosive, even though everyone was having fun with fireworks just now? This is bad. If I don't stop them, we fight with Old Maid. The final loser won't be able to sleep next to Kaito-kun. Got that? Let's fight. Yeah, I'll be having that victory. Wait, Era, what are you doing, laying down over there? Kaito-san, it's still too early for bed, you know. I'm not lying down here, I slipped down here. What the heck are all you doing? Old Maid? You're just playing that, but why the heck do you all have this atmosphere around you all as if you're about to have a duel? Or rather, is it already decided that I'm going to sleep in the middle of the bed with two people on both of my sides? Well then, deal the cards. Understood. Even though I'm still feeling dumbfounded, the three of them looked pretty serious. Holding the cards that Ain-san dealt to them in their hands, they all have serious expressions on their faces. Rather, wait a moment. Why did Ain-san deal cards to me too? I'm going to play too? As I held the cards in my hand, Alice looked at me and let out a bold smile. Fufafu, Kaito-san. Let me tell you something good for you. No matter how lucky Kaito-san is, in this game, luck isn't the only thing that determines your victory. No, it's exactly because you're the way you are that you wouldn't be able to win. What do you mean? Well then, let's start. Kuro. I was about to ask her what she meant when she said that I won't be able to win Old Maid because of the way I am, but Kuro announced the start before I could ask. Incidentally, the order of drawing the cards is Kuro, Alice, Isis-san, then me. Well, since I'm going to participate anyway, let's take this game seriously. With that in mind, the Old Maid game began, but I soon understood the meaning of what Alice had said. Isis-san, who had just drawn a card from Alice's hand, clearly had a depressed expression on her face. I'm sure that she just drew the Joker. Isis-san, you're too easy to read. It was then my turn, and as I reached for one of Isis-san's cards, Isis-san's face brightened up. Looking at her face, I moved my hand to the card beside it, and her expression changed to one that looks like she's about to start crying. Isis-san, you're too easy to read. Or rather, you're really bad at playing Old Maid. I've already figured out where the Joker is, you know. However, this is. I see. This certainly is impossible. I can't win against her. I mean, if I draw anything other than the Old Maid, Isis-san would look like she's about to cry. I'm not so callous that I would seize victory in exchange for Isis-san's tears. Feeling defeated, especially before the gaze of the smirking Alice, I drew a card that brightened up Isis-san's expression. Wait, this isn't the Joker? Why? Even though Isis-san looked so easy to read, rather than being the Old Maid, the card I drew paired up with a card in my hand, which brings my hand down to 2 cards. Kuro will draw a card from my hand next, so victory is practically within my reach already. While I tilted my head, Alice looked surprised, as if she had expected that I had pulled the Old Maid from Isis-san's hand. Could it be that I drew the wrong card? Alright, I'll get it next time. When it was my turn again, I checked Isis-san's face carefully this time, drawing the card that made her smile brightly. Thereupon, I'm already out of hand. That means I'm out of the game. Why? When I looked at Isis-san, Tilting my head as to why this happened, she put her cards on the table and gave a small clap. Kaito is first. Amazing. I see, Isis-san wanted me to be the first, so when I tried to draw the Joker out of her hand, she had a sad expression on her face. Is she really a demon? Are you sure she's not actually an angel in disguise? No, I'm sure she's an angel. She looks really adorable. So that's what happened, huh? I didn't see that one coming. It seems like she also didn't expect that Isis-san was going to let me win, and a wry smile appeared on Alice's lips. After that, the game resumed, and Isis-san made a mad dash to the top. Thereupon, Isis-san, who I thought was weak at Old Maid, could apparently control her expression as easily as any other player, and she began arranging her pairs one after another until there were only 2 cards left in her hand. Isis-san had the Joker and an ace in her hand. It was her turn to draw now, so if she could draw an ace, she would be out of the game. Isis-san, I don't think you should draw that one. I think the card on the right feels good instead. Okay, wait right there. Kaito-san, can you please stop telling Isis-san which card to draw? The cards Isis-san have been drawing since a while ago have been pairs, you know. Your luck is already a cheat, you know. I'm sorry, Alice. I want to protect my angel's smile. Without my intention, the Old Maid game to select the person who would sleep next to me had started. I'm the first one out of the game. Isis-san came out second, and now, it has become a one-on-one battle between Kuro and Alice. And like that, 1 hour passed. No, why is it that the first and second place were quickly outed, but the game is still going on for an hour? Is it that the both of you are just drawing the Old Maid? Kuro-san, why don't you stop manipulating causality? Let's have a fair and square fight. How about you stop magically switching the pattern of the cards the moment I draw it? This game won't end, you know. What the heck are you two doing? It's just a game of Old Maid. How serious can you possibly be? Staring at each other with serious expressions on their faces, they then stiffened while holding their cards in their hands. A few moments later, the occasional sound of bursting air began to echo. It seems like both of them are drawing cards at a tremendous speed. In the last few seconds, they've already drawn 1,000 times. Seriously, what the heck are you two doing? According to Einsan's input regarding the situation, Kuro and Alice are currently drawing cards at a speed I can't perceive. This doesn't even look like Old Maid anymore. Einsan, is this game even going to end? It's hard to say. If Kuromo-sama gets serious, it would be possible for her to draw cards at a speed that Shiltia wouldn't be able to react to. But if that happens, the impact will wipe out this room. If Kuromo-sama moves at a speed that won't affect the surroundings, Shiltia would be able to react to that. If we were to wait for when one of them makes a mistake, this game should end after 10 days. The Six Kings Festival would be over by then though. For a game of Old Maid between two monsters to be this tremendous. Well, as far as I'm concerned, I've already given up on opposing their decision of sleeping with me, so I just want to get this game over with. However, Kuro and Alice seemed so serious, and neither of them seemed to have any intention of letting up. It can't be helped. There can only be two people who can sleep next to Kaito. That's why this game is very important. No, you're just exaggerating. I exhaled a sigh as I responded to Isis-san, who told me that with a solemn look on her face. Thereupon, Ain-san put her hand on her chin as if she was thinking about something, and a little while later, she spoke. Rather than fighting for that spot, wouldn't it be better if one of you sleeps above Kaito-sama's body? Huh? There's that. The moment Ain-san muttered something really outrageous, Kuro and Alice turned toward us and shouted at the same time. No, you don't. There's that. Here. No matter how you think about it, that's not a good suggestion. Two people on both of my sides, while one sleeps on top of me. No, that won't do. It would be quite the problem for my reasoning. No, as expected, that's a great idea, isn't it, Kuro-san? If we do that, it would certainly be alright for the three of us. As expected, divine. No, like I said. Everyone's together. I'm glad. Isis-san. This won't do. From my experience, I already know what's going to happen. I would be pushed around again and swept along with their decisions. Looking at Kuro and Alice, who were nowhere near as serious as they had been just now, I let out my greatest sigh of the day. The time for sleep has arrived. It seems that Ain-san isn't going to sleep and is waiting for commands outside the door. It seems like Kuro and the others also normally don't sleep, but they sleep with me when I'm around. Incidentally, the old maid game between Kuro and Alice was settled as a draw. Anyhow, both of them had no reason to really fight each other anymore, so they ended it that way. It would be better if Shotaro or I were on top, so that we can adjust our weight without weighing down on Kaito-kun too much, right? I guess so. However, it feels embarrassing for me to be on top. So can Kuro-san be on top? Don't you have any thicker clothes, a yukata? You see, its fabric is thin and it has some gaps one can peek in, and while it may be easier to sleep in, it's the worst possible clothing for this situation. I mean, if we're all going to sleep together like that, doesn't the size of this bed make no sense at all? No, I feel like I've already lost a fight. Succumbed about that. This is no good. I can't calm my thoughts at all. 4 of us together. How fun. You're right. We haven't had many opportunities like this since we left Kuro-san's place and lived on our own. Well then, let's go to bed. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Nothingness. I am now becoming nothingness. To be honest, I'm not really sure what those words mean, but I feel like I'm on my way to enlightenment. Kaito. I'm alright. Let's go to bed. Empty my mind. Empty it of everything. With Isis-san's urging, I laid down on the bed on my back. To my right, Isis-san came and held my arm, making me feel the soft touch of her body from across the thin cloth. Evil thoughts. Dissipate. Evil thoughts. Dissipate. On my left side, Alice lies down and embraces my arm just like Isis-san did. Alice's petite body is tightly pressed against my arm, completely making me feel her smooth skin. Stop that. Remove all such thoughts in mind. I'm totally alright. It's not like I'm feeling strangely aroused or anything like that. I'm enduring it. I'm enduring it. I'm enduring it. Finally, Kuro climbed on top of my body. Just when she said she would adjust her weight, Kuro's body was surprisingly light, and I hardly felt her weight. However, even though I don't feel her weight, I can still feel the touch of Kuro's body. Kuro's face is so close to mine that I can smell her fragrant scent tickling my nostrils, and if I turn my gaze even slightly towards her body, through the gap in her yukata, I can see her bra. This really won't do. This is bad. The blood in my body is going to boil. There's a slightly different feeling from each of the 3 directions. However, there's a beautiful girl when I look forward, and there are also beautiful girls when I look to the side. Even though I've already gone out of the bath, I feel like I would faint from dizziness. The most dangerous of all of them is Kuro. She had been happily smiling since a while ago, but her thighs have been accidentally grazing my dangerous zone, which is a very dangerous situation for me. You're quite big, aren't you, Kaito-kun? Could you stop that? It makes it sound different in my ears. So could you stop that? Also, could you not whisper in my ear? Just feeling your breath grazing my ears makes me feel something dangerous, you know? Kaito-san. Why you're even adding a pincer attack with that? Are you all really trying to kill off my reasoning? I need to somehow calm my mind. Wait, Kuro? Could you not put your hand into the gap of my yukata? Why the heck did this happen? Squinting my eyes, I tried to block away the morning glare of the sun shining through the curtains. I was about to wonder why there were mornings and nights in this tower, but I'm surrounded by cheat-like beings, so they should be able to handle something like this. It was heaven. No, should I say it's hell instead? I don't know. However, what I do know for sure is that I've welcomed the day of the 6 kings without sleeping a wink. Well, to be honest, I thought that after the 3 of us went to bed, I thought I would be able to get some freedom after they turn over while sleeping, but that was quite naive of me. Kuro cutely slept on top of my body without turning over at all, while Isis-san didn't turn over as well. Alice would turn over from time to time, but she was adamantly not letting go of my hand. As a result, I was forced to fight a long and painful battle against my own reasoning, and in the end, I couldn't sleep a wink. However, morning has finally come, and I can finally be free from this heavenly hell. As I was thinking about this, Kuro was the first one to wake up. Good morning, Ku. Ha. As Kuro slightly opened her eyes along with a cute moan, I negligently forgot about the past and reflexively called out to her. Thereupon, Kuro turns her half-opened, groggy eyes to me and smiles. Kaito-kun. There, I recalled that when Kuro wakes up. This is bad. I need to escape. I can't. Memories of the past come flooding back to my mind and I try to escape as quickly as I can. But my arms are captured by Isis-san and Alice, and there's no way for me to escape. Then, in front of the panicking me, Kuro's hand reaches straight towards my face and firmly fixates both of my cheeks. Kaito-kun tilde shia arc tilde chiyu tilde HNNN. With a coquettish voice, without any hesitation, she pressed her lips against mine. Before I could even taste her soft, sweet touch of her lips, Kuro's tongue, covered in saliva, mercilessly pried open my lips and invaded my mouth. Chiyu nha. NNHNN. Chiapa, chiyu tilde. Her tongue, which moves in all directions as if she was coating my whole mouth with her saliva, soon finds my tongue and entwines around it, making the sound of water resound. This kiss, which was so intense that it almost knocked me unconscious, continued for several minutes. Just as I was about to pass out, Kuro's mouth separated from mine. Kuro stared at me with a dazed expression on her face, but after a while, light reappeared in her eyes. Era, Kaito-kun, good morning tilde. G good morning. I can't do this anymore, I'm losing consciousness. The kiss just now was more amazing than before. Waking up heavily fatigued from an all-that night because of the half-awake Kuro, I secretly ate one of the fruits of the world tree before breakfast. It took away my fatigue, but it didn't help me with my sleepiness or my mental fatigue. The Six Kings Festival has just started, and I'm already feeling anxious. Even though it was still quite early, we had to have an early breakfast since the organizers of this festival, Kuro and the others, seemed to have some preparations they needed to make. The breakfast Ain-san prepared for us is quite a surprise. It's a pure Japanese-style breakfast, consisting of miso soup, rice and pickled daikon radish, dashimaki egg rolls, and grilled fish. This is perfection. Wait, I'm fine with the Japanese-style breakfast. But what about Kuro and the others? Rice isn't really popular in this world, and many of the people I know like Lilia-san and the others would say eating rice for breakfast is kinda. When I asked Kuro and the others if they were fine with it. This is just our usual breakfast, you know. Really? We have none living back home after all tilde so. Breakfast has always been rice. I see. Kuro seemed to be used to eating Japanese food. Probably due to the influence of Nun-san, who is a big fan of Japanese food. She even looks quite familiar with the chopsticks when she eats with them. I don't usually eat, so I don't really care either way. It seems that Isis-san rarely eats, so she doesn't seem to be particular about bread or rice. I'm not asking you. Wait, I wasn't really worried about Alice from the beginning. After all, she eats just about anything and everything. And she also ate a lot of rice back at the Yakinika restaurant. As soon as I thought that I had already dealt with Alice, she grinned at me for some reason. Fufafu, the one who should be acting like that right now is me, you know. After all, soon enough, Kaito-san will praise me, saying as expected of Alice. What kind of idiocy are you on now? Well, for the time being, how about you look at this? Wow, what the? See, could that be? Yes, this is Alice-chan's special seaweed tsukadani tea. This is impossible. She's bringing out my personal top 1 rice accompaniment, seaweed tsukadani. Alice, what an amazing person you are. Astonished at the tsukadani that was offered to me, I held out my chopsticks and tried it. A perilla flavor of the seaweed is refreshing and spreads in my mouth, and its taste was further enhanced when eaten along with rice. As expected of Alice. Fufafu, I knew it. Frustrating it may be, but this was a complete defeat for me. Moreover, this is really tasty. Although I'm feeling vexed because I had said what Alice had declared, I was more impressed by this tsukadani. Even so, this tsukadani is really good. Hey, Ali. With excitement budding in my heart, I looked back at Alice, only to see her holding a sheet of paper to her chest with a big smile on her face. On the paper, it said Alice-chan's special seaweed tsukadani, assortment of 5 kinds. 1 gold coin. Seaweed set, 5 silver coin. SHT. This is just a trap. By daring to offer the first bite for free, she would make people realize how delicious her food is and induce them to loosen their purse strings. What an efficient strategy it is. Give me 4 of each. Thank you for the purchase. It was a complete defeat, but I wanted Aoi-chan and Hina-chan to taste it too, so I decided to uprightly buy it. Good gracious, she's really getting better and better at business. She's only focusing on me though. Hey, Shiltia, let me buy one of those too. Yes, I don't mind. Thanks Tilda. As I was paying Alice and putting the set away in the magic box, Kuro stopped eating and asked Alice to sell one to her. Hey, Kuro, I'm going to ask just in case, but what are you going to use it for? Of course, for my new baby Castella. Now then, what should I do? Seaweed-filled baby Castella. I wonder what it tastes like. I don't know. I can't even imagine how it would taste. However, I don't think it would go well with the sweet dough, so I hope she would stop with that plan of hers. It's alright. I'll make sure that Kaito-kun gets to taste it first. I see. I'm just imagining things, aren't I? What she just said was purely out of courtesy, right? It kinda sounded like she was asking me to be her lab rat. It's just my imagination, right? How should I say this? The Six Kings Festival is about to begin, but it feels just like usual. Well, I guess this was typical of Kuro. Volume 12 End. For picking up the 12th volume of I Was Caught Up in a Hero Summoning, but that world is at peace. Thank you very much. This volume finally brings to a close the story about the Demon Lord Vir, which can be said to be the climax of the middle part of the story. The next arc, or rather, the next series of volumes will be the aforementioned Six Kings Festival. It will be more than 3 times longer than the Rigfosia arc, and it will be the longest since it will take the form of a festival for all of the 6 kings. I mean, it will definitely be a long arc. In fact, even in the web novel, the 6 Kings Festival is the longest arc in terms of chapter count, and is by far the most new characters introduced in it. I mean, since many new characters appeared at the 6 Kings Festival, the light novel had released some of them earlier, in order to keep the new character appearance count smaller to a certain extent. Now then, I would like to talk about the 6 Kings Festival and touch on the story of this volume. The new character introduced in this volume is one of the Dragon King's executives, 4 great demon dragons, Frabel Nidzveld. This character is also one of those mentioned earlier that had an early appearance. She is the special individual of the Wyverns, which should have been one of the weakest beings in the demon realm, and was actually mentioned by Kuro and the others as a weak monster. She's a being who has risen from the weak to the strong. Although there has been no explanation given in the volume, she is the strongest among Dragon King's subordinates, and her strength far surpasses that of Fafnir, who is the head subordinate. As for the reason why Nidzveld isn't the head subordinate, it was because the head subordinate organizes the other subordinates, and is chosen based on a comprehensive evaluation other than mere combat power. So being the head subordinate of a camp doesn't necessarily mean they're the strongest subordinate. To explain the other camps, even though the Underworld King camp doesn't function the same as the other camps, Ein was the one who holds the position that resembles head subordinates, so in their camp, the head subordinate is also the strongest in this case. This was also the case for the Phantasmal King camp, whose head subordinate, Pandora, is the strongest subordinate. Meanwhile, Agni, who was mentioned in the latter half of the volume, may have been the War King's head subordinate, but Ozma is their camp's strongest subordinate. World King camp's head subordinate is Lily, but the strongest subordinate is someone called the Grassflower Princess Camellia. I think this character will also appear later on. Someday. I really haven't thought about it yet. Also, this is also really a light spoiler from the web novel, a story happening really far towards the future. But as for the Death King camp, the head subordinate is also the strongest subordinate. Well, there are still many of the 6 kings executives that haven't been mentioned yet, and I think they will gradually appear in the future. Anyway, that is how I would like to end this afterword. Once again, thank you for reading to the end. I hope to see you again in the afterword of the next volume. Tao Dai. In the waiting room, she was reading the 12th volume of I Was Caught Up in a Hero Summoning, but that world is at peace as usual. On the seat opposite her, although it was unclear how she was doing it in her costume, was sitting, drinking coffee. After a while, Sirius Senpai finished reading the book and exhaled lightly. Fume. What's the matter? Isn't your reaction too light? Normally, after she finished reading a volume, she would give her personal impressions and complaints in the name of introducing the contents of the volume, but at the moment, Sirius Senpai had a somewhat complicated expression on her face. The first part of the volume is serious, with many additions compared to the web novel, and the final part comes together in what can best be described as a grand circle. After that, the story takes a heartwarming turn, eventually leading to the next major arc, the Six Kings Festival. The overall balance is very good, with a good balance of serious, heartwarming, and lovey-dovey elements. That's a good thing, isn't it? Isn't it satisfying for Senpai to have serious developments? Why do you have that complicated expression on your face then? Well, it's because I can't complain about the whole thing. That I don't have anything to say about it. What a pain in the ass. As Sirius Senpai, who would normally be clamoring for a serious development, became dissatisfied that she lost her role in this series when she did get what she wanted. Astoundedly remarked how troublesome she is. Well, putting aside Sirius Senpai's silly thoughts, I have a few questions in mind. That's quite outrageous of you to say that. So, what's your question? Well, including this coffee, doesn't it seem like the stuff in this room has been increasing? As she said that, looked around the waiting room and saw that there was more coffee, other foodstuffs and various other things in the room. Not only that, the interior also looked as if it had been remodeled, having what appeared to be a system kitchen installed before she knew it. Was Senpai able to get out of this room? I can't get out. The door doesn't open. I mean, if I really could get out of here, you'd see me over there in the main story. This waiting room is a strange room, where people other than Sirius Senpai can come and go freely, but no matter how hard she tries, Sirius Senpai was unable to get out because she's Sirius Senpai. Right. Then, where did all these items come from? They're here because someone like a god of logistics has been coming here recently. God of logistics? Her existence in itself is like a minefield, but she's really godlike when it comes to logistics, and she does straightforwardly listen to my requests, so my environment here has improved dramatically. It seems like you met someone good. No. My overall assessment of her is that she's a dangerous person with a screw loose in her head. The reason for the changes in the waiting was the deeds of Makina, who had been here for the previous 2 volumes, and was making major renovations with her omniscient and omnipotent power. For that matter, Sirius Senpai is sincerely grateful. But even if she is grateful, her perception of Makina being a dangerous person still won't change. A dangerous person? She's one of those who calls up others to gang up on someone. She's totally on a different level than them. I mean, I'll say this now, but rather than me being related to her, she's more related to you. Yes, even though there would have been some kind of ruckus if you had come while she's in here. What the heck is with that clean swapping of you two? Geez, you've already met on the web novel, so you don't need to take such considerations. I see now. I could guess the gist of the situation. Within her stuffed costume? Who had guessed who the dangerous person Sirius Senpai was talking about, smiled wryly as she thought of her best friend, whom she has yet to meet again in the light novel.